Hi guys, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Kiddo is home today. So, I plan to keep her home. Last night I made the decision to keep her home just because there was some random threat going around, but I think it was all stupid stuff since what happened in Georgia. But, I've just made the mom gut decision to keep my child home today from school. But anyway, she woke up this morning with a green, crusty eye, so she probably would have stayed home anyway. Just saying. Hey, P. Lola's mom, thank you for coming in, popping in, and saying hi. Love it, love it. I'm glad you were the first to give a thumbs up. Good morning. Aw, she says, I just want to say how nice it is to have a small, friendly chat. That's sweet. I like small, friendly chats too. Good morning, Gail. I am feeling better. Yes, I'm feeling better today. I got a good night's rest last night. I actually slept good last night. It was the first night I slept good in quite a few days. So that helped. Good morning, Sherry. Good morning. Yes, Sherry, I'm feeling better, better. P. Lola says, working with the breakfast crowd, will watch the CC as I can. Closings will be great. I'm wondering if they're going to have rebuttal today before they do the closings. I'm wondering if that's going to be a thing that happens. I know I'm on the opposite side of the screen today, but I figured we'd switch things up. Sound better? I do feel better. I feel much better. Yes. All right. So we have our liar, liar, pants on fire little thumbnail up at the top right hand corner. Thank you, P. Lola's mom. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. $1.99 super chat. It says, Happy Friday to my family. Love you all. That's the sweetest. You're so sweet. Thank you. Let's start the day off. Let's start the morning off with some sparkle. Thank you for that. You're awesome sauce, P. Lola. Awesome. All right. So we're going to, QB's probably asleep. I don't know where QB's at today. She might be zonked out sleeping still this morning. So she hasn't come in and popped in the reminders, which is fine, right? But we do miss when QB's not like right here. She's probably like, you know what, ma'am, if you would have had your ish together and had the stream up and ready and scheduled, I could have popped those things in, because she did that the other morning at like 4 in the morning because I had it scheduled the night before. Anyway, please put your thumbs up. Put your DNA on the thumbs up button. We would love that if you would like this video with the thumbs up. If you are new around here and have not subscribed yet, and you're looking for a new, fun, crimey channel, we would love your subscription over here. Make sure to click the notification bell if you do, so you don't miss anything, although YouTube does tend to not notify people when other people go live or post new videos. That's annoying, right? And if you're watching this on the replay later, would love for you to put a hashtag replay in the comment section down below. I have my coffee. Do you guys have your coffee? Is your coffee strong? My coffee cup today says Boss Lady. Boss Lady. And it is black coffee. Black coffee till noon. Then I can have creamer. It isn't the devil today. The black coffee isn't the devil today. Must be because I'm feeling better. Yeah. I don't know. Right now, they are doing like the charging document stuff. They're doing their charges, their little charge conference where they're like going through all of the stuff that they're going to read to the jurors before they give the jurors the case to take back to deliberate. And that can get rather boring. Y'all know, right? Hold on. Gotta yank this hair back and get it out of my face. Very strong, says Sherry. Good deal. We like very strong coffee. Very, very strong coffee. Now I need my clip to throw it up on top of my head. Let me see. We have they started this just a few minutes ago, so we'll watch part of it, but I am hoping that they have a rebuttal.
Insert some of this data, Judge, that I tailored for the court.
But the states is the standard instruction, correct?
Mine's a standard instruction.
Okay, so let's look at the states, and if there's something you would like to
This stuff is
add,
boring.
then please raise that as we get to the appropriate portion of the instruction.
But also,
So the states,
they can get a
paragraph
little
number 1, any
argumentative
issues?
at this point, and that's fun to watch too, so. Can you guys believe how yesterday went? That we had the daughter on the stand and then Laurie on the stand?
I think that's the standard there, Judge.
All
It was
right.
crazy.
So we're moving on to Laurie Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force or threat that
Was she, though?
those 3 paragraphs.
I'm still mad at her.
When I put Laurie Shaver,
'Cause she did the whole-
Laurie Shaver was
Used the whole R word yesterday like it was nothing.
Yeah, that Laurie Shaver does not have the burden of proving. What's that?
That's in there. That was the first paragraph that we already addressed.
No, that's
Yeah.
the one above it.
Yes, well, that is the first paragraph in the document. Laurie Shaver does not have the burden of proving.
Never mind the sticker on the bottom of my coffee cup. I need to scrape that off. Scrape it, scrub it. Side note, I have a question. We'll just chit chat here amongst ourselves. Got a letter in the kiddo's backpack. Can you guys hear me okay over the audio? Can you hear me over the judge and stuff whenever he talks? Let me make sure you guys can hear me over top of them.
Here, right here, it says,
Okay, good.
if she
Thank you,
reasonably
Gil.
believed that such force or threat
So I got a
of
letter
force
in the
is necessary
backpack
to prevent
of
imminent death or
kiddo.
bodily harm to herself
And
or
it's
another.
about the Girl
It says
Scouts.
the imminent commission of
Like an
applicable
invitation to
forcible
come
felony
join the
against
meeting to,
her
you
or
know,
another. But it
get
doesn't
information
define
about
at
whether
that
or not I want my
stage
kiddo to
what
be in the
the
Girl Scouts. I'm like, do I?
Forcible felony was
I don't know.
against her or another. So that's where I think you gotta insert the required language or what she reasonably believes.
I
is
don't
the
know.
applicable
Anybody have any?
forcible felony for the jury,
any,
that needs to be defined.
All right.
I agree, that's why it's set up
History
this way
with the
to
Girl
address
Scouts?
It is printed in bold, so
felonies or you ask for
Look at my stand, at my jury
Other than the
instruction,
selling
I think
cookies
I
bit?
defined it in there.
all right, you listed
Pilola's
attempted
mom,
murder
I agree.
and-
She
or
did
aggravated
sound
battery,
rehearsed.
correct?
I'm not buying her story or Laurie's story. And I don't even know that I'm going to fully buy Jeremy's story because
Forcible felony.
I feel like they're all lying. Nah.
On the following page.
Yes, I'm there, page
Yes.
2.
Okay, and that's where.
Hold on, let me turn
I think there's
their
a
volume
definition
down
that's
some.
provided. Well, and it-
So yeah, P. Lola, what I was saying was I got a letter in the
and it
my
did
my little girl's
applicable
backpack
forcible felony
wanting,
was an attempt
or
to
it was
murder
just an invitation to
or
join a meeting that's coming up soon to get information regarding her joining the Girl Scouts. And I'm like, is that something I want to do? I mean,
You listed aggravated battery.
aggravated battery.
Correct. Okay. And those elements be established.
it says, join us, start the fun at a Girl Scout information meeting.
That's what That's what the evidence was.
Join us for a fun-filled event where you'll have a chance to learn more about Girl Scouts and meet some new friends.
Felony, I don't see how that, one, that's not the standard, I don't see how that's.
Girl Scouts, your year of fun. Share stories with forever friends, explore constellations in the night sky, host a talent show. I just don't know much, and I don't know enough about the Girl Scouts to know what it entails, other than selling cookies.
Now, the next page, in deciding whether Laurie Shaver was justified in the use or threatened use of
So I'm
deadly
just kind
force,
of
you
like,
must consider the
is it
circumstances
something
by
we
which-
want to do,
Now,
or
that
meh?
portion, that page,
I mean, she's at that age where it's like, oh yeah, I want to do all the things. I want to do all the things. So
yes, is that acceptable?
I just don't know if Girl Scouts is something that I want
That's the middle paragraph of the three.
Laurie Shaver was not committing any crime other than.
to. Pilola says, I totally enjoyed it. I still remember my girls' trips, going to sing carols at Christmas.
Okay. Laurie Shaver was
Take
not
Jolie to a
committing
meeting and
crime.
see how it goes.
That's
So what all
stated.
do they do? I mean, like, how often do they have meetings?
And the next one
Um,
regarding the dwelling.
What do they do in the Girl Scouts?
Added the attempted murder or aggravated battery.
I know I could Google it, but
Open bracket here.
I thought that it would be,
Defense's request.
you know,
Yes, sir.
that I could ask my friends. Go. It's free to sit and listen once a week. Okay. Well, wait a minute. I think I already missed the meeting. I need to look. Yeah, the meeting was yesterday. I was thinking it was today, but I mean, I'm sure it's not something that I would have had to have like gone yesterday, and now her choice is like it's gone. She can't never join Girl Scouts. I don't know. Service badges. So
Yes,
it's
sir,
arts
I
and
see where you're at.
crafts. She loves
Yes.
arts and crafts.
Are you
Learning new
objecting to that,
things, meeting new
portion?
friends. Cute.
The use of deadly
That's
force
cute.
is justifiable if Laurie Shaver reasonably believed that force was
She loves, loves, loves arts and crafts.
bodily harm to herself or
We did all kinds of things to earn badges that we put on a sash. Okay.
With the language and the rest, all the brackets. Okay.
All right, thank you.
I was never in the Girl Scouts, and I don't know that I had any friends that were in the Girl Scouts either. So I'm just not real, like, don't know much about it.
All right.
That brings us in deciding whether Laurie Shaver was justified.
All right, let's see what, I'm going to turn the volume up and see what they're chit-chatting about now.
Okay. Any issues with that page?
let's see. Yeah, that's fine, Judge.
Okay, the entire page is acceptable?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, and the next page. If you find that Laurie Shaver, who because of threats or prior difficulties with Michael Shaver had reasonable grounds to believe, any issues there?
She's just sitting over there still, like, using her hands and, like,
All right. Okay, then we're on to 3.6G, justifiable use or threatened use of non-deadly force.
she's basically, I don't know. I feel like she's sort of been sitting over there all this time, like, being the kind of person that's like, don't forget to tell them that
Okay,
blah,
let's
blah, blah,
discuss
blah,
page
blah.
one.
Well, Your Honor, the
Can't
state is
believe you
objecting
didn't tell them that. I can't believe you didn't mention this part and that part.
entirely.
I could see her being like that. Oh, cool, Gail.
Talking about a proposed instruction I've drafted?
Yes, your proposed instruction for justifiable use of non-deadly force.
Okay. I thought it says,
Gail says my mom was a Girl Scout leader for me and my sister. That's super cool.
giving her the other statute.
Your Honor, I'm citing to Hossendal, HOSNEDL, State
Thank you.
128 Southern 3rd, 400. Your Honor, this
That is
case
cool.
and others cited within it stand for the proposition that the discharge of a firearm is deadly
I gotta go
force
get my
as a
clip.
matter
I
of
can't
law.
stand.
And the discharge of a firearm is the only scenario in which the
My hair
court
being
should
down on my neck.
basically only give the justifiable use of deadly force and not extend the justifiable use of non-deadly force. I would direct the court's attention to page 4.
Happy
the end
Friday,
of
everybody.
the-
Can we believe it's
although
Friday? It's
church on page
finally
3 goes on to page
Friday.
4, which is
Do you guys
the
have any weekend
headings
plans?
3, 4, and 5. On page 4, it goes on to say the discharge of a firearm has been held to be the use of deadly force as a matter of law.
Hey,
In
Michelle.
Miller, the court found that firing of
We're
a firearm
waiting
in the
on.
air, even as
They're
a
just
warning
going through
shot,
their
constituted
instructions
as a
for the
matter of
jury
law.
now.
The use of deadly force by the
And these
defendant.
parts are boring,
Thus,
so
the
we're
trial
just
court
chit
did not
chatting.
commit reversible
Talking about the
error
Girl
by
Scouts. I
not
got a
using
letter in
instruction
Jolie's
of the use
backpack
of
wanting to know if she wants to join the Girl Scouts. And I'm like,
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
I don't know.
I
Somebody
would say
tell
this,
me.
we have a
What do I do?
separate requirement in the jury instructions proposed by the state that they separately and independently.
Hey, hey.
justify the
Pilola's
firearm
frozen.
use. Okay, if there's not a separate finding
Uh-oh.
that firearm was used.
Anybody else frozen?
Then that becomes a discretionary issue for the jury, and they could conclude that there was.
Okay,
some
she
that-
backed out and came back in. Good deal. Good,
So I
good, good,
think
good.
it's appropriate. I think it's
She
mandated
says,
by
Jenny,
the
go meet the
instructions
leader. See how many years they have been a leader. Talk to moms whose daughters have had her as a leader. Ooh,
Justifiable use of
that's a
deadly
good
force
idea.
specifically cites to this Hossendal case.
The sewing
and says that in
badge,
those
first aid
situations,
badge.
Only the justifiable use of
Cute.
deadly force instruction should be given.
All right, the state's objection is sustained. 3.6G, justifiable use of non-deadly force.
That's cute.
Will not be given to the jury. Only 3.6F, justifiable use of deadly force.
Oh
Is there
no,
anything
Pilola's
further?
got to work all weekend.
We have plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. Is that acceptable?
Your Honor,
Mm.
could you give us one moment to go back to deadly force?
Yes, sir.
The 4 paragraphs from the bottom, if you find that Michael Shaver had a reputation of being violent and dangerous
I hate
person,
that.
there's been no reputation evidence, so that paragraph should be stricken.
No, Judge, we've heard actual
The
physical.
next 2.
No, we've heard testimony.
You work every
exhibits
weekend. You're in a deli.
offered into trial about consequences and acts of physical violence.
Well, I'm sure it's busy
So
work
it
though. I
becomes
mean,
very, very significant.
especially on the
It's
weekends,
even,
right?
Spoken about by the daughter and the mother that there were acts of physical violence justifying the claim of belief that there was an attempted murder.
Moving
And
on
there was a
over.
monthly ongoing act. of
The chick there with the
physical
blonde
violence
hair and the
spoken about by
multicolored
daughter.
shirt
It's
on.
in the standard jury
She had a
instructions.
laptop a while ago, and she gets up and down often as new people come in. I kind of wonder if she's not
And
some
the
sort of
statute,
a
the law requires there's gotta be some confirmation, some
like victim
circumstantial
advocate or
confirmation of
something.
violence. We introduced the photographs to confirm there had been past acts of violence. There was testimony about the.
Pilola, I don't
injunction,
really have any
the
plans for this
requirement that
weekend. Now,
the
next
residents-
weekend,
So again,
there's a wedding,
the acts of
and Kiddo is going to be the flower girl. So next weekend is going to be busy. On Friday
and domestic
is
violence
going to
were
be
testified to, and
rehearsal,
that those specific
and then
instructions should be
Saturday
included
will be the
within
wedding, but
the
that's
jury
next
instructions.
weekend, not this weekend.
Your Honor,
They're standard instructions.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
evidence that he's referring to that he wants to reference as to why that this is permissible use of deadly force is covered in the previous paragraph. Did you find at the time
No,
the
that's
alleged
not
murder of
Brandy.
Second Degree
Uh-uh.
Shaver
No,
knew
no,
that
no,
Michael
no.
Shaver had committed an act of violence, you may consider that fact in
No,
determining
I've
whether
seen her
Laurie
face
Shaver
multiple times.
reasonably believed it was necessary
That's
for
that.
her to use
The
or threaten
blonde-haired
use
chick
deadly
there
force.
isn't Brandy.
The 2 paragraphs that I am asking to be stricken specifically go to whether or not reputation evidence was presented. First, reputation of being a violent, dangerous person, and whether or not that was known. And then 2, reputation of being a violent, dangerous person. You may consider that as far as whether or not he was the
Good morning,
initial president.
Donnie.
There's been no
Hey.
reputation evidence.
Hey,
There has
QB.
been
QB's
acts of
here.
other violence, which
Yay.
is covered in the instructions already.
Oh, Michelle, you're
I'm just
right.
asking
You
for
know,
the redaction
you're right
of the,
because
language that deals with evidence of
we're talking about the boring stuff. Hold on, let me turn the volume back down. When you're on your phone, it's really hard to see, and I'm looking at it on a big monitor, so it's much easier. I didn't think about that. You're right.
You can never establish reputation.
Good morning, Donnie. I'm feeling much better today. How about you? I hope you are. I feel way, 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 way better.
That there were past acts of violence.
And like I was telling the girls earlier in the chat, I slept so good last night.
Or you want to put in
Like I was like, I slept so good.
past acts of violence as demonstrated
Yeah.
in this testimony.
I said early in the stream, QB, that we missed your
All right, so you have no
little.
objection to the reputation.
She calls them nuggets.
No, I just think if you want to take
I like your little nuggets. Yeah.
that you've heard testimony
If you're coming in, I would love for you to hit that thumbs up button on your way in the door. We appreciate it. We love it when you guys do that. It really does help. I'm not even going to lie. It really does help.
players that you can't establish reputation within a home environment.
It just kind of, lets YouTube know that,
reputation paragraph should be taken out.
No, I'm
And what
saying they should be
it lets YouTube know that we're over here. They're like, hey, yo, this channel's over here. They're cool. We like these people. Come hang out with us over here. So it's very helpful. And while you're at it, while you're busy clicking buttons and things, make sure to subscribe if you're new. Do all the other YouTubey things, like and share, and put a hashtag replay in the comment section down below if you're watching this later on the replay.
All right, state's request is granted.
And we have memberships. You see those cute little emotes that QB used? Those are our membership emotes. We have 3 different membership levels. And,
Way the standard instruction is
yeah.
drafted,
Yeah.
basically is very much
Pilolis's rebuttal witness
defense of others.
should be the DCYS worker who told Laurie that they would put her in witness protection, and the therapist who says the daughter
Isabel Shaver was aware of these things and acting defense of others. So I believe that those areas,
nuggies. It was funny, P. Lola, because Donnie actually said that yesterday. Donnie said, you know what, I work for DCYS, and we don't do that.
put for Isabel
We don't
Shaver
do
in
that.
acting defense of others. And
Yeah, no.
Any objection?
Working and lurking. I'm glad you're here, QB. Work and lurk away, ma'am.
The state knew that Isabel was going to say.
Yeah, you slept all night. You feel better too? Good, Donnie.
So please modify the instruction accordingly.
Got hubby some NyQuil and knocked him out. You know what? I got NyQuil and DayQuil.
Yes, sir.
And the first time I took the DayQuil while I was sick this last few days, it really helped. The second and third time I took it, it didn't do anything. And the NyQuil, I took it one night. But I'm telling you what, if you have restless leg syndrome,
Yes, sir.
anything that has a PM in it, like NyQuil, even Benadryl, I mean,
Yes, sir.
that kind of stuff makes my legs go crazy, and then I can't sleep at all, and it's miserable. Yeah, is he feeling better? Oh, he isn't yet, but he went to work anyway. Has a class all weekend too. He is dedicated. Oof.
All right, I have that. Consanguinity.
Good morning, Miss King. Hi, good to see
And the
you.
state's position.
he's referring to a statute that has been modified. The cases that he cites refer to a statute that was modified in 2006.
Exactly, Jenny, because Lori was never told that, right?
I have copies for
He's got Mucinex in it for today. Yeah, I can't take that stuff or my legs are crazy. Right, Michelle? That's miserable. If I take it, sometimes I can take it and it doesn't bother me, and other times it does. I think it just depends on, like, if I go lay straight down after I've taken it, sometimes it might help. But if I, like, try to stay awake and fight through the drowsiness, then it's like, no. Mm-mm. No. QB. She says, quick cafe portion, banana bread Pop-Tarts. You're welcome. I love that. Oh, now I'm going to have to get some. Mucinex is good stuff. Mucinex is really good stuff. Exactly. It's a good sleep if your legs cooperate. Yeah. Yeah. Now I want banana bread Pop-Tarts. Crack me up, QB. Did you set them on top of your hot, steamy coffee and let the steam from your coffee sort of soften, warm up those Pop-Tarts? She did that the other day. She come in here and she's like, she just dropped a little bomb in the chat and was like, yo, put your package of Pop-Tarts on top of your hot coffee, steam, let it. You're welcome. About to, she said. You kill me. You kill me.
Mr. Coluccio, anything further?
Oh, I think they're done with charging instructions.
Based on the law that I cited to the court, and I don't see where this case has been overturned, Judge, which was Brown v. State. And it states that
What, baby?
Marshall had been charged with a second-degree murder, and Brown was charged with being an accessory after the fact. He first asserts to one guy that there was a relationship of constant quantity as a defense, and that was his defense. The court said, well, you're too remote in the relationship to assert that to a second-degree murder. I don't see more clearly what Mr. Coluccio at the last minute, having produced these weeks and weeks ago, is providing that says that this has otherwise been revoked or overruled. What your honest has provided something with mice type to try to read off of. I've read the statute update. I don't see, this is a 2006 version. I've read the latest version of the statute, and I don't see where it changed, as Mr. Coluccio is suggesting here.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Here's the copy of the statute that was in effect before 2006, which means that Mr. Wiggs cites was the statute at the time. So in 2006, when the Florida legislature changed the statute, the standard jury instructions were changed to comport with the statute, and that's how the cases Brown and Bowen. Bowen was from 2001, Brown was from 1996, have been abrogated.
I don't believe so, Judge. I'm looking at the current statute, and I don't think that's the position. I think it's still in effect, it's a still viable defense, and we request the instruction.
All right, the request is denied. .7 plea of not guilty, acceptable?
If this is just a standard, Judge?
Yes, sir. Okay. 3.9, weighing the evidence. We have to decide yet as to what or if all or any of 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 will be given.
So this is, let's see where you're looking at.
3.9.
Mine goes
Do I have the
from-
closed captioning off? No, it's on. I've got the closed captioning on, but it's not sharing it.
Self-defense. These are the standard.
Yes, sir, except for 6 through 10. Do the parties want 6?
We had testimony from Adam Narvaez about the reputation for truthfulness as to Laurie, Isabel, and Travis. I request that it be included.
Goofy mom night. Feels
Your Honor,
good
I
though
don't
when
think
you
we have
got
any
your hair up on
evidence
top
of
of your head,
6.
right?
Correct.
I don't think we have any evidence of 7. We do have,
Judge, I'd ask that 6 remain in, and I'll tell you why.
I thought
We
they
did
were
hear
done with
from,
this.
Jeremy Townsend. He's represented by counsel. He has an arguable and viable interest in the case. There may be an inference that he has negotiated some kind of obligation or with the state. He's under compelled testimony of the subpoena, so I ask that remain in.
So it reads, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify?
I think that he could be
You guys, I
charged,
forgot we were like
so
20
there
minutes
is an
behind.
interest,
What a
so there could be
doink.
a preferred treatment.
Am I
That
right?
should remain in.
The state's response?
pressure there against the in this. It also creates underlying offense that they
they're still yakking. Oh, well, wait. Now we have ceiling tiles. Let's back it up and see what they said. Maybe they're getting ready to bring the jury in.
the as it relates to accessory after the fact and the way the standard instruction is tailored discusses the fact that the accessory after the level of the accessory after the fact is tied into the underlying offense that they were being an accessory to. That's why I included the accessory after the fact of manslaughter. I suppose I actually need to change that to
I don't know,
accessory
Pilola.
after the
That's a
fact
good
manslaughter of a
question.
firearm, and then accessory after the fact of manslaughter on the verdict form. That also does mean I have to include we have to include accessory after the fact instructions that refer to
That's a great
the
question.
manslaughter instruction. We will add that as lesser included to the accessory after the fact of secondary murder, and we will submit those with our final instructions.
All right, and the numbering or lettering on the verdict form as to count 2, there's a D in there. It should be a C.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I want to go back a clip where
All right, anything further?
when the Tammy Dale.
Before we call the
Um,
jury in, let's take a 5-minute comfort break.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait. What did he say about the comfort break?
All right, anything further?
Nothing, Judge.
Before we call the jury in, let's
Okay.
take a 5-minute comfort break.
So, yeah, they're getting ready to
Thank
call
you.
the jury in. Yay! And you can look and see the chick here with the blonde hair, Pilola, or Michelle. Yeah, that. I'll go back and zoom in on her face right there. See, that's not Tammy. Brandy. Yeah, I don't know who she is, but I kind of got a feeling she's like a victim advocate or something. All right, so let's go back live. Now we're live in real time. And the jury should be coming in soon. So, Hi, Sadie. Welcome. Possibly Laurie will get second-degree manslaughter. Well, you know, she needs something. In my opinion. She sure don't need to walk free out of that courtroom. QB says, I'm a nerd. I like this part. You learn some good stuff in here if you can get around the blah, blah, blah. You're right. Some of it I don't mind. Most of it is boring, but I like whenever they get argumentative with each other. I kind of like that part. She looks like Lori Vallow. Oh, God, Michelle. Hi, Sadie. Oh my goodness, I love the emojis that you used. Sunflowers and coffee. I love sunflowers. And goodness knows I love me some coffee. Welcome. I love the name Sadie. I like that name. It's a pretty name.
Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
To bring the jury in. I asked Mr.
Bring
Lucio
the
who
jury.
his witnesses would be. It looks like there's a couple witnesses that have been engaging in social media on this cause.
All right.
Okay, if I can approach witness, please.
And what are their names?
Well, Mr. Philmore said his wife doesn't go by.
Do you want the sidebar to go on, or do you want?
Oh, I don't care.
Okay.
I want to do it here. That's not okay.
All right.
There's Miss Philmore.
Rebecca Urbanowski is the witness.
Right. She goes on social media by Philmore. Okay.
Okay, so apparently the filmer guy's wife, Austin Filmer's wife, that's who they're talking about, was on social media, blah, blah, blahing.
To make that abundantly clear, we didn't have a touch on her. Okay. Using the name Philmore. Miss McManus, she's on NNA as well.
Her first name?
Rena, R-N-H-I-N-A. Yeah, they're both present. You can inquire when they have a block band at this point, and then make our determination.
Here's the timeline.
I do not say blah, blah, blah.
That was after the pre-trial. And here is Miss McManus is 2 hours from the date on that.
Would you like to bring it in individually?
Yes, sir. Let's do that.
Can you get Rena first, please?
Oh, did I miss that, Michelle? Did they just say jurors' names? Lord love a duck. You'd think by now they would know better, right? Lord, I have a whole horse's tail hanging out the back of my head.
Please come up to the witness stand. Good morning. All right, please be seated and let me know when you're ready to
Who
proceed.
is this?
Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Rena McManus.
Okay. Please,
Rena is R-H-I-N-A, McManus, M-C-M-A-N-U-s.
thank
Maybe
you.
a
Please raise
rebuttal
your right
witness?
hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you yesterday or during this week viewed any broadcasts of the trial?
No.
Okay.
Only like during the weekend when they were picking the jurors on the news, but nothing.
So only over the weekend, okay? But no picking or selecting of jurors occurred over the weekend. That began on Monday morning, okay? But so you did view some broadcasts regarding the case prior to trial.
Just listening to that they were going to pick and this was going to happen, but that's it.
Okay. And did you go on social media and post anything concerning the case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you view anything about the case on social media?
No, sir.
All right. Does the state wish to inquire?
Mrs. McManus, anything that you have seen at this point, would that be news reports about the case?
Not news reports, just like, I'm sorry. Just stating news over like Channel 9, stating that like there was a trial going to begin, and that's it.
There has been live stream of testimony from this case on Court TV and maybe other sources. Have you watched the testimony of any of the witnesses that have testified this week?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yeah, the rule of sequestration was invoked.
QB, I think
at
I
the
remember
pretrial.
that.
And the evidence we submitted to the court shows that she has been engaged, looking at and discussing the matter with other people on the internet. We believe that is a violation of the rule of sequestration. And
Do you have that document? Show that document to the witness, if you would, Mr. Wiggs. It's up here. You may approach.
I got to rewind it back a few minutes. Yesterday was good. You missed a good one. Yesterday was good. Yeah, we're not recorded. We streamed yesterday's trial. Oh my God. With the daughter and Laurie both being up there. Wow. P. Lola says, yeah, it's hard with no earbud at work and trying to read closed captioning in chat. Sadie said, I was there when Laurie was testifying. You mean in the courtroom? Or here in the stream? Yesterday was a good day. I got to rewind this, though, because I haven't yet figured out who this witness is supposed to be.
Regarding the case prior to trial.
Just listening to that they were going to pick and this was going to happen, but that's it.
Okay. And did you go on social media and post anything concerning the case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you view anything about the case on social media?
Oh, okay, Sadie.
All right.
Okay.
Does the
I
state
was
wish to
like,
inquire?
whew.
Mrs. McManus, anything that you have seen at this point, would that be news reports about the case?
Not news reports, just like, I'm sorry. Just stating news over like Channel 9, stating that like there was a trial going to begin, and that's it.
There has been live stream of testimony from this case on Court TV and maybe other sources. Have you watched the testimony of any of the witnesses that have testified this week?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yeah, the rule of sequestration was invoked at the pretrial, and the evidence we submitted to the court shows that she has been engaged, looking at and discussing the matter with other people on the internet. We believe that is a violation of the rule of sequestration. And
Do you have that document? Show that document to the witness, if you would, Mr. Wiggs. It's up here. You may approach.
Oh, Michelle, are you saying that it is the wife of the cameraman, or you
Yes, sir.
This
think
shows
it might be?
communication on a date specific at the top of this, and communications transpiring, correct? And your name is on that document,
Down here, sir?
correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there's discussions about the case on a particular date referenced from this communique, correct? So while this court case was open and the rule had been invoked, there was to be no discussions by any witnesses and no review of the social media. When did you look at this?
I did not, sir.
Okay.
But
Let me ask, why does it
Yes.
have your name on
because my daughter and my husband, they all use my phone.
it? Okay.
But I did not, because I got an email from somebody from the state attorney saying not to look at that. And that was, I think, on Tuesday or Wednesday, something like that.
And you have abided by that request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
I think that's sufficient, Judge. I mean, the state wants us to assume just because there's an internet browser in this household, nobody else had access to it, and nobody else could internet it or enter that same site. That's the inference they want to inform the jury about. I'm not satisfied. I'd ask that Ms. McManus be excluded.
All right, anything further from the state?
Can we excuse, is there going to be any more inquiry of Ms. McManus? Can we
Yeah.
excuse?
State have any inquiry?
Let me ask.
I have no more. I do have cases in the rule. I'm just, if Ms. McManus can go back outside.
Mr. Wiggs asked for a minute to
One moment.
review documents. He may have some additional questions.
I'm confused. They're saying on Twitter that this is a juror. I don't know if that is just speculation.
Wednesday, 11:55 this week, correct?
11:55. I don't know. I do have my phone and I can. I don't.
My client has her phone record showing that. Judge, I don't, but we know it's during this week time. That's when we found it and discovered it. She's acknowledged that people within the household, she declares, were using her phone. I'm not satisfied with that. Yes. And my
Lord
client
have
has her phone records.
All right, and Ms. McManus has testified under oath that it was not her, but a family member.
Right, that doesn't seem to jive with the state when my client testifies to those same facts, Judge.
Is there any more inquiry for Ms. McManus?
Whoa.
Anything further, Mr. Wiggs?
No, thank you.
You may step down from the witness stand. Thank you.
Your Honor, I do
Please
have.
remain outside the courtroom.
I do have the Florida Statute 90.616, which deals with rule of sequestration, along with Hines v. State 719 Southern 2nd 358. Provide those to the defense of the court. The rule of sequestration only extends to the viewing of testimony. Watching news reports or anything like that is not contemplated by the rule of sequestration. And in Hines, the court points out that the appellant correctly, this is from Head Notes 1 and 2, appellant correctly argues that the trial court erred when it applied the sequestration rule as a strict rule. A trial court must first determine whether the testimony of a witness would be substantially different after having heard the testimony of other witnesses in violation of the rule. To determine whether the violation was intentional or inadvertent, and if intentional, whether it was the witness, party, or attorney who acted in bad faith. Once it has been determined that the circumstances surrounding the violation, the trial court may then exercise its discretion in deciding whether or not the witness is necessary.
I'm not buying that was a juror. I don't know. I mean, somebody tweeted that it was a juror, but are they assuming that was a juror? Because now they're saying something about a witness. So is this supposed to have been a rebuttal witness that did these things that was just on the stand? Because I can't imagine them putting a Yeah, I know they called out jurors' names, but I'm just thinking they wouldn't put her face on the screen. I'm thoroughly confused. Brandy is in the courtroom, and Brandy said 9 minutes ago, "Good morning from Lake County Courthouse. Charge conference is over. Now Wiggs has brought screenshots of some of the rebuttal witnesses and wants them excluded because he says they've been on the internet and there were discussions about the case." So I think it's a rebuttal witness. I don't think it was a juror. And I don't know about the cameraman's wife either. Why would the cameraman's wife be a rebuttal witness? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go with rebuttal witness.
Case, the testimony of Rena McManus, she is the teacher of Isabel Shaver during the...
That woman was the teacher of Isabel. That was Isabel's teacher. Her last name was McManus, and he just said Miss McManus was Isabel's teacher. Listen.
The calendars. In this, it's described that it was substantially different after having heard the testimony of other witnesses in violation of the rule. Should determine whether the violation was intentional or inadvertent, and if intentional, whether it was the witness, party, or attorney who acted in bad faith. Once it has been determined that the circumstances surrounding the violation, the trial court may then exercise its discretion in deciding whether or not exclusion of the witness is necessary. In this case, the testimony of Rena McManus, she is the teacher of Isabel Shaver during the calendar year in question, and she's just going to testify about the child's demeanor, and that there was never any period of time where there was any sort of change. And also I have the school records of Isabel showing her attendance, her grades, things of that nature. So there's no evidence that she has actually viewed any testimony in this case. Whether or not she or someone in her family liked a post about the case does not warrant exclusion in this case.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
To the court, Judge, the data, the information she's looking at is court TV. It's not just a little blog from one person to another. The heading directs that she's observing this, but that she's observing the trial matter as it's proceeding. It's not just a little blog from one person to the other. So I believe the witness has violated the rule, and she should be excluded.
The motion to exclude is denied. As to Ms. McManus. Now we're on to Ms. Urbanowski.
Now the Urbanowski chick, I think that is Austin Shaver's, not Shaver's, Austin Filmer's wife. That
Good
was
morning. Please come up to the
doing
witness stand.
social media stuff.
Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Are you all set? Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Rebecca Urbanowski. It's Rebekah. Last name is Urbanowski.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Ms. Urbanowski, have you viewed online any of the testimony of any witnesses in this case?
No, sir.
Did you have a Facebook profile?
Yes. A business and a personal, yeah.
And the
I'm not sure. I scroll pretty fast when I'm going through Facebook, and a lot of the news channels were covering this. If I might have hit that, then that's my fault. I don't know, but
Even if you were to like posts such of that nature, that doesn't necessarily mean you viewed the video on it, correct?
correct. No, I did not.
Have you viewed any of the testimony in this case?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Have you been looking at court TV?
I've seen some, not this week. I've seen some, not this week.
That's your name, Rebecca Filmer?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. And Rebecca Filmer on this one, correct?
Yeah, that's me.
And that says court TV up there, correct?
Yeah, that says Court TV.
Okay. You go by Urbanowski?
That's my legal name, but I go by Filmer.
Okay. We heard.
Hey, Margaret.
This week. But this would have been Wednesday, 4:37 this week.
Okay.
Is that correct?
If that's what it says.
Is that correct? You think? You don't know? Okay. Judge, we'd ask these to be admitted into evidence,
It's fine.
and because of the questionable nature,
Well, as far as the hearing, that is fine.
All right.
and because, yeah, correct.
So admitted into evidence as to the hearing only, not as to the trial. And what exhibit are we up to?
I think this would be Exhibit 1 for purposes of the hearing.
Purpose of the hearing, it'll be a composite of 3 documents. It'll be Defense Exhibit A. It'll be entered into evidence without objection as defense number 1 for the purposes of this hearing only.
I don't have any further questions this morning to the court.
All right, and please proceed. Further questions?
No further questions.
Okay. All right, you may step down from the witness stand. Please remain on standby outside of the courtroom. Thank you. All right, proceed with argument, Mr. Wiggs.
Because of the sensitive nature of the case and the clear instructions of the court to every juror and the obligation of the state, and this matter has proceeded more than once throughout the trial, the state has had ample opportunity to properly advise the witnesses not to be talking. I know the court repeatedly questions the jurors whether or not they should look at, that they don't look at anything. This woman was not responsive and not definitive as to those questions. Yet we have physical evidence that's now in evidence that she has been viewing objects. We ask that she be excluded from this cause.
All right, state's position.
She gave definitive evidence that she has not actually viewed any testimony of the case. That is what would invoke the rule of sequestration and the inquiry. And there has been absolutely no testimony about how that would have impacted or altered her testimony in any way, even if it had been viewed. So therefore, the request should be denied.
Motion to exclude is denied. Is there anything further before we call the jurors back in?
No, Your Honor, not from the defense.
State?
No, sir.
All right, let's
Hey,
bring the jury
Susan.
in. Thank you.
Good morning. If I didn't already say good morning to you, doll. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. P. Lola's mom, the chick that was just on the stand a minute ago, was, I believe, the wife of Travis Filmer's brother. Let me make that a little more clear. Travis, who is Laurie Shaver's current husband, has a twin brother named Austin. And the second rebuttal witness that was on the stand due to being questioned for social media junk is the twin brother's wife, I believe. Yeah.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the
You
members
are
of the
not a
jury
pain in
have
the rump, P.
returned.
Lola. You stop that
Thank
right
you
now,
again,
or so
members of
help
the jury,
me.
for your time, attention, and patience today. And I have a few questions for you before we begin. Did any of you
Hey, Patricia.
speak with anyone or each other about the case? Okay, everyone has answered no. Did any of you view any media news reports on the internet, anything about the case?
Oh, that's a good.
Okay, everyone has answered
That's a
no.
good thought.
Did any of you conduct any research
Pop-ups.
concerning the case? All right, all jurors have answered no.
It is early for
Did
you,
any
Patricia.
of you encounter or speak with any of the attorneys who are present in this case? Okay, all of the jurors have answered no. Anything further from the defense or the state? All right, then the defense has rested. State, you may proceed.
State calls Rena McManus.
All right. Rita McManus, we get to hear. This is Isabel's school teacher. We just found out a while ago. We're going to find out what sort of, if she remembers any day where she comes in
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
out of her gourd crazy
Please be
because
seated,
something
make
bad
yourself
happened.
comfortable and let me know when you're ready
Right.
to proceed. Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Rena McManus, RHINAMCMANUS.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Rena McManus.
Do you know Isabel Shaver?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was my student at Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what year was she in your class?
She was in my class in 2016.
Would that be the school year then going from 2015 into 2016?
Yes, it is.
Now, what grade did you teach then?
First grade.
How old are students in first grade generally?
Generally 6 or 7 years old.
And did you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And what about her father, Michael Shaver?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
I had met, they were parents of Isabella, obviously, but I had met them both meet the teacher that school year.
And both Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver attended that event?
For meet the teacher, yes.
And how were they acting during that time period?
Normal parents, inquisitive about how the year would be, wanted to find out about me and the curriculum. It was very pleasant.
Now, over the school year that and you were dealing with Isabel Shaver, she had good attendance,
Yes,
good grades,
yes.
and did you ever notice any issues with her?
No,
Was there any time that you saw some sort of behavior change in her?
not at all.
Any time where she appeared to become more withdrawn or acted in a different way?
No,
Could I go ahead and at this time admit the records, school records of the children, showing defense states MMM for identification.
Back to
Crown
Sesame
State
Street.
moves into evidence, states MMM as the next numbered exhibit, as a business record with the proper business record certification and notice.
I believe we're up to 65, correct? Okay, thank you. Any objection?
Judge, no objection.
All right, without objection, states MMM will be admitted into evidence as states number 65.
And I'm showing witness, red number 1205 on the bottom. You recognize these as the records for Miss Shaver while she was in your class.
yes,
And does that confirm everything you've been saying about attendance, grades, no behavior problems, things of
not
that?
at all. Yes, it does.
Throughout your teaching experience, do you encourage students to talk to you if they have any sort of problems?
Yes, of course.
And did she ever talk to you about any issues that she had at home?
Never.
Did you also teach her brother Aiden?
Yes.
And when was that?
2 years later.
And how was his behavior when you were teaching him?
Just like hers, sweet.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
How old was Isabel?
7.
7 going on 8?
I'm not 100% particular about her birthday.
Correct. Okay. What degree do you hold?
I have a master's in education,
Anything else?
my teaching degree.
Okay. You have a degree in psychology?
No, sir.
Okay. How large is your class?
Usually from 17 to 20.
Okay. So you're talking about the mindset of Isabel Shaver, correct?
Well, I'm talking about not her mindset, but the behavior that I witnessed.
Right. Okay. And your mind may reflect your behavior to a sense, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Your behavior actually may be shielded by other events in your life, correct?
My behavior?
No, anybody's.
Oh, yes.
Okay. They may want to lock up, they may want to be quiet, correct? Isabel was relatively quiet, was she not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you hold any degree in psychology?
No, sir, I don't.
Any degree in sociology?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. How large is your class?
It goes from like 16 to 20 students.
How many sit-downs did you have with Isabel Shaver on a one-on-one?
Why is he
Many.
asking the same questions like 2 or 3
Most-
times?
It's all academic, so we do small groups. So
No, I'm not talking about a small group. I'm talking about you on one-on-one with Isabel Shaver.
in what manner, sir?
I'm just asking you, did you have any one-on-one sit-downs with Isabel Shaver?
In processing education, the way we teach, yes, sir, I did.
You sat with Isabel Shaver individually, without anybody else around.
That's not what I'm understanding.
I don't know.
So I have
What?
never.
No, ma'am. Let me ask.
Objection.
Please allow the witness to finish answering. You may finish your answer.
Sitting on a one-on-one in a room isolated, that's not what we do.
Correct. I don't care about what you do. I'm just bringing that point out. You didn't do that.
I think you should care about what I do because I'm a teacher.
Ma'am, I'm bringing out a point.
Okay, sir.
You're not sitting there with Isabel Shaver doing any kind of psychological analysis.
No, sir, that's not my job.
Okay. You don't have a degree to do that, correct?
No, sir, and I would not.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, state.
Mr. McManus, would you have individual conversations with all of your students throughout the course of a year, although other students may have been present in the room?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thanks. We have no further questions.
That should be released from our subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
The state calls Jared Strickland.
Lord have mercy. Thank you, Miss Teacher.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Good morning. All set? Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, JARRODSTRICKLAND.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
At this point, I'm pretty sure the jury knows you, but can you reintroduce yourself?
Sure. Corporal Jared Strickland, the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
We've
This
been
is his
having
third time on
various
the stand, I think.
discussions about Facebook profiles. The last section I want to cover with you did you view various pictures of Laurie Shaver's child, Isabel Shaver, from November of 2015 through May of 2016 on Laurie Shaver's Facebook?
Yes, I did.
Showing defense was previously been marked for identification as states NNN. Showing the witness was previously been marked for identification as states NNN. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And are those photos from the Laurie Shaver Facebook profile that's already in evidence?
Yes, they are.
Sure. At this time, the state moved NNN into evidence as the next numbered exhibit.
All right, that would be 66. Any objections?
Yes, Judge, a standing objection as to the motion regarding digital data and the relevance issues we've raised previously.
All right, the objection is overruled. States NNN will be admitted into evidence as states number 66.
And
I'm not
Detective
positive, Pilo.
Caesar
I don't
could
know.
reference the posts from the packet I gave you. Go ahead and publish. Good for you guys. So this first photograph that we are looking at, when was that posted?
November 18th. Actually, November 16th, 2015.
So approximately 6 days, approximately a week after the last known sighting of Michael Shaver.
Correct.
Moving on to the next post. When was this photograph posted?
November 21st, 2015.
Have a series of I believe this is about 6 photos. When were these posted?
Are these the pictures with the cookies?
Yes.
November 22nd, 2015.
And that would extend on to the picture that appears to have a gummy worm coming out of her mouth, out of her nose.
I don't know if I'm in order. I see the screen.
Yes. This photo here is part of that same April post, correct?
Yep, there it is. I believe that those are, or the dates are out of whack. It looks like the end of March 2016.
And then the photos here, first of all, this post that starts with page 1828 goes on to the photo 1829. Do you have a date for the post? Actually, I believe it goes over to, when were these photos posted?
May 3rd, 2016.
Finally, picture of her in a black dress and the post that went along with that. When was that posted?
May 19th, 2016.
Going back to the excavation of the Shaver residence, were you involved with contacting Ms. Shaver after the warrant had been completed?
Yes, I was.
And how did you contact her?
By phone.
So she was not in any sort of custody.
That's correct. She was not.
And when you were calling her, what was the purpose of that call?
To let her know that we were finished with the search warrant and that she could return to the house, and also to let her know the items that we had taken.
And at that time, were you asking her any questions, or were you just informing her of those facts?
Just informing her of those facts.
Showing the defense would have been previously been marked as states AAA for identification.
You guys crack me
Showing
up.
defense, showing the witness, states AAA. Do you recognize that?
She should be charged with all kinds of things, P. Lola. Like, can she be charged for being a hussy too? Morgan and Morgan.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a CD copy of the phone call that I made to Miss Shaver.
How do you recognize that guy?
It has my initials on it.
And have you reviewed it and listened to it before initialing that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate reporting of that conversation?
Yes, it is.
Fair. This time the city who states AAA into evidence is the next numbered exhibit.
Is there any objection?
No objection. We just subject irrelevant.
Objection is overruled. States AAA will be admitted into evidence as states number 67.
You're going to ask to publish.
Permission granted.
During this phone call, did you inform Ms. Shaver there was human skeletal remains found on the property?
I did.
And did she react in any way?
No, she just said okay.
There was some mention of a computer, some SD cards, things of that nature. Were those ultimately reviewed to see if there was anything relevant about the time frame of this homicide?
Yes, they were.
And was there anything relevant on those various electronic items that were discussed?
There were not.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am, please support.
Sorry, guys. I was checking in on the kiddo. We have a birthday? Whose birthday? Let me look. Wait a minute. Wait.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Deputy,
Do we have a birthday? Oh. Sadie, is 10/17 your birthday? Do we have a celebration? Yes. Okay. 10/17. Cool. My birthday's next month too. We can celebrate together. Oh, honey, I'll sing. You don't even have to ask me. I will sing my head off. Donnie says, my husband just asked what I was listening to. I gave him a summary. He's a little concerned with the content of these trials lately. I said I was listening with my friends. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. My husband used to come home from work and I'd be watching like a snapped marathon and he would always be like, do I have something to worry about? Should I be concerned? QB. But I do know where to hide a body. Just saying. It's a chick thing, right, Michelle? That's funny. Sorta, LOL. But yes, you are among friends, and we are learning the things not to do. Oh, Morgana. She says, I'm behind, but I was a Girl Scout, and look how fabulous I turned out. Nice. Next month, October 17. Nice. And my birthday is October 13th. Oh, hi, Vergie. Verge. That's a cute name. Happy late birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday a day later. Happy birthday to you, Verge. QB says, I'm talking to my friends, Mama. What was that off of? Happy Friday the 13th. Yes, it's Friday the 13th. Hey, Rogue. Good to see you. Good to see you back, my friend. All right. Let's get back to this.
Corporal, sorry.
Leslie Jordan, that's right.
You were quite polite on that call,
Talking to
correct?
my friends, Mama.
Excuse me, I can't hear you.
I believe you were quite polite on that phone call, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
I
I
love
believe
Leslie
that
Jordan.
Laurie Shaver was quite polite on that phone call, don't you?
Of course.
And I don't believe we heard any confession of a crime or any implication
You're
of any
welcome,
guilt
Virgie.
on
Happy
that
late
phone call.
birthday. I hope you had a
Billy,
great
To
day.
repeat what I've tried to say for the last 2 days.
And I hope you're having an
Whenever you take all of the
amazing
evidence as a whole.
weekend.
Sir, please answer the question directly.
As to this phone call, do we hear any confession of guilt?
I didn't ask her.
No. Do we hear any confession of guilt?
No, sir, you do not.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
well. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
State calls Kendall.
Ooh, Kendall. Kindle. I don't know which Kindle this is. There's 2 Kindles. And I don't know which one this is. I think this may be Michael's ex, but I could be wrong. You all weren't kidding about the Dr. Phil defense lawyer, right? I can't remember who it was that said that. But somebody said it sounded like Dr. Phil, and ever since they said that, now that's all I can hear is Dr. Phil's voice. But I hate it because I love Dr. Phil, and I hate this attorney. Hate it. Hate it. Ah, thanks, guys. You're all so sweet. My last 40. Oh. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Lots of love. Lots of love. Did y'all know that our sweet host has a Cash App? Thank you so much for being here. We love and appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, QB. Yes, we do. I do have a Cash App. Thank you for posting the Cash App link. 50 is awesome. Virgie. Yeah, I'm right behind you, ma'am. I'm right behind you. I'm 40 something ish. 49. Rogue says he wants to throw some kid under the bus to protect his client. That's low. It is low, Rogue, but you want to know what's lower? The mom is here to throw her kid under the bus. That's the lowest. That's the lowest. I hope you guys like the little logo up here in the top right hand corner, the liar, liar, pants on fire stamp.
Davidowski.
Donnie says, I love being 52. Good for you.
Good morning. Please come up to the
Accurate.
witness stand. Please be seated.
Rogue's 38.
Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
50s are when everything falls apart. Okay, so this is Kendall.
All right, please state and spell
She
your
looks
full
very
legal name.
nervous.
Kendall Davidowski, KENDALL
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Kendall Davidowski.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
How did you know him?
We originally worked together at Spaceship Earth over at Walt Disney World from November of 2014 till about May of 2015.
And what was your position with Disney?
I was an electrical apprentice at the time. He was a mechanic.
And at the point that you met him, where was he living?
He was living at the Warbirds hangar in Kissimmee.
What is that?
It's a airplane hangar, I mean.
And do you know Laurie Shaver?
Welcome to the
I
land of the
know of her,
living,
yes.
Morgana. And right,
What
Sadie.
was-
She's nervous.
At the time that you met Michael Shaver, well, let me ask you this. At some point, did you start a dating or physical relationship?
Yes, we did.
And what was the status of his relationship?
Sorry, I had to pause it for just a minute. You know as well as I do that the fact that this girl looks like she's beautiful, right? She looks like she's 12. Somebody said a while ago, QB said she looks 12. You know this is eating Laurie Shaver's guts out, right? Like this is just eating her alive. Knowing that, you know. No, Virgie, Michael had a relationship with this girl here, Kendall. Yeah. And you know Lori's sitting over there behind that table. Just like, ugh. Just grinding in it. You know what I mean? Just ooh, seething. And I love every second of it. Oh yeah, they were doing the do, right, QB? This chick and Michael were doing the do.
Relationship with Laurie Shaver while he was living at the hangar.
They were separated at the time.
Now, are you aware of what caused Michael to separate and move into that hangar?
I was told.
Based on hearsay?
State response.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar City. P. Lola, this is Kendall. Davidowski, or I don't know what her last name is. I said it wrong, I'm sure. This is Kendall. She is someone who had a relationship, a romantic relationship with Michael Shaver, the victim. Yeah. Like QB was saying, they did the do. I gotta move this big honking microphone out of my face for a second. They were doing the do. Bumping uglies. They were getting jiggy with it. They were, you know. Now, this isn't the one that Laurie sent flowers to. No. But I'm sure Laurie did harass this chick. I'm sure she did. I know, we never get to see the sidebar. Bow, chicken, bow, bow. Brown chicken, brown cow. Knocking boots, horizontal mambo. Morgana's calling all the things. Brown chicken, brown cow. I think we're behind. Yeah, we're behind a few minutes, so I can speed it up a little here. We're not too far behind. I think we're like a handful of minutes behind. A little funky cold Medina.
Were you aware of the events that led to why Michael Shaver was living in Florida?
He had told me why he was, yes.
And was that related to his arrest for domestic violence?
Yes, it was.
Now, did he talk, and I'm not going to ask you to say this, what he told you about that event, but did he explain what had happened that night to him?
Yes.
Based on that, did he express fear of Laurie Shaver for his safety?
Yes, he did.
And could you explain that?
He was concerned of his safety and the children's safety with Laurie and a gun.
Laurie, what?
And her having a gun.
Now, did you ever see Michael Shaver interact with his children?
I saw him interact with his son, Aiden, once.
And how was that?
They seemed to get along very well.
And at some point did your dating relationship with Michael end?
Yes, it did.
And when was that?
About April of 2015.
And who ended it?
It was kind of mutual decision. It was just becoming too much at that point.
And at that point, was he trying to reconcile with Shaver?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did you remain friends with him?
We weren't friends. We still worked in the same area, so I mean, we were cordial, but we didn't speak to each other.
After he went missing, did you make attempts to reach out to him to see where he might be?
Yes, somebody from Spaceship Earth had contacted me, seeing if I had contacted him or heard from him. I had not, so I reached out to him around November of 2015.
And did you ever hear from him?
I believe he said that he had left and that his children, or he just left the children. But at that point, I didn't know if it was actually him or not.
You had, well, first of all, was that a phone call?
It was through Facebook. It was through Facebook Messenger.
And had you interacted with him in Facebook before?
Previously, before May, yes.
And did you, when you guys were dating, did you also exchange text messages?
Yes.
Was there anything unusual about the contact that you had with him and the content of it?
It just didn't seem like him to just up and leave. He spoke so highly of his children, so I didn't see that happening. And it was very short. It was just all very short, one-word answers, so that was not usually like him.
And have you ever initiated any sort of sexual harassment claim against him?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
You never filed a sexual harassment claim against Michael?
No, I did not.
You know anybody that did?
I had a sexual harassment claim filed against me.
You're sexually harassing people?
Supposedly, yes, according to
Okay.
Disney.
How long did you date Michael?
From about, I would say December of
What?
2015, December of 2014 to April 2015.
So you heard Michael's version of events,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did you see any did he show you any photos of any battered women?
No.
Did he show you any police reports involving Michael Shaver? Okay. Did you ask him about that?
We had a brief conversation about it.
Okay. Did you ask him about any involvement with law enforcement or any agencies?
No.
You know who killed Michael Shaver?
I do not.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Ms. Kavadowski, was anyone involved with this case involved with making that claim against you?
According to Disney, it was Laurie Shaver.
Okay. So nothing further, Judge.
Any follow-up?
No follow-up.
Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
The state calls Robert Sellers.
Robert Sellers. I don't know who this person is. Thank you, Morgana. Yeah, you guys, please put your thumbs ups. Put your DNA all over that like button, that thumbs up button. Looks like we have 18 people in the live stream, and I got about 13 likes. Not too shabby.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable.
I don't
and
know if
let me
it's
know when
raining.
you're
I
ready to
haven't looked
proceed.
outside, but probably, Morgana. It's been really cloudy today.
I'm ready, sir.
All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Robert Sellers, R-O-B-E-R-T, last name Sellers, S-E-L-L-E-R-S.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Rob Sellers. I'm currently an FBI agent. I was a Lake County Sheriff's Office deputy for 5 years, and that's how I'm involved with this case.
In 2014, what was your position with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
At that time, I was on road patrol, assigned to Sector 3, which is the southern portion of Lake County.
And what will your duties be as someone on road patrol?
I'm as road patrol, just like the guys and gals that are on the street now, responding to 911 calls and answering calls for service in the southern portion of the county.
Now, did you have an opportunity to come into contact with Laurie
He's
Shaver
pretty.
and Michael Shaver in September of 2014?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you the arresting officer of Michael Shaver from the domestic violence incident that has been discussed in this case?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you got there, did you speak with both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver?
I did. I spoke with Laurie first and then ended up making contact with Michael a little bit later on.
Is it fair to say that their stories contradict?
Yes, sir.
Now, were there photographs taken of both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver, along with some things that happened, conditions within the house?
Yes, sir. I believe Deputy Suttles took those photos.
I'm showing defense, which has been previously marked as states QQQ.
All right, sidebar, please.
These folks and their sidebars, man, I'll tell you what. They're a lot. A lot. Trial daddy. Trial daddy. Zaddy. All right, let's see. I still have room to scooch. Let me look. Looks like we're about 7 minutes behind. So, P. Lola's like, I love me some trial daddies. We always find at least one in every trial, right?
And what are those photos?
Those are photos that were taken the night of September 4th when we responded to, I guess the first couple photos are from when we met
She is.
Laurie Shaver in the Target parking lot in Clermont, and then the last couple photos appear to be when we met Mr. Shaver at the residence, and photos of the residence itself in Clermont.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the things that you had photographed as part of your investigation, in this case back in 2014?
Yes, sir, they do.
States QQQ evidence is the next numbered exhibit.
All right, Mr. Wicks, without objection. Without objection, states QQQ will be entered into evidence as states number 68.
QQQ.
I'm going to go ahead and publish. This photo number 1 from states QQQ. Who is that?
That's Laurie Shaver.
Photo number 2. What does this photo depict?
Be a photo of her left arm,
Photo number 3.
her right arm.
And photo number 4. Who is this?
Mr. Shaver.
And during the course of your investigation, did you observe any sort of laceration to his head?
Yes, sir.
Photograph number 5. Does that demonstrate that laceration?
That would be the laceration, yes, sir.
And photograph number 6. What is depicted here?
Their residence.
Photograph number 7. What is shown in this photograph?
The broken door to their residence.
Did Laurie Shaver give you any explanation about how that happened?
I don't recall.
Photograph number 8. What is that photograph?
I believe it's the other side of the same door.
Photograph 9.
2 firearms that were involved in the altercation.
Photograph 10.
Be the bathroom.
Was that all the various areas of damage that occurred?
Yes,
That you took photographs of?
To the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
There's also some sort of indication of an entertainment center that was damaged. Did Laurie Shaver give you any explanation about how that happened?
Not that I recall.
Any explanation of the broken vase that
Not-
go along with the slide glass door?
There was, but I think there was a story from Mr. Shaver about how that had occurred.
But Ms. Shaver gave you no.
No, it's not that I recall.
Did Laurie Shaver give you any explanation of how Michael Shaver got the injury to the top of his head?
Yes, sir, she did.
And what was that?
She stated that Michael had the pistol in his left hand and that they'd fought over the pistol, and while they were fighting over the pistol, it somehow went up and struck him in the head.
Did Mr. Shaver have contradictory version of events?
He did.
Were there any adult witnesses present when any of this happened?
No, sir.
No. Were there any attempts to talk to any of the children in this case, specifically the oldest child, Isabel Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Was she able to tell you anything about what happened?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
We move this next. Madam Bailiff?
Receiving a call out, I apologize.
I'm sorry, what do you, may it please the court?
Yes, sir.
What do you go by now? What's your,
I go by Rob, but my legal name's Robert. Yes, sir.
okay, I know you're with the FBI now.
Yes, sir.
What's your title over there?
Special agent with the FBI.
Special agent, okay. What do you want me to call you? Special agent? Rob, okay. Rob, when this event transpired and you went to the scene, Where was Miss Shaver?
She was on her way to the substation in Clermont, and she was told by dispatch to stop where she was at, which I believe was the target located off 50 in Clermont.
Right. Miss Shaver's the one that fled the residence for her safety, correct?
From my understanding, yes, sir.
Correct. Miss Shaver's the one that fled the residence with the children to protect those children, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
No, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony, and have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
State calls Wilma Nicholas.
Yeah, some of these rebuttal witnesses are just very short, straight and to the point, right?
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Wilma Nicholas.
Oh, Wilma's back.
WILMA-NICHOLAS.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
She's got a head full of hair, buddy. She's got beautiful hair.
Hi, Wilma.
Now, in September of 2014, was there a disturbance at your neighbor's house, the Shavers?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
He is very
When I
polite.
arrived home from work around 6 o'clock, Mike called me on my cell phone.
Not getting into anything specific that he said, but did you go over to his residence at that point?
Yes.
And when you met with him, how was he acting?
He was kind of frantic, distraught.
Did you observe any injuries to him?
Yes.
What was his demeanor? Was any, you said distraught, anything?
He was really concerned.
Did he still appear to be under the effects of the event that placed him into that condition? Was he still troubled by whatever caused his injuries and things of that nature?
Not so much of his injuries as something else.
Just for the record, I'm going to object on Williams' basis, under the Williams rule, the matters that we previously addressed at the court.
Yes, sir. State.
Shall we approach?
Yes, let's have a sidebar. Thank you.
Lord, their sidebars drive me crazy.
Describe to you what had happened. While Mr. Shaver was in this excited state, did he describe to you what had happened?
Yes.
What did he describe to you that happened?
He told me that they had had an argument. Laurie was intoxicated and she had taken off with the kids. The injuries that I saw on him, he said that she had threatened to kill the children, him and herself, and he fought her with the gun and was trying to get the gun away from her, and she hit him over the head, the top of the head with the gun.
Did you see injuries consistent with that?
Yes,
Did you take pictures of those injuries?
I did.
Showing the defense what has been previously marked for identification that states 000. Showing the witness states 000. You recognize these photos?
Yes.
And what are those photos of?
Those are the pictures that I took of Michael and his injuries and his torn clothes.
does that accurately reflect how Michael Shaver was when you observed him that night after you described the events that you've talked about?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state moves states 000 into evidence. This is the next numbered exhibit.
Mr. Wiggs, any objection?
Same objection, Judge Standing.
Objections overruled. States 000 will be admitted into evidence as states number 69.
The time frame that you knew Mr. Shaver, what was his approximately height and weight?
He was about 5'6", almost the same height, I think, as me, and about 150 pounds.
Going to go ahead and publish photograph number 1 from the previous exhibit. What were you trying to show with this photo? Can you see it?
Barely.
Let me turn it.
Okay. You can tell that he has blood coming from the top of his head and it has come down onto his shirt. His shirt has been torn in multiple areas here in that photo.
And the tearing of the shirt, did he attribute that to Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Photograph number 2.
Here
What is depicted here?
you can see the top of his head and the injury a little bit better here.
Did you take a top view of that in photograph number 3?
Yes.
Photograph number 4, what are you showing here?
He had the keys to her truck in his pocket, and she was fighting him and tore his shorts to get the keys out, and she succeeded in getting the keys out.
And did he express why he was trying to prevent her from having those keys?
Because she was drunk and she was taking off with the children.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who was charged out of this incident with any criminal offense?
Yes,
Who?
Mike was.
Correct. So you get Michael's version of the events, and only Michael's version, correct? Correct, ma'am?
Yes,
And Michael ends up being prosecuted, correct?
he does.
Okay. So you would agree the state attorney's office had a different opinion.
Objection, Your Honor. Charging decisions of the state.
Sustained.
So evidently, people were dealing with Michael Shaver. Michael Shaver ends up prosecuted, correct?
Based upon,
Ma'am,
yeah,
correct?
yes.
Okay. So what you got is a one-sided interview with Michael, correct?
I have heard her myself.
No, ma'am. You spoke to Michael, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview Laurie Shaver?
No.
Okay. Do you know who the initial aggressor was that caused that injury to Michael Shaver other than what Michael Shaver told you?
I wasn't there in person.
Correct. Correct. Thank you.
All right. Redirect.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Lord,
State calls
Lord, Lord.
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Rebecca Urbanowski. Oh. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Thank you. All set? All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
It's Rebecca Urbanowski, REBEKAHURBANOWSKI.
All right. Thank you. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I am Rebecca Urbanowski.
And do you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I do.
How did you meet Laurie?
I met her at the gym through her boyfriend at the time.
And did you work for the gym?
Yes, Gold's Gym in Clermont.
And what position did you have there?
I was a personal trainer there.
And when you say her boyfriend at the time, who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
Did you ultimately start a professional client-trainer relationship where you were training her?
Yes, I did.
And what was her general physical status at that point?
She was in pretty good shape. She had lost a substantial amount of weight on her own already, but she was in good shape, better than most, new clients that I get.
Was she doing strength training?
Yes, we train twice a week.
And do you know Travis Filmer?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Travis?
That is my brother-in-law now.
Who is your husband?
My husband is Austin Filmer.
And when did you get married to Austin?
October 28th, 2016.
Now, did you legally take his last name?
I did not.
So on your driver's license it says Rebecca Urbanowski.
It still says Urbanowski, yes.
Have you ever had any sort of social media profile where you had the Filmer last name?
Yes, I have, yeah.
But if it were said that you never took his last name, that would be a correct statement.
Legally, no, I never took it.
Did you ever socialize with Laurie Shaver and Travis Filmer?
Yes, I did.
And when did they start dating?
I don't know a specific date that they started dating, but I know that they were in contact after they had initially met and hung out.
When approximately did they meet and start hanging out?
They met the first time at the end of February of 2016.
And when was this compared to when she was dating Jeremy?
It was kind of in like that gray area, I think. When Travis and Laurie first met that night, Travis had already had a girlfriend at the time. So after that night, they actually left. We had gone to Old Town, and Austin and I were kind of dating at the time, or starting to date. And both the boys came, and Laurie and I had been there. And when Austin and Travis showed up, Travis felt it was uncomfortable because he had already had a girlfriend at the time. He didn't want it to look like a double date. So they left probably 20 minutes after getting there.
The period of time when she was dating Jeremy, was there like a hard break to that? And then Travis came to the picture, did they kind of overlap? What was the deal there?
They kind of felt like they overlapped. So it was kind of a gray area where when one stopped and then the other one officially began.
At some point, did you live with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And is that at the residence in Clermont?
The Sandy Pines, correct, yeah.
And when did you start living with her?
That would have been May 7th, 2016.
And at any point while you were there, would Jeremy come over, stay overnight, or anything like that?
Never overnight. I've only seen him there one time when I was there, but I hadn't moved in at that point.
And like, what kind of day are we talking about when Jeremy would come over?
It was during the afternoon time.
Around her lunch break?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
And while you were living there, did you see Laurie with multiple phones?
Yes, I did.
And what was her phone number at the time?
Offhand, I can't say exactly what it was. I just have the one that I have now.
Is that the same number that you had back then, or has that changed?
It would have changed,
Okay.
yeah.
Now, during the time that you were friends with Laurie Shaver, was a concrete slab put in the backyard around a fire pit?
Not when I initially moved in, no.
Were you friends with her and socializing with her when that occurred?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
And were you and Austin present when the cement slab was placed down?
I was actually at work most of the day. When I got back, it was there, because I worked majority of the day.
time frame that Laurie has been with your brother-in-law, Travis Phillips? Has the relationship between Austin
Hey,
and
Henny.
yourself changed with Travis?
Very much so.
Describe.
Right, Michelle?
We rarely see Travis anymore. For a while,
But yeah,
we couldn't
this
even get in
is
contact with him because we
Laurie's
found out that
sister-in-law,
all of our
yeah.
phone numbers were blocked from his phone. Austin and Travis have always been very, very close. They're fraternal twins, and they've been through a lot in life together. They used to go fishing a lot, hanging out, but we don't see anything from him, or we don't talk to him, we don't socialize. The last time I've actually physically seen him was when their grandfather passed away at his funeral.
Hey,
That was the last
Shiraz.
time I physically saw him.
Hey, girlfriend. How are you doing? How's
Did
the
Laurie
weather?
Shaver ever tell you what happened to her prior husband, Michael Shaver?
Just that he had left.
Nothing further.
She's a home wrecker, Donnie. That's a fact. She is a home wrecker.
Who?
Austin and Laurie and Travis, correct?
There is no relationship.
Correct.
Sure.
So that's what you have to testify here,
Good. I'm
teacher?
glad, Shiraz. Glad you're doing all right.
That there's a bad relation? Bad blood?
I guess.
You lived in the residence in a certain period of time, correct?
Correct?
Didn't see a homicide committed there, did you?
No, I didn't.
Didn't
You
see
left all
anybody
right,
being
right?
buried, did you?
No, I didn't.
Did ya? Can't
And
stand this
you
guy.
know there was, she was
Did
dating
ya?
Jeremy for a period of time, correct?
Yeah, for a little bit.
You have sit-downs with Jeremy?
I've seen him once there.
Okay, so he was at the house once. You moved out. What was the time period you moved out?
It was the day after their wedding. So it would have been 2008, January 1st, 2000.
You're talking about Travis and her.
Yeah, Travis and Laurie's wedding, yeah.
So were you back there in the period of time when she was dating Jeremy?
Notice she said wedding,
Was I back there?
not
You living with Laurie?
spiritual celebrate.
When I moved in May, they
Whatever
weren't
they tried
really
to call
dating. It was kind of an up and down.
Thank you.
Redirect?
The wedding that you referred to, that was in, what year was that?
That was
Shiraz,
in
right?
December
Everybody
31st,
is.
2016, sorry.
And had that been, you were a guest at that?
Yeah, because the next day, we were moving into, Austin and I and Kendall were moving into our new home.
Had that event been represented to you to, in fact, be a wedding?
Yes, it was.
And she was in a white dress?
Yeah, when I had come back from signing our lease and everything, she was already in her dress.
There was wedding cake?
There was a wedding cake, yep, a dress,
Everyone there thought that Travis and Laurie were being married at that time?
for sure.
Yeah.
So they proved it.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing.
Nothing. All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
The state calls Katina Vasquez.
Who did they say? Something Vasquez? He needs to do like QB says, Henny, and Henny says she's to sit down. Like QB would say, he needs to have all the seats. He needs to take all the seats. Like take all the seats
Right,
in
good
that
morning. Please come
courtroom,
up to the
pile them on
witness
top of
stand.
one another,
Please be
and then
seated.
he
Make
needs to
yourself
sit down on
comfortable.
top of that.
And let me know when you're ready to proceed.
That's what he needs to do. Tina Vasquez, okay. Thank you, Michelle.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Katina Vasquez, Katina, V as in Victor, Asquez.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes? Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Katina Vasquez.
And
Just not bad enough to lift for him, Shiraz,
Sir.
right?
do you see her here in the courtroom today and identify her by something that she's wearing?
A black jacket.
And how did you meet Laurie Shaver?
Through Scott Amatuccio, my ex-fiance.
And do you remember approximately what year you would have met Laurie Shaver?
I believe we started dating 2006, 2007, and we ended the December 2014.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And how did you meet him?
Through Scott.
And were Scott and Michael Shaver close friends?
Yes.
What was your through meeting Laurie through her friend Mike, did you develop a friendship with her?
Yes, sir.
Did you develop a friendship with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Closer friends with her than Mike?
Yeah.
And did you ever go over to the Shaver residence after Mike disappeared in November of 2015?
Yes, sir.
And why were you going over there?
She said he had left, and I went over just to see how she was doing.
And did Laurie say anything to you about where Mike was?
No, just that he left in a black SUV in the middle of the night.
And did she reference anything to you about Mike's work or whether or not he was still working there?
That I don't think he was going to work.
And did she tell you specifically how he informed his employer that he was no longer going to work for them? You don't remember anything about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. While you were there, did you see anything that you thought was unusual based on the story that she gave you that Mike had just left?
Yeah, all his stuff was still there.
When you say all this stuff, what do you mean?
She was in the she was on the porch on the phone, and I went into the bathroom, and like all his stuff was like still in the closet and stuff, and the car was there.
Talk about clothes, toiletries, things of that nature? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any extra phones in the residence?
There was a black phone on the counter.
Now, while you were there, was the defendant trying to sell or get rid of any of Michael's property?
Yes.
And what was that?
She was on the back porch on the phone and was trying to sell guns, and I asked, why are you selling Mike's guns? Isn't he going to need them? And she said she bought them. They were hers.
Now, were you familiar with the domestic violence case where Mike Shaver was arrested in 2014?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become familiar with that?
Laurie told me.
And what did she tell you about that 2014 domestic violence case?
At her house, she said, because Mike had come back into the home, he was living at an airport, and she said that, and I was kind of like, why is he here, kind of, and she said that she was working with being honest with her therapist, and that Mike didn't touch her, like all the wounds were from her. She threw a vase and broke a door. It wasn't Mike, and he was actually trying to stop her because she had a gun and was trying to kill herself.
When did your friendship with Laurie Shaver end?
2017.
And at the time in 2017 when the friendship ended, did she make any statements to you relating to Michael Shaver still being alive?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She was going to move up to Gainesville because I had a son and couldn't afford daycare. And she was going to drive up, look for houses. She got my Starbucks order, took pictures of the kids in the car, and then disappeared. Didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. Took me off Facebook. 2 weeks went by, and she finally got in touch with me and said that she panicked because Mike was in the parking lot, and she thought maybe Scott told Mike that she was coming up there and he was stalking her. And I'm like, well, why haven't you called me? And she said that the cops had her phone and the truck was at the police station because he was tracking it.
And this is in 2017, as you was saying, Michael Shaver was stalking her.
Yes,
So clearly after May of 2016,
yes,
and clearly after September of 2016 when the cement slab was put in her backyard.
yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Legs?
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, did you file a letter to support Laurie Shaver on an injunction?
No,
No? You never submitted any letter to DCF?
no.
Did Michael ever obstruct your relationship with Laurie?
No.
Okay. Now, when you said that Laurie was selling property out of the residence, do you have any understanding whether that was only Michael's property or whether it was marital property?
It was,
That she was by law prohibited in any manner?
she just said the guns, and I know the guns were theirs, and
Okay. Do you know anything about marital labor and contribution to the marriage?
no,
Correct. So you just assume this is Michael's property and she had no right to touch it, correct?
they were their guns. He built and restored guns, so
Do you know why the property was being sold?
no,
Do you know if it was maybe the need for groceries and necessities?
no,
Do you know if there was any plan to aid anybody with those funds to escape detection of a crime?
no,
Did you ever witness a murder or any event occur at the house?
no.
Now, the event that you spoke about an incident that occurred at the house, a crime, a battery, were you there to witness that event?
No, sir.
Correct. Thank you.
Redirect. All right, thank you for testifying here today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Next witness.
At this time, the state of Florida rests.
Good morning, Kel. Hey, dearie. So the state is done. They rest.
All right, let's take the jurors out at this point. Have a comfort break.
I'm going to do a comfort break, and then I'd say they're going to go into closing arguments. Good morning, sweet Kel. How are you today? How are you today? Hey, Henny. Hey, Henny, says Kel.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. Are there any motions at this time?
Yes, Judge, we'd renew our motion for judgment of acquittal on same grounds
Good luck with that.
previously stated. We'd also make clear that these acts of violence that have been spoken of have been only offered for prejudicial value
Oh,
against
Kel.
the defendant. There's no probative value. There's no notice. It's not substantive evidence
sucks,
established to prove a prima facie case. It's purely circumstantial. The state supplied the court with case law. In that case law, there's a notation to a 5th DCA decision speaking about any relative probative value can be outweighed by the substantial prejudice that it presents. It should not have been presented to the jury. The digital data that the state relies on is not sufficient to establish causation. It does not establish the nature of the offense. It does not defeat a claim of self-defense. There's been reference to sale of guns. There's no distinguishing that this is non-marital funds, that Ms. Shaver had no right to sell this property, nor does it advance any claim to an accessory after the fact. We'd ask that the court grant a judgment of acquittal on these grounds and all other arguments previously mentioned before the court.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs. State's response.
That voice, Sadie says.
The
QB said survey says no.
Sufficient evidence to present to the jury.
No.
Motion's respectfully denied when viewed in a light most favorable to the state.
Respectfully
Evidence does
denied.
establish a prima facie case sufficient to support a conviction as to each count in the information.
That's funny.
Motion's respectfully denied.
Respectfully denied,
All right.
even.
And,
I would have said
anything further, Mr.
disrespectfully
Wiggs?
denied.
1 second.
Yes, sir.
I get that, Kel, but dude, you need a day off. Like a day off of both.
The defense has no rebuttal. Thank you, Judge.
I would
Thank
be
you, sir.
very
No rebuttal
bitter
from the
if I were
defense.
you today.
How long will the state take to print out the revised jury instructions?
I have a couple questions for clarification. They're done, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Some answers from Mr. Wiggs on a few things. The forcible felonies in the self-defense instruction, you wanted attempted murder and aggravated battery.
Correct.
In order to define what needs a little more specific, I'm assuming you want attempted second-degree murder and not attempted first.
Correct. Well,
Okay.
no, wait a second. I think we've declared, or my mindset is that there is an attempted first on her, by Michael against her. So the elements of attempted
Respectfully guilty.
Attempted first and aggravated battery.
first. Correct.
Okay. Do you want the
Oh,
definition?
well, a couple
or do you
hours. I
want
could
the
deal with a
elements?
couple hours, but
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
All right. And is there anything further? I will read the preliminary instructions to the jurors when they are called back in.
Rich, how long are you going to put that together?
We need probably about 15 minutes to
Well,
complete the attempt.
15-minute break, is that sufficient?
I think so.
Would you like additional time for yourself?
No, sir, I'm good.
15 minutes is good. Okay. I will plan on a 15-minute break. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. You wanted to-
15-minute break.
You wanted to take the close.
15-minute break. Sorry, I'm over here trying to multitask.
And again, there are no time constraints, but for timekeeping purposes, how much time would the parties like?
Usually shorter than the defense. I'll defer to Mr. Wiggs how long he thinks he needs.
I'll let the state advance first.
Your Honor, I will probably be around an hour. Worst case scenario, an hour and a half for both my initial and rebuttal. But usually not very long-winded.
All right. Well, sounds like combined it might be 3 hours.
I would say, I would, yes, at the most.
And again, please take as much time as you need. Right now it's 10:46. We'll plan on coming back around 11, and I'll read the initial instructions to the
Is
jurors
he
at
saying
that
he
time.
needs 3 hours
And we can
total
go into
for his
at
closing
that time.
and then
We can
rebuttal?
break for lunch after. Well, we'll see where
Darn.
we get, and then perhaps after the state's initial closing argument, we'll break for lunch, and then proceed with the defense and the state's second round after that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything further? We'll take a 15-minute break.
Bum, bum, ba, bum. Bum, bum, ba, bum. For all the closings and rebuttal. Oh, so not just his, but for his, the defense, and then his rebuttal. So all together, for both sides, 3 hours. That what we're saying? I do feel better, Henny. I absolutely do feel better. I'm glad. Can you tell? Yeah, I do feel better. Michelle says, poor daughter. Right. Poor daughter's going to have her sweet 16th, knowing her mom is in prison forever. So here's the thing. QB said something earlier. You guys, I think it was Donnie had mentioned, somebody had mentioned earlier about reasonable doubt. And I don't know. I feel like there's like, other than the body in her backyard, that's the only physical evidence they have. Everything else is circumstantial. And like the one lady, that Tammy Dale investigator on the stand the other day said, you know, if you just took this part, or if you just took this part, or just took this part individually, no, you can't say, oh, she's guilty of murder because of this. But when you package them all together in a nice, neat little package with a pretty little bow on top, then you're kind of like, whoa. And then someone else had said in the chat a couple days ago that they've seen a lot more people be convicted on a whole lot less, and all circumstantial. So I can't go, I don't know what the jury's going to do. I don't know. It could go so many different ways. I don't know what they're going to do. I hope, you know, that they give her the max, whatever the max is. I think she's charged with what, 2nd-degree murder? So, and conspiracy, or I don't remember, but anyway, it's a lot. 15-minute break. 15-minute break. All right, I need to go over. Hold on, let me go over here and look and see, because we're about 5 minutes behind. So let's bump it up. Now we're live. We are in real time. Yeah, everything's circumstantial. Yeah. He said 11. Okay, so that's like 4 minutes. No way, Mr. Wig. No way, Mr. Wig. No way, no how. No, ma'am. I need to put a poll in the chat. Let me do that real quick. Let me put a poll in the chat. It's going to take me a few minutes because I have to open up the whole thing here. Hold on, let me move my microphone. Oh. Let me go to my channel. Let me mute it. All right. Nice, you guys. We have 17 eyeballs in here. Or 17 sets of eyeballs. Well, now it says 15. And we have 17 thumbs ups. Nice job, you guys. Thank you. Wait, what? Morgana, what? Back from doing major tick removal from Mama. No. Did you have to take her in to have it removed, or did you take it off yourself? Oh, no. Was it stuck good? That's scary. Ugh, I hate ticks. They're the worst. They're the worst. Okay. Hey, Detective. I see Detective Whoa Buffett just popped in. Hey. Her name is Elizabeth. Detective Whoa Bucket. Hoo-ha. Yeah, tell Mama to stay out of them woods. Heck, I'm telling you what, all you have to do is walk down to the mailbox and back, and you'll have ticks. I ain't even kidding. They're bad. You don't have to go to the woods to get ticks around here. All right, let me get this page loaded up here with the live chat on the actual YouTube channel, because I don't typically keep the YouTube video of mine up Totally not a cop. Hey, he says YouTube gives me ticks. Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, let's start a poll. And I'm not going to give you the question because then you guys are going to start answering in the chat, and that's not what I want. I want you to answer in the poll. I'm going to be the boss of you today. It was a bunch of itty bitty ones, so not only had to remove ticks, but had to look at her naked body. A bunch of little bitty ones. My God, what was she doing? What was she doing? Yeah, Rogue is like ticks. My little Australian friend, Grace, she's like, they're not called check marks. They're called ticks. I'm like, no, I don't go tick, tick, tick. I go check, check, check. All right. Okay, hold on a second. Y'all chat amongst yourselves for a second while I do this poll because I can't multitask. And we'll be sitting here for 2 hours if I try to do both at the same time. So let me turn my camera off and mute myself and put some hold music on. Yeah, were they attached? Oof. Here, let me put some music on for you guys to, you know. There you go. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. There's a new poll in the chat. You guys make sure you go vote. Checkmate. What is that, says Sadie? What is what? What is what, Sadie? Poppy? Oh, it's my kiddo. Hold on. Turn my camera off for just a quick second. What are you hiding from me, little girl? Sadie says, what is that? What is what? What? I don't want to miss anything. What are we talking about? But hey, totally not a cop. Good to see you here. Ticks. Okay, Morgana says, I told her to stay on the drive when she was walking, and guess what? She didn't listen and was walking through the yard by the woods. Aha. Yes, they were attached. Ooh, what is this? Why is the words upside down? Upside down land says they are ticks. Upside down land. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Australia. Says they are ticks. Vectra for dogs. She hasn't had a flea or tick yet. Well, but totally not a cop. Morgana's talking about her mother. We can't put flea and tick meds on her mother. Oh, that's so funny. She is fine. She's fine, QB. Crikey. Credelio and Bravecta. We call the woods the bush. Her mama, maybe we can. I'm ordering some now. Mm-mm-mm. No, totally not a cop. He's like, oh my God. No, we're talking about our real mama. We're not calling her Kitty a mama. Mama. Hey, mama. Yeah, use Deepwood's off. You need to keep it by the back door and then make her spray herself down every time she gets ready to go out if she can't behave and do what her daughter tells her to do. That's her whole mama. Okay, I still need to know what Sadie was asking what was what a while ago. Because I'm confused. And I want to answer her question. Her whole mama, totally not a cop, is like, oh my God, I'm sitting over here telling this person in this chat to put a whole daggone flea collar and Brevecto or, but get it, make sure you get it between her shoulder blades. Run it down her back all the way to her tail. I'm sorry, oh, that's funny. Totally not cop. I love that. He's like, oh crap, he's talking about her whole mom, her human mom. Yeah, so she can't lick it. Oh God, I can't.
Made the appropriate changes to the jury instructions. I would ask that Mr. Wiggs double check especially the self-defense instructions, since there were a lot of changes made to that to be sure it's accurate.
Please let me know once you've checked the instructions, Mr. Wiggs. And prior to calling the jurors back in, I'd like to have a sidebar with the parties and with the deputy, if you would. Okay.
I'm still sitting over here tickled over the flea medicine.
Yes.
Judge, do you have a stapler? Big stapler? Okay. I'll find it.
Oh, sidebars have been a big thing today. Totally not a cop. In 53 minutes, I can have coffee with creamer. I'm down to the last little sup or two of black coffee. It's the final countdown. Da-da-dum-dum. Da-da-dum-dum-dum. Da-da-dum-dum. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. A schlup. What do you mean, detective? Did you do a boo-boo by suggesting a browser? I don't know what you mean. Oh, I see up here you say Brave browser peoples, no ads. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. If you're talking about what they're saying up in the top about the infomercials, those are she's talking about her mom does funny little infomercials for she did like a video review for a product once before, and it was super cute, and we thought it was funny, and so we call Morgana's mama the infomercial queen. Oh, Brave is the same as Chrome, just with inbuilt ad blocker. Oh, okay. I had no idea. I don't even know what I use like Safari on my phone, and then on the computer, it's usually Chrome or Safari. QB says, I did my nails and now I'm trying to make mini dividers with labels. Mistakes have been made. I can't peel the backing off. Oh, no. Oh, are they just now giving her a set of headphones to use for the sidebars? I've not seen her put a headphone on one single solitary time. The rain has started. I miss the rain down in Africa. Let me go look at my weather and see what it's doing here today. It's been cloudy, but we are supposed to have rain. It says rain is expected to start in the next 25 minutes. Bless the rains down in Africa. Rain all morning. Rain, rain, rain. All rise.
Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Laurie Lee Shaver, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of murder in the second degree with a firearm and accessory after the fact to second-degree murder. Introduction to homicide. Laurie Lee Shaver is accused of murder in the second degree in count 1. Murder in the second degree includes the lesser crime of manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Michael D. Shaver was killed by Laurie Lee Shaver, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was murder in the second degree or was manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. Number 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means, with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it was used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Laurie Lee Shaver may be found guilty of murder in the second degree or any lesser included crime. Murder, second degree, count 1. To prove this crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Michael D. Shaver is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of a Laurie Lee Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Michael D. Shaver by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. An issue in this case is whether Laurie Lee Shaver did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise
guilty
of judgment in an
the
ordinary
chocolate
reasonable
thing.
person, and B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death, and E, Laurie Lee Shaver was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before she committed the act that caused the death of Michael D. Shaver. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should find her guilty of second-degree murder. Possession of a...
You should not find her.
Yes, sir. I will read that again. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should find her not guilty of second-degree murder. Please make that correction. Thank you. Possession of a firearm and discharge causing great bodily harm or death. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she discharged a firearm and in doing so caused great bodily harm to or the death of Michael D. Shaver, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with discharge of a firearm causing great bodily harm or death. Great bodily harm means great is distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she discharged a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with discharge of a firearm. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she
Pilola,
actually
they're doing
possessed a
the
firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with actual
jury
possession of a firearm.
instructions before they
A
do
firearm
the
is legally defined as any
closings.
weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or the receiver of any such weapon, any firearm, muffler, or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. To actually possess a firearm means the defendant, A, carried a firearm on her person, or B, had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts, and considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included offense. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crime indicated in the definition of murder in the second degree is manslaughter. Manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, The state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Michael D. Shaver is dead. 2, Laurie Lee Shaver intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Michael D. Shaver. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. Aggravation of manslaughter by carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed manslaughter and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, you should find her guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. A firearm is defined as any weapon which is designed to, or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. If you find that Laurie Lee Shaver committed manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that she personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, then you should find her guilty only of manslaughter. Accessory after the fact to second-degree murder. To prove the crime of accessory after the fact to second-degree murder, the state must prove the following four elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, a murder in the second degree was committed by another. 2, after the murder in the second degree was committed, Laurie Lee Shaver maintained, assisted, aided, or attempted to aid that other person. 3, at the time Laurie Lee Shaver knew that other person had committed Laurie Lee Shaver knew that other person had committed the murder in the second degree. 4, Laurie Lee Shaver did so with the intent that other person avoid or escape detection, arrest, trial, or punishment. The elements of murder in the second degree have previously been given to you. It is not necessary for the state to prove that Laurie Lee Shaver's assistance was successful in allowing another person to avoid or escape detection, arrest, trial, or punishment, nor is it necessary for the state to prove that the other person was convicted. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence, like any other fact in a case. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser included crime indicated in the definition of accessory after the fact to second-degree murder is accessory after the fact to manslaughter. Accessory after the fact to manslaughter. To prove the crime of accessory after the fact to manslaughter, the state must prove the following four elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, a manslaughter was committed by another. 2, after the manslaughter was committed, Laurie Lee Shaver maintained, assisted, aided, or attempted to aid that other person. 3, at that time, Laurie Lee Shaver knew that the other person had committed the manslaughter. 4, Laurie Lee Shaver did so with the intent that the other person avoid or escape detection, arrest,
Detective,
trial,
that
or
made me
punishment.
cackle
The
so
elements of
big.
manslaughter
You
have
ain't
been
wrong.
previously given to you. It is not necessary for the state to prove that Laurie Lee Shaver's assistance
Anybody
was
got
successful
some bacon
in
and
allowing
some
another
maple
person to
syrup?
avoid or escape detection,
Some
arrest,
butter?
trial, or punishment. Nor is it necessary for the state to prove that the other person was convicted. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence, like any other fact in a case. Justifiable use of deadly force. It is a defense to the crime of murder in the second degree, including lesser included offenses, if the actions of Laurie Shaver constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Laurie Lee Shaver does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, or that Isabel Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force in the defense of Laurie Shaver. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. The law on justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force in Florida is as follows. Laurie Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, or
Waffle
Isabel
sounds
Shaver
really
was justified in
good.
using or threatening to use deadly force in defense of Laurie Shaver if she reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or the imminent commission of attempted first-degree murder or aggravated battery against herself or another. The elements of attempted first-degree murder are: 1. Michael D. Shaver did some act intended to cause the death of Laurie Shaver that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. 2. Michael D. Shaver acted with a premeditated design to kill Laurie Shaver. 3. The act would have resulted in the death of Laurie Shaver, except that someone prevented Michael Shaver from killing Laurie Shaver, or he failed to do so. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. A premeditated design to kill means that there was a conscious decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The elements of aggravated battery are: 1. Michael D. Shaver actually and intentionally touched or struck Laurie Shaver against her will or intentionally caused bodily harm to Laurie Shaver. 2. Michael D. Shaver, in committing the battery, intentionally caused great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to Laurie Shaver, or used a deadly weapon. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. I believe there's a typo there as well. Great bodily harm, and after great bodily harm, there is another one as well. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include bruises. If Laurie Shaver was not committing any crime other than alleged murder in the second degree, or any lesser included crimes for which the defendant is claiming self-defense or defense of others, and if she was in a place where she had the right to be, then the defendant had no duty to retreat before using or threatening to use deadly force, or before Isabel Shaver used or threatened to use deadly force. If Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver was in a dwelling in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use or threaten to use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or the imminent commission of attempted first-degree murder or aggravated battery against herself or another. The use of deadly force is justifiable if Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself while resisting any attempt to murder her or another, or commit an attempted first-degree murder or aggravated battery upon her or another, or to commit an attempted first-degree murder or aggravated battery upon or in any dwelling house in which she or another was present. In deciding whether Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver was justified in the use or threatened use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which she was surrounded.
Yeah, Detective Honey. Honey. You got people worried now, ma'am. I think if it's 4 days till you get paid, you're going to have to invite yourself to your friends or your family's house for dinner. Ma'am? Ma'am?
At the time the force or threat of force was used, the danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use or threatened use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant or Isabel Shaver actually believed the use or threatened use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use or threatened use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use or threatened use of deadly force was necessary. Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver is presumed to have held a reasonable fear of imminent peril of death or great bodily harm to herself or another when using or threatening to use defensive force that was intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm to another if A, the person against whom the defensive force was used or threatened to be used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling, residence.
Right, P. Lola.
Or occupied vehicle, or if that person had removed or was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling, residence, or occupied vehicle, and B, Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver knew or had reason to believe that an unlawful and forcible entry or unlawful and forcible act was occurring or had occurred. The presumption of reasonable fear of imminent death or great bodily harm does not apply if A, the person against whom the defensive force is used or threatened to be used, has the right to be in or is a lawful resident of the dwelling, such as an owner, lessee, or title holder, and there is not an injunction for protection from domestic violence or a written pretrial supervision order of no contact against that person, or B, the person or persons sought to be removed is a child or grandchild or is otherwise in the lawful custody or under the lawful guardianship of the person against whom the defensive force is used or threatened to be used, or C, the person who uses or threatens to use defensive force is engaged in a criminal activity or is using the dwelling to further a criminal activity, or a person who unlawfully and by force enters or attempts to enter another's dwelling, presumed to be doing so with the intent to commit an unlawful act involving force or violence. Dwelling means a building or conveyance of any kind, including any attached porch, whether the building or conveyance is temporarily or permanently or mobile or immobile, which has a roof over it, including a tent, and is designed to be occupied by people lodging therein at night. Residence means a dwelling in which a person resides, either temporarily or permanently, or is visiting as an invited guest. If you find that Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver, who because of threats or prior difficulties with Michael D. Shaver had reasonable grounds to believe that she or another was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Michael D. Shaver, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged murder in the second degree, Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver knew that Michael D. Shaver had committed an act of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Laurie Shaver or Isabel Shaver reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use or threatened to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense or defense of another, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Laurie Shaver, Isabel Shaver, and Michael D. Shaver. Defendant's failure to report a crime. The state has charged Laurie Shaver with the murder of Michael Shaver. Further, the state has charged Laurie Shaver with being an accessory after the fact. You must understand, no individual has any duty to report the commission of a crime simply because they observed a crime having been committed. All right, it's about 11:30 right now. I think at this time we'll take our lunch break. Parties have anything further? State? Yeah, come on up, please.
Oh, detective. Oof. Do they have like a Meals on Wheels program in your area? Because I know like Meals, I mean, I don't know if they do where you live, but I know that I need to turn my phone dings left and right and center. But if there's like a Meals on Wheels area, okay.
Instructions that I will read to you prior to breaking for lunch. Plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation and the information through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whether the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 7, has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty or false statement? 8, does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty or truthfulness? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that their testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give their opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe them to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or part of an expert's testimony. You have heard the testimony of a child. No witness is disqualified just because of age. There is no precise age that determines whether a witness may testify. The critical consideration is not the witness's age, but whether the witness understands the difference between what is true and what is not true, and understands the duty to tell the truth. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about their testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness.
That's okay, Detective. I just hate
Defendant
that.
statements.
It makes me sad.
A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to: 1, whether when the defendant made the statement she had been threatened in order to get her to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised her anything in order to get her to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. All right, and was that to the satisfaction of the parties?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And at this time, is there anything further before we break for lunch?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Thank you. All right, we're going to break for lunch at this time. Again, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other. I would ask the parties to return to the jury assembly room at 12:45. So that'll give you over an hour for lunch. Thank you.
Okay, so they're going to be back at 12:45. 12:45. Husband just got home. Let me run and check with him real quick, and I will be right back. QB, you available for a lunch break chat or nah? I'm going to go check with QB real quick and see if she's available for a chat. I'll be right back, guys.
All right, the jurors have exited the courtroom. Is there anything further before you break for lunch? We'll meet back at 1 o'clock.
Not at this time.
All right, then we'll begin closings at that time. Mr. Wiggs, anything further? All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Oh, yay. QB is going to join here in a second. Yay. So we can do some chit chat for the lunch break. Exciting. That's exciting. I'm going to run and grab some coffee, and I'll be right back. Shoot, I can't have the creamer for another 20 minutes, though. I'm going to go check. I just heard the husband come through the back door, so I'm going to go right back. You should be, yes, P. Lola. They finished their jury instructions here. So they're going to do closings, I guess, after lunch. And they're saying that they need 3 hours total. So I would say they'll get through their closings and then give the, stuffs. I'll be right back.
Can y'all hear me? Got an echo. Can y'all hear me?
Whew, I'm sorry, guys. I'm back. Husband came home. I went in there. He came through the house. I had to talk to him for a second. Then the big kiddo needed something. Little kiddo needed something. Dog made a mess. I had all of it all at once, just kind of poof. And I made a cup of coffee. I didn't pee. I got to pee, but okay. So, okay. I see. Oh, where are you at, ma'am? Do I need to add you? Why ain't you up here yet, QB? Where you at? I don't know which one to bring up. Oh, wait.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Yes, sorry. I hear you. Can you hear me? I could hear you a minute ago, but then you flip-flopped out. Uh,
Hi.
hi. Oh, I
Okay.
hear an echo.
Wait a minute. Just give me a second. Hold on.
I put the echo cancellation thing on.
How about now?
Now it's good.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay.
All right. Margaret says, don't tell her we can hear her.
Below, if you don't have PayPal, send your love and prayers. I have an
Yeah.
echo.
Well, probably because there's two of you up and both mics are on.
Okay, how about now? Nope.
What?
I think I'm
Yeah.
on the computer. Jenny is the professional. I am not. Okay, let me try something. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Jenny.
I swear to God, I'm talking to you, ma'am. Lord have mercy. This youngin'. She's wearing me out.
La 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 la. Can you
Mhm.
hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? How about now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, let me try something else.
Oh my God. Ma'am, can you guys hear me in the chat? Can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Okay,
you
how
hear?
about now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
For the love of all that is holy.
Oh my Jesus.
Okay, I am not a professional.
No.
I am not a professional. I figured it out. I was trying. Okay, what had happened is that you were gone and everybody was talking in the chat and there was nobody here. So I was trying to add myself,
Yeah.
but then I did it twice and then there was a whole thing. And
Can,
Margaret, don't mess with me.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
No.
Ma'am. I'll sock you in your eye holes.
Can anybody in the chat now totally not a cop says he can't hear. Michelle says they all left. Quit, don't pull on that, baby.
I quit.
Oh my God. And now they're pulling our leg. Morgana's saying hello and Margaret's saying, is somebody talking to us? Boo hoo.
We're about to cut the stream. y'all best say something.
Y'all act right or you're going to get the chancla.
That's right. Chunklets flying through the air.
Don't make me take my flip-flop off.
I got one on my foot right now.
Man, me too. Don't make me. I can reach you right from back here. I can get you right in the back seat.
That's right. I used to have, you know what? I still have it. in my truck. I had one of them 5-gallon paint stirrers. Because one of my children tried to say I couldn't reach them.
Oh, yeah?
When they were little.
Yeah. You're like, want to
Another
bet?
time, look, and I don't beat my children, okay? I never beat it. I never beated my children. I spanked them as needed, which wasn't very often because you know what? If you follow through with what you say, what? They're not. Can they not hear us?
I think that they're lying.
I don't know because I couldn't hear it through my. Wait a minute, y'all.
Now, why are there two of you?
Because I'm missing trying to see if they hear me. Let me turn my TV on. Hold on a second. Let me.
Oh my God, I got the coughing stuff going on now.
Let me unmute my TV and see if I.
Margaret says Jenny and QB were great hosts. It was nice when they talked to us.
You know what? I can't hear it on my TV.
Well, you know what? Here's what we need to do. Now that nobody can hear us, now is when we need to talk all the tea about all these folks in this chat. Because you know what? They ain't none of them worth a nickel. None of them worth
not
a
even
plug.
a penny.
Not even a plug nickel. A wooden nickel. None of them are worth nothing.
I don't know, Jenny. I can't hear it through the TV. For real.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Like I hear nothing. I've got it turned all the way up.
You're lying to me right now.
I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you that it's not broadcasting.
Wait a minute. Let me go look.
Let me fast forward and make sure.
Oh, Rogue just said
it is.
Not worth a nickel. Whew. Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Okay, yep, it's working.
Jesus.
Y'all about to get knocked out. All in the eye holes.
I'll tell you what.
Rogue,
Let me go
you
find my
win.
flip flop. Let me go find my flip flop.
Rogue, do you have a membership? Let me. Rogue is the token Prom Cafe member now. Y'all rude.
Y'all bunch of honyaks. You know that?
Only not a cop said only non-members can hear. Oh my
You know
God.
what they say that helps with that kind of deafness is if you put animal flea medicine on human mamas.
Yeah. T-Nac was like, oh, I thought it was a dog.
He said, I thought that's what they affectionately call their cat was mama.
Mama.
Hey, mama. Whoa, mama.
Oh my gosh. Am I scratchy sounding?
Mm-mm.
Are you sure? Sounds scratchy to me.
Mm-mm. No. I tell you what, though, you make them come out of the bushes when you tell them they ain't worth a nickel, huh?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Rogue's got our back, man. Look, listen, whose idea was it for me to get all organized and make all these daggone mini dividers?
I don't know. Especially when you got brand new nails. Heifers.
Ma'am.
Oh, y'all, even the men are a bunch of heifers.
Heifers.
Rogue said that was harsh.
Did I?
Talk about yanking a chain. Good God. You guys was like, everybody was like,
and you know what?
Who
I
were they
got
going?
in on it. I got in on it, not on purpose.
When you said that about it not coming across, I was like, oh my God.
Bro, I was on my TV, but I was behind. So it was when nobody was talking, and I was like, well, what happened? Where is everybody? Anyway.
Margaret says, I can't believe I just got called a honyak. And,
a who?
A honyak.
Oh. Did I ever tell you the heifer story?
Which one?
The Spanish one?
No.
Okay, so
a Spanish story of a heifer.
Hold on.
5-cent coins. That's a nickel.
Okay, listen. So heifer jefe in Spanish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is boss.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, heifer is the female
boss.
Right. So they called me heifer, and I was like, what the hell did you just call me? Now I knew what it was, but I was like, what the hell did you just call me? Oh, I just cursed twice. Oh my gosh. And sorry. And it's been a curse month. And they were like, what? And so I explained to them that heifer is a cow, okay? But heifer is what we normally say because we don't speak, all the letters. And so I was like, you just called me a cow. And so all the guys, because they're very respectful, were like, oh, no, we didn't. We're so sorry. And I was like, look, listen, I'm going to need you to calm down. I know you didn't call me a cow, but that's pretty funny. So we decided that going forward, I would be Patrona.
Patrona?
Yeah, because Patron is
a fancy liquor.
Yeah, it is a fancy liquor, but it's also boss.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, or Reina, which is queen. I go by that too. So
I like Reina.
Yeah, I go by Reina. That's my alter ego, along with QB. But anyways, that's my funny story. I can tell you another one. You want another one? There you go.
Of course.
So, hombre in Spanish is man, right?
Okay.
Hombre. Okay, so hombre, HOMBRE, is man. Okay. Hambre, HAMBRE, because I like to confuse things, is hunger. Okay. Well, in Spanish, you don't say I'm hungry. You say I have hunger. Okay, you have things. So it's tengo hambre. Yo tengo hambre. Yo tengo mucho hambre. That means I'm very hungry. Except for I was being slick and being fast trying to talk Spanish like I'm native. And I said, yo tengo mucho hombre. And all the guys were like, what? Because I
Uh-oh.
said, I have a lot of men.
You a hussy.
And they said, heifer. Look,
You a hussing heifer.
look,
You a
heifer.
hussing heifer.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's I have a lot of those. I'm fun.
You are fun. You are mucho, big old mucho fun.
Mucho grande. Anyways,
Yeah.
so that is my my
Detective, my husband literally just said that to the girls at work the other day. He said something and he said, no habla español. And they looked. He's saying he doesn't speak Spanish while speaking Spanish.
right.
Funny.
Exactly. Exactly. I just messed up. Look, you made me mess up one of my cute little dividers. I got these cute little dividers.
Oh, you
They're-
guys, it's 12:02 and I've had creamer in my coffee for about 10 minutes now.
Uh-oh, you cheated.
Don't tell nobody.
Look, not me trying to cancel my nutrition appointment on Monday.
You don't need a nutritionist.
I don't. I ate a whole box of White Castle last night. I know what I'm doing.
So we got the jalapeno cheddar
I
one.
almost ordered those by accident, and I'm like, let me just get the cheeseburger ones. And I got the little box, and I was like, I'm a family of 4. I'm fixing to eat this whole box. They were good too. They were real good. I don't know if I cooked them just right, because I cooked all of them at once instead of like. So I tried to follow the instructions, but the instructions was like for a normal serving size, and I ate the family of 4 serving size.
Mm-hmm.
So they were a little off. I'm wondering if I could cook them in my air fryer.
Oh, you know what? That would make it. They would be good.
They're
I
not
would
supposed
be
to be
worried that the
crispy.
top bun might get a little too crunchy, though.
Yeah,
You
see,
might want to put that
Castle
in with just a few seconds to go.
White Castles aren't supposed to be crunchy. They're supposed to be like steamed.
Soft and steamy.
Yeah.
Yeah, soft and gushy.
So now the box is gone. Now I want another one.
So here is the southern, like QB said it all Spanish speaking sounding. And when I say it, it's like tango, mucho, hombre, y mucho cansada.
Okay. So you're very tired.
Oh, I don't
Hungry
know
and
what
tired.
I am.
You just said, so you said you're tired and hungry.
I thought I wanted, I thought cansada sounds like a Mexican food.
Cansada is tired.
Oh.
Which, I mean, that tracks. So, okay, another funny story. This is like the comedic portion of the Crime Cafe while we wait for them to do closing statements. So my best friend's brother, who was like a brother to me, he has long since left this earth, and we miss him dearly. But anyways, he was very Southern, so Southern. And so sometimes we would use the translator because most of our guys didn't speak English. And so he would try to use the translator because he did not habla de español. And the translator was like, sir, I'm going to need you to speak a language. Because he was so Southern. Like the translator was like, I don't know what you're saying. Could you try that again? And he would do it again, and she'd be like, is that English? She couldn't translate him, and he was just like, he'd throw the phone at me. I was like, oh, okay. I don't know why you're throwing it at me. I hablo. I habla. So throw it at me.
I'll tell you guys what, air fryers are the bomb. We use ours pretty much every day.
Your what?
Air fryers.
Oh, I use that thing every day. Do you know that? Okay. I got the the bougie one with the grill in it because I live in an apartment and we're not allowed to have a grill.
Mm-hmm.
And and my son keeps pointing out that there is a grill down at the pool and there's little side grills like in between some of the buildings and stuff. I am not walking to go cook my food. Okay. No, we're not doing that. So I bought the one with the grill. So it's kind of bougie. Do you know that I cannot tell you the last time I turned my oven on.
Oh
I
yeah.
use that thing for everything.
Yeah, we do too. I mean, we
Everything.
hardly ever. The only time we really use our oven is if I'm baking like a cake, or if I'm making like a meatloaf, something that's big that has to go in an
I put
oven.
a whole roast in there, ma'am. I cooked a whole roast in like 45 minutes, a big one, like a butt, a whole one in like 45 minutes. And it was perfect because it's bougie. Mine's got the little thermometer thingy that you stick in the meat and then you go, hey, I want it to be this many degrees. And then it cooks it till it's that many degrees.
Mm-hmm.
I love it so much.
I think we're gonna have to try the Ninja, the grill one that Morgana.
That's
Is that
the one
what
I
you got
have.
too?
That's what Morgana's
Yeah.
have. You got that XL, that Ninja XL, girl. It's got different plates. You take the grill plate out, and you put the air fryer basket in there, or then it's just got the big like casserole dish. I cook everything in there. Everything.
Ours is like
You got the
the one.
basket.
No, ours isn't a basket. It's like a convection oven kind of. It's got the door that comes down like an oven, and then the little trays that you
Oh
pull
yeah,
out.
yeah.
It's
That's
not
what
like
my
a
best friend
fryer
has.
basket, like at a deep fryer basket. We don't have. Well, we
Is
do
it a
have one of
Ninja?
those. We've just never used it. Huh?
Is it a Ninja, the one that you have?
Yeah, it's made by Instapot.
Oh, okay, okay. I
It's
have one of those
nice.
too.
We love it.
That one my best friend has. It's like that. It's like a toaster oven, and
Mhm.
it's by Ninja, but it flips up. So like you can push it up against the wall and it don't take up no space.
Oh wow. Okay.
Now I'm not gonna lie to you, that Ninja XL, it is an XL and it takes up space. But I got a whole counter dedicated to it. I only got 2 counters in this whole place, but one counter holds the daggone Ninja. The other
Mhm.
counter holds the coffee. Actually, that's a whole lot. Okay, I've got 4 counter spaces, but they're like
Little.
2 feet.
Yeah.
They're little bitty. Do you know? Okay, do you know that I have a 2 bedroom apartment? Okay,
Mhm.
my best friend's fiance, when he had his apartment, he was with the same company, just different property. And I went to his house. He had a 1 bedroom. His kitchen was the same size as my kitchen. Make it make sense.
Yeah, that don't make sense. I think you got
Make
ripped off.
I got ripped off. I got no cabinets. I got a whole bookcase I'm telling y'all all my stuff. I got a whole bookcase in my laundry room for dry goods.
Well, hey, there's nothing wrong with that, you know?
That's for the kids. That's their dry goods. I got one cabinet for me that's got dry goods. It's terrible. It's awful. There is no space. There is no space. Anyway.
My utility room or my laundry room is very small, okay? But it has a full shower and tub in it. It has
Oh,
a
spins.
toilet, it has a washer, dryer, water heater, and a sink, all squished in. Like it's all squished into one room,
My
right?
water heater's in my laundry room. Guess what? It's up on a lid. They built a shelf. It's a smaller one. I mean, that's one thing I'll tell you. We ain't never out of hot water in this house.
Yeah,
Like
we have a big
unless
water
like
heater.
unless somebody's like doing hot laundry and both people are taking a shower, we're pretty good
Yeah.
here.
The thing is I just don't have room in there for like you don't have room to turn around in it, right? So, um like trying to do laundry in there, like folding towels or folding clothes,
Yeah,
I'm
there ain't
literally
no.
bumping elbows with my water heater, and the other elbow was bumping like
Yeah, it's
something else.
hard.
I hate
Especially
it.
especially when you share with 2 people who like to like fold their laundry and leave it on top of the dryer, and I'm like,
So I have finally come to the conclusion. I don't know, about a year ago, I was watching this channel Hardcore. I haven't watched it in a while, but I love it. And it's hold on, you know me in words. Minimalist. She's a minimalist.
Oh, yeah.
And she's got a big family. I think she's got 2 or 3 kids and a husband and animals. And, she runs a full-time business out of her house. I mean, they have a small house and they have a very pretty, cute, update. I mean, like when you think of minimalist, you think of people who like wipe their butt with dried grass from the yard. It's not like that, right? I mean, she's got all
No,
the
you
things.
think of that. I don't think of that, but go ahead.
Well, but that's what that's what minimalists were. Like minimalists lived on minimal.
Mhm.
And so, but Margaret's like, what? But
You know Cliff was going to come into this.
this woman talks about how everything that comes into your house, whether you realize it or not, you have to manage that item at some point. Even if
Yep.
it's a bubblegum wrapper that's in the corner of the floor behind your bed,
Yep.
or I don't know. At some point, you're going to have to manage that piece of paper, bubblegum wrapper.
Yep.
And so, like, she's very hardcore. They have, a select amount of toys for the kids, very minimal clothing, like
And
literally.
anytime you bring something into the house, something has to go out of the
Yeah.
house. Yep.
Yeah. And they go through like once a month maybe and get rid of new clothes. As they bring new clothes in, they get rid of old clothes, that kind of
Yep.
thing. But it's like you open my closet and I came, like my husband, he has so many t-shirts. Like he's a
That's me.
t-shirt collector. He has so many. And with her, she's like, the husband has like 10 tops. I have 10 tops.
Right.
He has 7 pairs of jeans. I have 7 pairs of jeans. The kids each have so many outfits plus 2 nice outfits for church and funerals or weddings. I mean, very, very.
Yeah, I try that and then it goes awry. Also,
I
can we
tried
go
it
back?
too, and I did really good until now. My house is. It's like
I
stuff
want
in
to
your
show.
house
Oh,
they act like rabbits.
I know. Let's
They
go
just.
back to Spence and me being an enabler.
Oh, okay.
No,
Well,
I'm
you
just
don't want to
kidding.
talk about the minimal lifestyle? Is that making you feel some kind of way?
I would love to be a minimalist,
She's like, nah, I got too much stuff, and you ain't talking me out of my stuff.
and I feel like I have issues with my stuff. This is why I can't pack
So
properly.
we touched on a very
No, I mean, I can talk about it. It's just, I recognize it. I have a problem. Like my best friend, okay, my best friend, she's like, you want to go camping? I'm like, yeah, when? She goes, now. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
I
And
need time
she'll
for that.
pack a backpack for like 4 days.
Mm.
No.
Right spins, I love it too.
So, what is fascinating? I already wear the same. See, okay, that's the thing. I have all these t-shirts because I love t-shirts and I love funny t-shirts and I love all the things. I like to express my personality through t-shirts, and yet I still wear like 4 or 5 of the same of them.
And see that chick, she says, I need to share you guys her. I think it's called The Minimalist Mom or something like that on YouTube. Look her up. She's cute as a button too.
I think I've seen her.
But she's like, if you like, you're not like, okay, the normal person, they wear the same things every single day, right?
Right.
And then if they have to leave the house to work and I don't mean leave the house to work. I mean, if they have work uniforms they have to wear,
right,
that's different. Yeah, you need those because you
I
have
have that
to
in a
wear
separate
them.
place. Yeah, I have those I have my scrubs in a separate place.
But yeah, you keep those. And then as far as your work, anything you pick up to put on should be a perfect option. You should be like, yes, I can pick this up and wear it right now. If you pick up 5 different things and you're like, I don't want to wear that today. Man, I don't want to wear that today. Then you probably shouldn't even have them.
Have you ever done the the hanger around thing?
I'm not
Do you know what I'm talking
disciplined
about?
enough for that. I do know,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah. So I've done it, and then I get mad because I'm like, okay, so you proved that I don't wear everything. I'm still not getting rid of my t-shirts. I love my t-shirts, but I have been recycling some of my t-shirts because M likes them to sleep in,
Hmm.
and so I have been taking some over to her to let her sleep in.
Yeah.
Um, so because I'm like, and I just bring them over to her. I'm like, look, I am filtering. Dang it, I did it again. I did it the wrong way. And frack. Um, um,
Don't
don't
be
laugh at
calling
me.
me out, Gail. Shh.
Shh.
Oh, it's
All
like
I
Marie
wear.
Kondo. Does it bring you joy?
Okay, look, listen. All of it brings me joy. I messed up my daggone thing, y'all.
Here's the thing for me though, the Marie Kondo, I tried it. The whole like rolling your shirts and putting
Whatever,
it in a
dude.
little and
Whatever,
then
dude.
like doing it a certain kind of way so that when it's standing up in your drawers, you can see what's what. I would rather
That
be beat
lasted
about the
about
face
5
and the
seconds.
neck than that.
Why
Can't
did
do
I
it.
just? I almost just. Wait a minute. I almost just blocked. No, totally not a cut. Sorry, sir, ma'am, sir.
Functional clothing. Yeah, that's my husband. He's the same way. But his t-shirt collection is out of control. And I
Same,
talked to him about it and
same,
he gets super offended if I
same.
mention getting rid of some. Oh my god, it's like they're all his firstborn child or something.
Yes, we don't do that. That's ridiculous. What do you even mean, get rid of the t-shirts? No. Uh-uh. No, ma'am.
I love me some t-shirts too. And I wear the same ones over and over and over. I mean, here I am in my one
Diamond
of my
painting.
favorites. I wear this all the time.
Yeah. I messed up all these daggone. Y'all gotta stop. Stop talking to me. I'm just
I
kidding.
mean, I'm gonna wear holes in it soon because I wash it nonstop. It's always getting thrown into the washing machine.
I love it. And they're comfortable.
T-shirts do have nostalgia, I know. But his collection of t-shirts is usually like I'm not going to say because it could be a hot topic related, but he has a large collection of shirts. Probably similar to the ones you've got, totally not a
He
cop.
got some political ones.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, he's also a hunter and a outdoors
I need
enthusiast.
some deer
So
meat. Can you get me some deer meat?
we have some actually.
We went to the fancy gourmet meat place the other day. Did I tell y'all about that?
Sherry, stop it.
What did Sherry
Stop
say?
it. I'll
Look, listen. This is why I'm not married. I do what I want. I don't have to ask nobody. Did that thing print? It did.
I mean, you ain't wrong, Sherry.
Hey, I have questions for the diamond painters. I know we have new drill. Is there 6,000s now? And is it all 6,000s or just 6,000?
Oh, is there a new DMC line
I
that popped
think
out?
I think there I'm just doing these for right now.
Rogue is like the single life.
Yeah, bro. Look, I'm fine with it. I am fine with it. I don't have to ask nobody. I don't have to tell nobody. I mean, right now it's kind of a little different, but um,
Mm,
for the most part, I don't have to ask nobody. I don't have to tell nobody. I just do what I want.
yeah. She does what she
Yeah.
wants.
I does what I want, and I'm messing up my freaking
Oh,
fracking things.
husband stopped and got me some mom juice today before he came home from work.
Yay! Is it just a DAC thing? Because DAC can't be making up no daggone DMC numbers. DMC's been around for
I was gonna
4,700 years.
I was gonna say I think it's a DAC thing.
That's pretty. Let me not get my account shut down.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying that's not a ballsy considering.
Considering they ain't DMC?
They ain't DMC. DMC been around for 150 years. For reals.
Yeah,
I'm not
they have.
making that up.
I would like to know, did DMC give all these people like license to use their numbers? Michelle's like, what are you talking about? Okay, hold on, QB. Let me talk about this. Okay. So, Michelle, diamond painting. Have you ever heard of it? It's like paint by number, but with little bitty beads that you put on a sticky canvas.
Oh, Margaret coming in hot.
So, it's a craft that me and a lot of people in the chat do. Okay.
Do you know what cross stitching is?
Yeah. Kind of the same thing, just with little plastic
With little
beads.
plastic beads that they call drills, and I have no idea why.
Yeah. But they go by the number, DMC numbers, like you do with thread. You know how, yeah, she said thread. So, you know, with thread, how you have all these different shades and they all have a number.
Like 310
So,
is black. It's black in the thread, it's black in the diamond painting, it's black everywhere.
yeah, with the diamonds, with the plastic beads that we use with all these different diamond painting companies that we buy from, they all use the same DMC numbers for their different shades of bead colors. That's what we're talking about. And DAC, we say, because we said DMC and DMC is the thread colors, but DAC is a short for Diamond Art Club, which is a company that a lot of us buy from, but most of us are
Oh, wait,
shying
who's
away
that
from.
saying? I'm totally not a cop. I like you. Building fly, but making flies is so cool.
That is. It's
so cool. Like
Mhm.
I made one time, and I don't know what kind of fish I was trying to catch, but it was huge. Yes, 939, very dark navy blue. You are correct.
Yep.
It's almost black. It's like, yeah, you can diamond paint. Michelle, you should look into it. Also, I'm not trying to dox anybody, but I need
Stop.
to know.
Stop.
What?
Stop.
Dang it. I questioned. I
uh-uh.
questioned.
No.
Questions where people
Stop.
are. Yes.
Stop right now. Stop right now. Stop it.
But Michelle's thing says Michelle and NC.
I don't. Yeah, but it's not just her. Okay.
Bro. Thanks for having me up here. I'm fun today.
I'm trying
so
to keep QB from saying things she knows she ain't supposed to talk about.
Na 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 na. La 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 la.
Michelle's very confused. It's okay.
La, la, la. Oh, you know what? Michelle, I don't know if Jenny told you or not, but Michelle, I saw your dogs that you sent me, and I love them so much. They're so cute. I sent them to Jenny. I sent Jenny the dogs. I said, look, these are Michelle's dogs. They're so cute. I love it. I sound like I have a hangover.
Laura, oh, Rogue says we're fun to listen to. He's cute.
Yay. Because we're on crack.
So
this is what stressed to the max
far.
sounds like.
Laura wants to know what's happened so far. So far, we've had a few rebuttal witnesses today. And then that's basically it. They read the jury instructions. And then when they come back from lunch here in I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, 20 or 30 minutes, when they come back, we will be they will be starting closing arguments. Yay! They say that's supposed to last about 3 hours though.
Wait a minute. What are we roping QB into? Oh, Spence. Stop it.
Right, Spence.
Yeah, so, and the closing statements are supposed to be 3 hours. An hour for the prosecution, an hour and a half for the defense, which I'm going to put $1 in the wall and say that's a whole lot. And then a half an hour for the rebuttal. Mm-hmm. And your mini Aussie, OMG.
Pretty
OMG.
puppies. Pretty
Oh
puppies.
my, the mini Aussie is just, they can be psycho. I love an Aussie puppy, but
They
yo,
have those bright blue
they
piercing
need,
eyes.
look, but they need, they're high maintenance. They
Um,
need, oh, here, let me show, can you show them, Jenny? Do you have, oh Lord, I have to go back to 4,700, but, text messages.
I
Stand
could
by.
probably show them from my phone.
Wait a minute. Let me see. There they are. Well, there's one of them. Where's the other one? Why
Can
do
you
I only
show
see
them?
one of them? Well, no, because I can't share my screen because I'm not on my computer. I'm on my. Could you sending me the
Oh.
vape? That was rude. Dark vapor I caught on camera. I see one of them. Where's the other one? Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. Why did my dome light just act like I talked to her?
Rogue says, I can never stand to listen to the defense's closing argument. Just going to skip whatever James Owens says in the Sarah Boone trial. Ugh, God, that's going to be crazy pants.
Did you see that judge is not the judge anymore?
Yeah.
I'm so sad.
So they're moving it. I'm not, to be honest.
I know
feel
Switzerland.
like,
You don't like Switzerland.
yeah, I don't care for. He's a nice guy. That's the problem. He's too nice of a
Yeah.
guy. I think he
Okay.
just don't know how to run his courtroom.
No, he does. He's just kind about it. I just sent you the pictures. Why do I have 11 text messages?
I don't know. That would probably be Spins, not me.
No, it's text. Spins and I don't text. It's the daggone
Oh.
nutritionist.
Oh, so cute. See, now they're acting like Cola Guard. They need to mind their own business.
I'm going to call them back. So I called them this morning for all seriousness. I called them this morning and I'm like, look, I got a lot. I got a lot going on. Okay,
Let me make me big. Hold on.
Make you big.
Yeah.
Okay, you want me to send them a Discord?
This is Michelle's doggy. Michelle and NC's dog. Look.
No, Kranich is Rogue on
How
Sarah
cute
Boone.
is that?
Look, I love him.
And then there's another one. Hold on. Oh,
Luna babies. Thanks,
so
Michelle,
cute.
for sending those. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I love pups. Puppies. His name is Jake. Yes, Cola Guard. They need to mind their own business.
Look, you ain't wrong, Sherry. The freaking nutrition. So I call them nutritionists. I'm like, look, listen, I got a lot going on right now, and wait a minute. Oh, witchy Stitcher. Ooh.
Not in real life, totally. Well, I mean, we met through another community.
And we talk like every day
the craft
incessantly.
Community. And then we sort of, she's like, oh, I love crime. I love blood and all the crimey things. And I'm like, me too.
Cal, I've got FOMO.
So she came over here and we've been, hanging out ever since. Can't get rid of her.
Actually, what happened is that I was over here already. I was over here when she first started the channel. I was just quiet, go figure. And but I placed an order somewhere that I can't mention that I'm about to get in trouble for. But anyway, so then I messaged her and I was like, hey, dork. And she was like,
you didn't call me dork.
No,
you
I
said
I
you
was
were
a
dork.
I said I was a dork. And she was like, I'm a dork too. And I was like, yay, dorks unite. And then that was it.
Yeah.
I was quiet. Spins. I was quiet. I was over here lurking.
Kel and I have met in person. We have hugged each other in person. We have kissed each other, but not like that in person.
Did you lick her face?
I probably did lick her face. I'm sure I did. I mean, I know I kissed her whole face off. What?
Did you see that thing?
My airplane. That's so cute. Go fly it. Go throw it in the air and fly it. Shmay, little paper airplane.
You sure she's okay?
Yeah, why? I told everybody you missed it. They sent a stupid note to the next district over, the same school county we live in, but a different district. Honey, they sent a stupid thing to all the parents saying that there was a threat. And I'm like, no, not today. There won't be. Not my kid ain't going.
Not my
Nope.
Jolie. No, ma'am.
Nope. Mm-mm. So
you kept her
they
home?
said it was would you get your big face out of here? They said that there was it was like investigated, taken care of. There was no super. Where did she go? There was no actual threat. I see that. That's cool, baby. And but they, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not sending her. They felt like it was something that was circling social media since the school pew pew in Georgia. And QB honey, there's two of you in the background, and I don't know which one's which one to bring up.
Is that the right one?
Yes. Nope. Yes, it is. I hear you.
Yeah, that's on my. I know.
This is
but
better.
that's why she's home today. Michelle, I don't really want to say.
Yeah, we don't say where we are. That's why I was about to get in trouble.
I appreciate you asking though, but yeah, I keep it undoxy over here.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we both went,
yeah. So, I'm going to say that I'm so glad that my children are out of school. I don't mean that in a bad way.
Morgana
just texted me.
Me too.
Bro. Oh, Michelle don't care. Michelle's like, bump all y'all. I'll tell you exactly where I am.
Yeah. I'm not that. I ain't doing it.
Yeah, because Morgana, because you afraid of the fungolitis.
Mm-hmm. I met Steph though, or not Steph, Kel. Why did I say Steph?
I don't know.
I've never met Steph in person.
Jill said I have pew-pews.
Kel and I have met more than once. We've met a few times.
This thing will not let me edit.
A couple of times, 2 or 3 times anyway. Right, Kel? It's been 2 or 3. Was it 2 or 3? I can't remember now. It's 2 or 3 times that we've met. And we met at a crafting retreat.
I'm jealous. I have the FOMO.
You should be. Kel is awesome.
Did you see the thing I sent you back in Instagram when I sent that thing about hugging and stuff? And then I said, don't lick my face.
No.
Oh, I said, don't lick my face. You're going to lick my face if I ever meet her. I'm scared, y'all.
I can't help it. If I meet my buddies in person, I do.
Is that T-Neck? So y'all live close.
Who?
T-Neck and, well, not really. Oh, his sister. Okay, his sister's in Mebane. Okay. So T-Neck's on the near the base.
Twice, said Kel. Okay. Sapphires, I want to meet you too.
Ma'am. Squeaker says hello. No, not you, ma'am. Squeaker, ma'am.
Oh. Morgana, I did not like your text. No.
Me either.
Morgana sends a text and says, "This is Cologuard. We need your sample now, or we will send the poop police to retrieve your sample. Thank you and happy pooping."
I got one from them yesterday. Your doctor is waiting. You know what? I don't know what my problem is with that thing. It's not hard. It's just ew.
I don't like the thought of somebody telling me I have to poop in a box. And the more
they text me, the more I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
Like I'm like done with them.
Michelle, no. Morgana sent it pretending to be Cologuard. The poop box again. Yes, Rogue. It is still sitting in my dining room. I have not opened it, nor have I pooped in the box.
Mine is in my bedroom. It's getting closer, but I'm just,
I'll tell you what, it sat outside for a few days, long enough to change the color of the shipping label.
Oh my God, these Cologuard people are like. So the nutritionist is now like Cologuard, okay? And they're like, urgent, you need to fill out this paperwork. And I'm like, y'all are stressing me out. So I called them. I'm like, hey, listen, I got life going on and it's a lot. And I can't with this right now. And they're like, we can't reschedule you until November. What? Fine.
I'm
I
gonna
will
shut this door
come.
real quick. I'll be right back.
Like, I will come. Scary. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. Michelle did. She's in billing now. And I'm not gonna say nothing about who it is, but somebody else in the chat is looking at going to work for them, but not in the poo processing for it. I know. Here's the thing, Kel. I should just go ahead and say, I should just go ahead and do the colonoscopy because I already know they're going to tell me I have to have a colonoscopy. I already had to have one. So I'm like, why are we doing this Cologuard thing? This is ridiculous.
So wait
Why
a
do I have to
minute.
poop in the box?
I did not say that, Sherry. I said shipping. But good call. Good catch. Also,
That was funny.
somebody said they feel sorry for who was it that said that?
I think it was T-Nac.
Totally not a cop. So can you imagine working for their company as the person who has to open those boxes? Do you know what I should do? I should order one of those things that when you open the box, confetti pops out all over the place.
Oh, yes. Can we do that?
That's what I think I'll do.
Can we do that?
I'll do this.
know. Okay, look,
I'll
listen.
do this right here. I'll do this right here.
Well, it's just, if you knew half of what is going on in my life right now, it is not Morgana. It's so easy compared to what it used to be. And I know, look, Spin's gonna come out of the woodwork and be like, I just did it and it's not easy. It's easier. Look, it's easier than it used to be. It's so much easier than it used to be.
Contaminating their lab with glitter.
Bro, right? Could you imagine it be on the news and be like, we had a glitter bomb go off in the Cologuard lab, and now everything, all the poo has to be redone.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
Whoopsies. You should have left me alone. Should have left.
Well, how do they know that they're not going to open up explosive poops? I mean, how do they know that the poop that they're opening is not an explosive poop? I'm just saying.
Sherry, I'm okay. I am okay. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm going through it. Like one more thing and I'm done. Like I'm done. I'm out.
No, you're not going to say that.
I don't mean it like, oh, no,
I
I don't mean it. No. I will never. Look, when I say something like that, that never means unalive. Okay.
No, I didn't even mean that. I didn't even mean that. I meant don't say that because when you put that out into the universe, that's when God's like, that's when God's like, oh, well, let's see how strong
no,
you
God
are.
and I are good. God and I are good.
Good.
And we've had a conversation and I understand that he's trying to teach me a lesson and I'm over here just doing my daggone best to learn it.
Now quit you're getting ready to break down and cry. Now stop it.
I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. I'm fighting with this sticker right now. I might cry. I can't get the back off. I'm almost done.
You know, there's this little story and I'm going to try to make it short.
Am I going to cry?
Maybe. This was super sweet. And I would find it and read it, but I don't want to because I don't want to read it because it was really long. But I saw somebody that I know personally posted this on, I can't remember if it was on Instagram or where, but it was this thing that said that something like they were in a Dollar General. Not a Dollar General, a Dollar Tree.
I sent that to you. Or I said put it on my I can read it. It's on my Facebook. Morgana Banana sent it. She started it.
Was it the glow sticks?
Yeah, the breaking. You want me to read it?
Oh my God, that was so
It was so
good.
good. I'll read it. That was Morgana, and then I put it on my Facebook. Hold on. Stand by, because everybody should hear this.
It was so good. Now, I'm going to just tell you right now,
La 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 la.
I know, that everybody, we're talking to people that's across the states and across the world from us. We got people in here that live next door to me pretty much, and then other people that live all the way over in Australia. So I know that there's going to be a lot of, as far as religious views go, what your thoughts and feelings are. Me personally, I believe in God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost. That's me personally. And whenever I read this, it that's what it means to me. To
Can you hear
you, if
Darth
you
Vader?
have a different religion or a different faith, then it may mean something else to you. But it spoke so hard to me.
Okay, so I'm gonna read it, and y'all take from it what you want. Okay? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all hear Dark Vapor?
No.
How about now? No? Cool. Okay. Squeaker says hi again. I told them, ma'am, stop.
Can you send
Okay.
it to me and maybe I can put it up on the screen? That way they can read it at
Okay.
the same time that you're reading
Stand,
it, because
stand
it's easier for
by,
me to
stand
understand it when I see
by.
the words in my face.
The words that are coming out of my mouth. Do you hear
Yeah.
the words that are coming out of my mouth? Oh my gosh, I just saw that picture you sent me when you were so sick and you had your little oils next to you, and you're so cute. I swear, you are the cutest thing ever.
Stop
On
it.
Discord.
Yeah, that would be easiest
Okay.
for me because I'm on my computer.
Cream Cafe direct message. There you go.
Rogue says, I believe in Xena, warrior princess.
Same. Squeakers. Oh, Auntie Spins loves you. She is in my face. My face. Y'all, we're supposed to have a whole hurricane this weekend, and I'm just not prepared.
Now you got me over here singing la 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 la.
That's what I know, because that's what I do, and I'm like la 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 la. Okay, are you ready? Can I read it?
Hold on, let me share this
Okay.
tab. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Are you ready?
let me
All right.
let me make it big. Wait. What? Can you hold your horses, ma'am?
It's important.
Important.
Laura, you
Okay.
are correct. I just saw her comment on the screen, and I know it's been there for like 4 hours.
What?
It's on my screen because the TV is behind.
Oh.
It was a dumpster fire. Okay,
All
can I
right.
read it
Now you can
now?
read it. Yep.
Okay. Broken. I was in Dollar Tree last night, and there was a lady and 2 kids behind me in the long line. One was a big kid, one was a toddler. The bigger one had a pack of glow sticks, and the baby was screaming for them, so the mom opened the pack and gave him one, which stopped his tears. He walked around with it smiling, but then the bigger boy took it, and the baby started screaming again. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I just hit the thing. Okay. Just as mom was about to fuss at the older child, he bent the glow stick and handed it back to the baby. As we walked outside at the same time, the baby noticed that the stick was now glowing, and his brother said, I had to break it so you could get the full effect from it. I almost ran because I could hear God saying to me, I had to break you to show you why I created you. You had to go through it so you could fulfill your purpose. That little baby was happy just swinging that unbroken glow stick around in the air because he didn't understand what it was created to do, which was glow. There are some people who will be content just being, but some of us have been chosen by God to be broken. We have to get sick. We have to lose a job. We go through divorce. We have to suffer with disease of addiction. We have to bury our spouse, parent, best friend, or our child because in those moments of desperation, God is breaking us. But when the breaking is done, then we will be able to see the reason for which we were created. So when you see us glowing, just know that we have been broken but healed by by His grace and mercy.
Oof. Amen. I got
Amen.
goosebumps.
Yep. Facts.
I got goosebumps. Whew.
I love that so much, and it's something that we have been kind of talking about behind the scenes, and it's just
Lola, we are live, ma'am.
Yeah, we're live. You know, people wonder why people have to go through things, and okay. I'm about to preach. So there's
Come
but
on.
there are people in this world that are content not glowing, and that's okay because that's what they want to do. But then there are people that are chosen to be more, to do more, to and but sometimes they have to be broken to realize
Mm-hmm.
what their purpose is. And I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I talked to my best friend about this last night. She was like, why am I in the ER? I thought the ER was where I was supposed to be. She went to a new place, and now that she's gone to the new place, she goes back to the old place like every once in a while to work.
Mm-hmm.
And they show her like the respect. It's like she didn't see it when she was there, like how much they valued her. But now that she's gone and she just goes back, for like one or two shifts, she sees like that she's valued. And
Right.
and then she's like, I thought the ER was where I needed to be, because she wants to be a SANE nurse. If you don't know what that is, that's for SA victims. Those are the ones that do the actual like exam and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she was thinking, most of the time they're going to come through the ER, but she really hasn't had anybody. And so she's like, why am I doing this? This is not what I wanted. And I was like, but what if you had to go through that, okay, to learn the things that you need in order to help those people? It's
Mm-hmm.
just like she has a legal background, okay? And she's like, why did I go through all that? I wanted to be a nurse since I was 16, but I'm 53 now and I've just now become a nurse. And I was like, but maybe you had to learn all those things so that you could be better equipped to help the people that God meant you to help.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's hard. It's hard in that season, which I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I did it again, dag nabbit. I should stop doing this while I'm talking to y'all. I'm in a season of learning and of brokenness and of okay, if you're not religious, I don't usually talk about religion, but if you're not religious, don't take any offense. This is just me. But I am in a period of brokenness where I am being broken. But I also understand that the reason why I'm being broken is to realize a bigger purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard. It's hard. But I know that on the other side is greatness.
Yeah.
And I know that I'm not alone, and I don't mean that like, I mean, yes, I have you guys, meaning my friends and, the people I talk to on a daily basis and that know all that's going on. But I also know that I have God and I'm not alone. And I know that. And so in those very dark moments, that helps, it helps. Anyways, I'm
Yeah.
done preaching now.
No, I'm
Um,
I'm glad that you said that. But yeah, I think some people don't get broken in their lifetime and other people do, and the ones that do,
look,
it's for a reason.
the only mistakes are lessons that aren't learned. And when we are in period, my belief is, these are the beliefs of QB alone, not the Crime Cafe or Jenny or anybody associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you are in I don't even know, I had such a profound thing to say and it just left me.
Mm-hmm.
It was good too. Dang nabbit.
You'll think of it.
So, anyways, when I don't know, I forgot what I was going to say. Dang, it'll come back. Yeah, it's it's not easy, and it's interesting. Again, my best friend and I were talking about last night. You know, everything is orchestrated. So it's interesting to me, like that our little group, meaning, and I'm not discounting anybody in the chat. I'm just saying, like, we have our little group of people of what are we, 5, 6,
I think
and
there's 7 or 8 altogether.
all together. Okay, and so and we're all going through similar things,
Mm-hmm.
and we were all brought together in an odd way, like not in your normal how you would find people kind of way. And
Mm-hmm.
if you don't believe that's orchestrated, I don't know how you could see it any other way.
Yeah.
Because how did we all come together
Mm-hmm.
in this odd fashion, become very close? Most of us have never met,
Mm-hmm.
and yet we're here for each other, and we're able to, you know, be there for each other and support each other.
Yeah.
Kind of nice, you know? Kind of
It
nice.
is. It is.
And we're all in different phases of things. So
Mm-hmm.
like I've gone through certain things that I can help another person with, and another person has gone through things that they can help me with. You know, we're all there to support each other, and it's a beautiful thing. So,
Right.
anyways, I don't know. I don't know if it's Church Friday. I don't know what happened, but I think Morgana originally shared that, and I instantly put it on my page because I was like, "This is one of the truest statements I've ever seen."
It was. It was.
And it's okay if you're okay not being broken. If you're okay, you know, being like that little toddler swinging that unbroken stick around, you know, because
Mm-hmm.
maybe you don't know, and maybe one
Mm-hmm.
day you will. You know, I don't know. Anyways, I lost my
Well,
little
and you
thing.
know, there are going to be times whenever you don't even you're the it's like the little kid that was completely satisfied with it being like it was, and because he didn't
No.
know that it could
Oh,
glow.
I remember. I remember what it was. I remember what it was. Okay. Just know. Oh, shoot, I'm dropping everything. Just know, though, that when you are in a period where you feel like you're being broken, right?
Mhm.
Exactly, Rogue. Exactly. But see, Detective came in here today and just made an off the cuff statement. Okay.
Mhm.
And okay, I have two things. The one thing is remind me the brokenness and the purpose of the brokenness. Okay. And I'll go to this. So, and you can ask Jenny because I messaged her. I felt in my spirit, in my heart, in my whatever, that I needed to help Detective. Okay. And I have a fund for things like that.
Mhm.
And I keep it. I don't use it. I don't touch it. It's not mine. It's not mine to use for myself. I get that, Teaneck. I've been there, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So in my spirit, I felt like I needed to help Detective, and I told Jenny, I don't know Detective. I don't know what her there. I say her, but I don't know. It is she is a her, right?
Mhm.
I don't know what her situation is. It's not my place to know what her situation is. In my heart, I felt like I needed to help her. So I helped her. And what she does with it is what she does with it. That's not my purpose. My purpose was to help.
Right.
And it was so beautiful to see everybody else jump on. And the only reason why I said check your PayPal is because I don't check my PayPal
Right. I know. Some
ever.
people don't have their like you
Why?
don't have get the notifications that
I
ooh
get the
so and so's.
notifications, but it comes up and then it disappears.
Mhm.
And so, anyways, but the brokenness, if you when you are in a place of brokenness where you feel like it's the worst place you've ever been in your life,
Mhm.
look at it and see what lesson is this what lesson am I supposed to learn? Because when
Mhm.
you are in a period of brokenness like this, in my opinion is that you were sent signs, you were sent things that were like, hey, you should probably do this. Hey, you should probably do this. Hey, you should probably change this. And you didn't do it. And those changes are there to take you to your next level, to take you to your greatness, to take you to your purpose.
Right,
And if
right.
you don't listen, sometimes you have to be broken to look at it and go, oh,
Yep.
you know what? I saw there was a couple times that they said that that I felt like I should do this and I didn't do it. And
Mhm.
so,
Uh, she's gone again. Right in the middle of a good.
am I back?
You're back.
Yay. Um, you have to look at it and you have to be still and you have to be quiet and you have to think. And when I say be still and be quiet, I don't mean not moving around the house. I mean, you have to still your mind and be quiet and listen and just be like, what is this teaching me?
Mhm.
What is this teaching me? And we're not meant to be broken, but we get broken because we don't listen.
Mhm.
And we're not,
Well, and
and
like Rogue said earlier, a broken sword can be reforged, you
that's like
know?
in that story. I don't know if you know that story about in Japan when they break, when a piece of pottery or something is broken, when they
Mhm.
put it back together, they put it back together with gold,
Mhm.
and the
I've heard
gold
that.
shows the brokenness,
Mhm.
and but it makes it beautiful. It makes it's beautiful, you
Mhm.
know. Um, yeah, Michelle. Oh God.
That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, Cal. I mean,
Um,
like you, and there's somebody else, and I'm not gonna say who it is, but if you really look at it, okay, were you not shown the way, like okay, I'll just say my personal thing, okay? My thing is that I have a hard time with control. Okay? Not in that I'm a mean controlling person, just in that I'm used to being independent, I'm used to handling things, and I'm used to taking action and fixing it and making it happen. Okay? And so I have a hard time surrendering
yeah,
and
me too.
and saying this is not my thing to happen. I mean
Mhm.
to handle.
Mhm.
Okay? I am not in control and I have a very hard time with that. And so God went, "Okay, I'll break everything."
Mm.
And when I say that it sounds like, God is this mean entity or something, and I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe that he's like a parent and he's got
Mhm.
to teach us, and sometimes just like our children when they don't listen,
Tough love.
tough love. And so everything in my life right now is kind of broken.
Yeah, and Michelle,
And
with the situation there, with the neighbor's grandson being
oh
hit and killed
yeah,
by
it
a
was so
car,
terrible.
that, and his family or that child's family is trying to have faith. They may go through it
Oh,
may
they
be
will go
years
through. Yeah,
before
they
they find out what the reason for this was. Not that everything has to have a reason in our minds, but in the grand scheme of
it does.
things, it does.
It does.
Because, when you look at it from God's perspective, everything is knit together
The story's
perfectly.
already written.
Yeah.
Um,
I have
and
to
I
unlock the door
say,
because husband's going outside. I'll be right back. Ooh,
okay.
I have a doctor's
Um,
appointment in 3 days. I did not realize that.
do what? Bye,
Doctor's
Kel. Love
appointments.
you.
See ya. Sorry, I was just getting notifications on my phone. Doctor appointment reminders. I
And I didn't
forgot
mean to
about.
go south. I don't want to run anybody off because I'm not I am well, I'm a conundrum anyways, but um as far as religion goes, I'm a conundrum because my beliefs are far and wide. Um so anyways, I don't want to run anybody off. Um but I've been there, Teaneck. I was run off. I was broken too many times. I was run off even as a child because we were forced. We had religion forced on us, and when we turned 18, all of us, all the kids. I mean, there's a lot of us. There's 8 of us. I have 7 siblings, and we all took off. We were like, nope.
You like the
But
prodigal son?
absolutely. I mean, I don't mean we
Mhm.
took off from. Well, I did kind of take off from my family too, but from a religion, like it was shoved down our throats
Mhm.
as children, and we went like it was like every day. You went to church on Wednesday night, Sunday morning, Sunday night. You had a prayer group or whatever, study group or whatever on Fridays. I mean, it just was it was all encompassing, and it was too much,
Mm.
and it wasn't right. Even my dad realizes now that the way that they were doing things were not right. Um, and he's come kind of full circle, but it was too much. It was evangelistic, Michelle. It does sound like Southern Baptism, but it was evangelistic, and it was a lot.
Well, I mean, a lot of
And
the churches around here are like that. They'll have, church on Sunday morning and then Sunday night, and then they'll have like Wednesday service. And then, you might have the like choir practice on Monday night and Bible study
yep,
on Tuesday. I mean, but that wasn't
everything.
anything that,
Oh,
my we went to church, but it wasn't never, you
we
have
were
to go
all
every
in.
single day of the week to go to do something at the church. It wasn't
We
like
were
that
all
for us.
in so much so that on Sundays we didn't even do chores on Sundays because Sunday was a holy day and you didn't work.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and I mean that's by the way, that's a misnomer that Sunday is a day of rest. God
It's
never said
actually Saturday.
Sunday. God never said Sunday was a day of rest. What God said was is that there should be a day of rest. Whatever that day is whatever day you. It's kind of whatever day you make it. It's
Mhm.
not Sunday has to be the day of rest. Anyways, don't get me
Well, I
started.
know I know, like, in the Jewish faith,
Yes, it's Saturday,
they have the what is it called?
Sabbath.
The Sabbath, yeah, and they from sunrise to
Yep,
sunset on this Saturday to Sunday, they're not supposed to do they don't even shop or,
yep.
and I
And
think
that's
that's
how
pretty
we were.
cool. I think
That's
that's
how that's how we were. But it was on Sunday, and you
yeah.
did not do chores. You did not shop. You did not spend. You could not spend any monies.
Mhm.
Nothing.
Yeah.
But
So what
and
would
I have
happen?
no
Because now
problem.
for us growing up, the thing was you went out to dinner after church.
Nope. We made dinner. We had and that's what we did. So Sunday was basically you got up, you went to church, you got your church clothes and all that. You came home, you changed out of your church clothes into your play clothes. You had Sunday dinner, which was in the afternoon, it was like 2 o'clock, and then you turned around, you put your church clothes back on, and you went back to church. That was Sunday. It was a lot.
Yeah. I just think it's cool
Um,
how everybody does things
yeah.
differently, and like
T-Mac changed his picture. He's totally always changing his picture. Whose dog is that? Sorry.
yeah, that should be what his thing is
He had the Star Trek guy. Now he's got the dog.
Friday sunset till Sunday dawn is the Jewish religion, and we do Shabbat on Friday
Yeah,
night.
Shabbat. Yes. Who is that? I can't
See, my mom, okay,
Lola.
I grew up as a youngin', we were Baptist. Then my folks moved into a Pentecostal church. And so my later
Woo,
years
baby.
was Pentecostal. And
Woo.
that's still the church that I'm like a member of, is a Pentecostal church. But we have my mom and dad. Well, my mom has always been just, she's not here anymore on this earth. But when she, a few years before she died, she got really interested in the Jewish like traditions. And she would make the bread. I can't pronounce it. Challah, kala, challah. I don't know how you say it, but that really pretty braided bread.
Yeah. Yeah.
She would make that every week. And she had a list on the refrigerator of the times the sun rose and would
Yep.
set,
Yep.
and all that. She even immersed herself into like the language. And it was just something I think she felt she wanted to do to get closer to Jesus,
That's okay.
And I just thought it was super cool. She's always been my mom was super smart when it came to Bible stuff. And, but, I just always thought it was super cool to hear her talking about the newest things. And now my family and I, we were all like, what's going on with mommy? She's,
She okay?
But, yeah, it was neat.
Miss King, I'm sorry that you were raised in that, because that is not religion, to not be able to hang out. But excuse me, there's Crocs in the Happy Meals. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I saw that she said that. Do
I
you
don't
mean
understand.
like actual shoes? I'm confused. Because if you can get Crocs in a Happy Meal, I'll gladly go get me a Happy Meal right now.
I got 2 of them cups. I didn't get the
Oh,
they're
the ones
mini
that are
ones.
charms.
Shut up. I'm going right now. Wait a daggone minute. Wait a daggone minute. I need
Gail, that's cool. Gail was saying,
the deep
first
dive.
of all, Gail said, QB, that's how my ex was crammed it down our throat, told us on the reg we were going to hell. My boys both ran from it. Jesse found his way back right before he got sick, which was meant to be, it got him through. And then she said, Jesse did a deep dive into the roots of Christianity and got interested in the Knights of the Templar. That's cool. Which led him to becoming Catholic. He got confirmed in the hospital after taking classes. That's awesome. That's pretty awesome.
We got movement, y'all.
Yeah, finally. I mean, I saw P. Lola in here was like, let's get on with it. It's 12:48 earlier.
He's always late.
But he is. They always come back from lunch.
It's Free Fry Friday. It's Free Fry Friday.
It is, but since kiddo's been getting on the school bus, I haven't been doing my Friday. I'm missing my
your coffee.
I'm missing my Dunkin' coffee runs and my McDonald's coffee runs. Actually, I was going.
I don't see no Crocs Happy Meal, ma'am. I don't see no Crocs Happy Meal.
Michelle, you're not a fan of McDonald's? God, I love McDonald's. I don't eat there
them
very
fries,
often.
Look, them fries. Them's the best fries ever.
Mm-hmm. Starting next week, said Morgana. Starts next week.
Oh, next week. Okay. Gail, I appreciate you sharing that. For real. Mm-hmm. That's really cool.
Yeah, I do too.
That's really cool. Starts next week. I got 2 of them cups. I got the Minion one and I got the another one.
Morgana said, I said
okay.
Starting next week.
Okay.
Miss King, the McDonald's frap is what got me hooked on drinking coffee.
Bro, okay, look, listen. their coffee, their iced coffee
Is
at
bomb.
$1.79.
It's
Any
$1.99
size,
for me, but
any size, and then
yeah,
I add all the things, and it's still only like $3,
I
bro.
don't add all the things because it's plenty strong for me. But
No, I add all the things. All right, y'all. I made my things. I made my dividers. I'm so excited. They're pretty.
you guys, there's still 19 sets of eyeballs in here. You guys have hung out through. We've had church.
We did have. I'm sorry,
Have
y'all.
had. We
I'm
had.
not
They
sorry.
are back in court. We had church. No. I'm the one that brought it up because I mentioned the whole thing. But
Michelle, it's free at my house too, and that's why I make my coffee here. I don't know. The kids go to Starbucks, and don't get me wrong, I love a good Starbucks, but I make a good cup of coffee. I make a good iced coffee.
oh, you know what? I've got the volume turned down. Dang it! That's why
Ma'am,
we can't hear him.
This is the last time Michael
Let me rewind it.
Shaver is
Hold on.
ever seen.
be kind, rewind.
Please be kind and rewind.
Not me wanting
But
some
hold on.
McDonald's fries now.
I got something I want to say real quick. I just want to say thank you to everybody in chat for hanging out with us for our church time and our crime time and our coffee time and our comedy time and our jibber jabber time. You guys are awesome. And I love that there's people in this chat from every walk of the earth, from every walk of life, and we can have a grown-up conversation. I appreciate you for that. And I love you guys.
Oh, I appreciate you having me up. This is good for my spirit.
I'm glad it is.
And y'all, look, when I say I'm broken, do you hear me? I'm good. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm making it through it. And I'm good. And everything's good. And also David Unetti just went off on Coffin Duffer.
That's her. That's her trial daddy.
Who, Unetti?
Mm-hmm. He's did you hear that?
Jackson and Unetti.
Well, Jackson really is. Jackson really is, but I mean,
I called it first, and then Steph wanted to say he was her trial daddy, so I just backed off. I want y'all to know that I will go back and I will pull the tape, and I said it first.
P-Lola, yes. P-Lola's like, there's closing arguments going on. Yes, ma'am, we do. P-Lola's like, roll the beautiful bean footage.
Roll the footage now. Okay.
I was thanking everybody in the chat for being good to us and hanging out in here during all the times, including the church and the comedy hour. All right, let's roll this beautiful bean footage. Let's go.
Roll the bean footage.
Any preliminary matters, or can we call the jury?
You already just have a corrected copy of the verdict form for you.
She's like, shut up.
Yes, sir, please approach.
I made the typo changes as well as replacing in our packet.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
We reviewed them, Judge, had no objection to them.
All right. Anything further?
Yes, sir.
I love you, P-Lola. Margaret's like, well. Shut up! That was QB, not me.
I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't got that power.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I don't have that kind of power.
What power? Power of voodoo. Power of the babe. Jenny got in trouble.
Did we
P-Lola took her whole flip-flop off, and she's like, I ain't even gonna smack you with that. I'm gonna throw it in your face. Beans do make you fart.
Morgana and Spins have the Crime Cafe object yap. Crime Cafe object yap. Crime Cafe object yap.
It's Friday. You all said you wanted some
do
cafe
need a
time,
screaming
and you got
goat.
it.
We do need, Michelle. We'll work on it. I'll find it. We need a screaming goat.
Dance, magic dance. Dance,
Do you hear me?
magic dance. Yes, I can hear you. I'm singing the labyrinth music. Hush.
We need a screaming goat.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna get that chicken that screams names out at people like oh shoot.
Oh Lord, Pilo's gonna get you. You paused it again.
I know, but like Justin over there at Clutch Them Pearls, he does them chicken screaming chickens. It cracks me up. Okay.
Thank you again.
Here we go. I'm
I see
muting
that all
myself.
of the members of the jury have returned, and thank you again for your time and attention today. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, you may proceed.
Police court.
Yes, sir.
On November 7th, 2015, Michael Shaver went with his family to meet up with some friends at a tractor show. This is the last time Michael Shaver is ever seen by anyone other than the woman that murdered him, Laurie Shaver. You've heard a lot of testimony and evidence over this last week discussing Facebook, phone records, bank records, all sorts of evidence for your consideration. But it's important to remember that why we are here is because Michael Shaver was shot in the back of his head without any sort of legal excuse or justification and buried in his backyard. Michael Shaver, between November 7th and November 10th, shot in the back of the head and dumped, wrapped in a tarp, in his backyard. That's what we've been here this week. That is what the evidence has shown you, and it has shown that the person who did that is Laurie Shaver. The elements of second-degree murder are fairly simple, and it is these elements that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You can have doubt in this case, you can have doubt in any criminal case. The state's burden is to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, these three elements, and that is what we must prove to you. First, Michael Shaver is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Laurie Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Michael Shaver by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. That third element is further defined by the court as an action that is reasonably likely to kill. A gun to the back of the head is obviously something reasonably likely to kill. Done with ill will, hatred, and spite. I can think of no other reason in a person's mind when they're shooting someone in the back of the head other than those three things. And 3, indicates an indifference to human life. The evidence that you have heard throughout this trial clearly show that that first element and the third element are really just not in dispute. What we are going to spend the majority of time talking about this afternoon is whether or not the death was caused by a criminal act of Laurie Shaver. And the evidence that you have heard shows that the state has met its burden for that element. As you heard the judge give you the instructions already, there is something that is called a lesser included offense to this second-degree murder, and that is manslaughter. The difference between manslaughter and the second-degree murder is it does not have that third element about an act done imminently dangerous, demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. So if you feel that the state has proven that Laurie Shaver is in fact the one that shot but didn't have that state of mind at the time she shot him in the back of the head, manslaughter would be the offense that the state has proven in this case. As we go through the evidence, I want to remind you of something that Mr. Wiggs said in his opening statement, and what said in opening statement is not evidence. If you've heard some things in opening statement that was going to be presented to you and it came out differently, what you heard from that stand, what you got from the evidence sitting on that table over there, that's what you are to consider, not what the attorneys talked about in opening. But what Mr. Wiggs said is you aren't going to hear just find her guilty because common sense. But the instructions that the judge gives you, and the judge will give you a full written packet of all of these instructions, so you don't have to worry about writing down the various instructions as we're talking about them. The judge will give that to you. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. So common sense is absolutely part of the instructions the judge is giving you, and absolutely part of what you should use when you are weighing the credibility of the evidence, the witnesses that have testified from both sides. The state has proven this case through the totality of the circumstances of this entire investigation. It is important to remember that Laurie Shaver is the only one that stood any sort of benefit to gain by the death of her husband. She had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to do this. And when I talk about the means, the gun that was recovered from Robert Seha that he purchased from Laurie Shaver prior to the body being discovered is the same caliber and class as the projectile found in Michael Shaver's skull. And remember the testimony of Megan Cleek, the firearms investigator from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that did that analysis. Once again, I'm going to trust that you remember what she said as opposed to what the attorneys say about it. But what she said was the projectile that was found in the skull was the same caliber, meaning that it was the right size ammunition to be fired from that pink and black .38 Special. She also said that it had all of the class characteristics from that type of firearm. The only thing she said it was missing in order to make a full comparison and the thing that she would need in order to say, in fact, it was that gun, is it didn't have enough evidence of the individual characteristics from that firearm. You saw the condition of that projectile, how smushed it got once it struck the inside of the skull. You also heard her say, when she did the test fires with that weapon, in the most pristine situation she possibly could, firing into that water tank, the individual characteristics that were left on those pristine projectiles were very hard to see. So between the time frame, the degradation, and the fact that this gun does not leave strong individual characteristics, it's completely understandable why 4 years later, when it's examined, they just can't find it. But all of the evidence that is in that projectile is consistent with being fired from that weapon. Motive. We actually heard evidence of a couple different motives, because it is clear that she wanted to be with Jeremy Townsend. We are going to talk much more at length about the Facebook activity, the flowers, the messages sent to Vanessa Townsend, but she wanted out and she wanted to be with her new boyfriend. But you also heard her say, when Frank Merritt came to check on the whereabouts of Michael Shaver, when she claimed that he, in the middle of the night, got into a black SUV, abandoned all of his property, his vehicle, his clothes, anything that had any sort of value, and hauled up to Georgia, that she and Michael had had a fight because she found the fact that his previous girlfriend, Kendall Davidowski's phone number was still in his phone. Motive is not something the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not one of those elements. But we have presented you evidence of what her motives would be in this case. And finally, opportunity. That means, was this person in a position to commit this crime? I believe Detective Dale summarized it best when she said, the body was found buried in the backyard. It's not like he got carjacked and shot on I-Drive. All three of those factors point in the direction of Laurie Shaver. So now let's talk and focus on the totality of circumstances. That goes to all of that on that table, all the things that have been presented to you, showing how she hijacked his Facebook, showing how she impersonated him to his friends and family members through texts, Facebook messages, took all the efforts she possibly could to avoid anyone from starting to look. Now, you have heard various friends and family members talk about how over the course of 2.5, 3 years, they went looking for Michael. It wasn't a scenario where he talked to anybody on a daily basis, weekly basis. There were times that he would go and not visit and things of that. But he always responded. When people would reach out to him, he would respond. He wouldn't leave those messages unanswered. And when they did get any response after November 2015, every single person that talked to you about that said it was obviously different. It was not the way he would respond. Finally, when taking all of the circumstances, all of the evidence, and putting it all together, that's where the state is asking you to rely on your common sense.
Hey, Mary Lou. Good to see you.
Take any one piece of this puzzle.
Hi, Mary Lou.
And you can look at that and you can say, well, I mean, that's not an eyewitness that saw what happened. That's not a piece of DNA. Maybe that's not something that proves in and of itself that Laurie Shaver committed this murder.
Much better,
And
Mary
we're
Lou.
not
Thank
saying
you.
any one piece of evidence over there does that. We never have. We got up here, Mr. Buxman in opening was straightforward with what you were going to see. He told you there's not going to be a witness that's going to say Laurie Shaver did this, that I saw her do this. He told you what the forensic evidence was going to be. We put that up there so you could see it. But we also gave you the explanation of why, after someone is buried in the ground over multiple years and their body decomposes, the effects that that has on any sort of trace DNA evidence, any sort of trace fingerprint evidence. But we were upfront about that with you. We told you that's how it was going to be. But we are asking you to follow that judge's instruction and use your common sense in looking at all of this together. Because when you look at it all together, the conclusion is crystal clear. Let's start going through the timeline. November 7th, 2015 is the last time Michael Shaver is seen by any friends, family members, co-workers, anyone other than Laurie Shaver. November 9th, 2015, after Frank Merritt had reached out first to Michael the day before, text about gun cleaning kit. Did not get any response. He followed up with that. And Michael says, well, I put air quotes, Michael says to Frank Merritt, have to quit my job to work on my marriage. Submit to you, someone going and becoming unemployed and not earning any money probably isn't the best way to go about working on and contributing to the marriage. But that's the first type of response that people thought was odd. November 10th, 2015 was the first time ever that Michael Shaver did not show to work and did not call to say he was not coming in. This continues to November 12th, 2015, and ultimately leads to his termination. November 11th, from those Facebook records, the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, Laurie Shaver posts a public posting to the entire world wishing various veterans a happy Veterans Day. Most importantly, in that list of people that she thanks is her brave, loving man. Michael Shaver was never in the military. Her husband was never in the military. Jeremy Townsend was. One day after Michael Shaver has no contact with his place of employment, she is publicly posting for all the world to see, talking about her brave, loving man, veteran, Jeremy Townsend. November 12th, 2015, John Borglum receives a text message from Mike's phone that's saying he has issues at home and was in Georgia, so go ahead and fire him. Now remember, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he was ever in Georgia. None of his bank records show any activity up there. His family members in Georgia, they haven't seen him. And Mike just leaves his job, his vehicle, everything behind. November 13th, 2015, because this is all extremely unusual, Frank Merritt goes to the Shaver residence to check in on Mike and is told he went to Georgia. Now, when Laurie testified yesterday, she tried to say, oh no, he must have misunderstood. I never said Georgia, definitely. That's just a misunderstanding. But remember, he's not the only one to say he got a message about Mike going to Georgia. Because John Borglum the day before, in that text message sent from Michael Shaver's phone, and whoever had that said he went to Georgia. Laurie's version of what happened in November. She kicks Michael Shaver out after the November 7th, 2015 tractor show, and he returns to live at the airplane hangar. So now the story has changed from he went in a black SUV, went out in the middle of the night to go up to Georgia, to he is living at the airplane hangar. If that is true, you need to believe all of the following. One, despite the fact that the last time he was out of the home and living at the hangar, he was still working at Disney, he somehow decides to abandon his source of income. He's kicked out of the home. He's obviously going to need a place to stay. He's going to have to pay for bills, pay for food. But that's the period of time he decides, I'm not coming to work anymore. You also have to believe that he decided to just abandon his vehicle, his source of transportation, his source of actually maybe finding another job, being able to go various places. You also have to believe that he leaves behind anything he has that has any sort of value. Guns, tools, at Disney. Anything, now he's unemployed, homeless, gonna need to fend for himself, but he just leaves all of that behind. And then you heard also today from Katina, they left all of his belongings, toiletries, and clothing behind at the house. So you basically have to believe, if you believe Laurie Shaver's version as she told you yesterday, all of those things would have to be true. So what's the evidence that that's not true? Well, the person that she indicated took him to Georgia came in and said, nope, I didn't do that. All of his family members that live in Georgia, no, we never saw him. All of the bank activity is here in Clermont by the home that he lived in with Laurie. The bank activity is not even out by the hangars. There's one entry that deals with Disney, but every ATM withdrawal, Groveland, Clermont, 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 Clermont. He was not in Georgia. No outgoing phone activity after November 7th, 2015. None. And then, if he is kicked out of the home, fending for himself, there is absolutely no reason for him to just also cut off contact with friends, family, and coworkers. But that's exactly what happened. Michael Shaver was dead before November 10th, 2015, because he fell off the face of the earth. There is no bank, phone, any activity that is associated in this day and age with what people need to do in order to survive, because he's dead. These are the various records that you heard about, that you saw. Everything is in those folders so you can review it. But this is what I am talking about the bank activity from the time he was killed, before November 10th, 2015, and then December 30th, when that account just becomes overdrawn and is never used again. November 20th, online purchase to wish.com. November 24th, online purchase to wish.com. 12/14, ATM deposit. What was that deposit? That was the check that was mailed to his home from Mariner Finance. And this is important because this check was sent to the place where she lives. And it was deposited in Clermont. Michael Shaver does not have a vehicle. I think Laurie was trying to explain to you how, well, he would just come by, no one would see him, no one would know anything, but he would just check his mail because it was out by the street. That makes no sense. He has no car, he has no money, no phone, but he's coming by to check his mail and get this check? No. That's just not credible. That's not believable. He then, after he makes this deposit, ATM withdrawal Bailey, 12/14, ATM withdrawal Clermont, 12/18, ATM withdrawal Clermont, 12/21, ATM withdrawal Groveland, 12/21, ATM withdrawal Clermont, 12/23, purchase from Walmart.com. Who was the purchaser there? She was. You saw the receipts. You saw the Walmart.com records. You saw it went to that address. Finally, 12/23, ATM withdrawal Clermont. And at that point, on the 30th, the account becomes overdrawn, never used again. Mike is walking around, having no contact with friends, family members, between November and May. We're just getting his money. His bank account is cashed out, absolutely no activity. There's no reason, if he's out trying to forage for himself now, kicked out of the home, living at the hangar, and he doesn't maintain his bank records, bank accounts. But it is depleted by Laurie, because all of that activity is Clermont and Grove. Phones. This is Michael Shaver's phone records. This is the number that he had. This is the number that you heard his friend Brendan Burns actually pull out his phone, say, I still have his phone number programmed in my phone. This is what it is. This is that 5121 number. And once again, all of these records are in those folders. You can look at them yourself. And obviously, you can't read all the detail here. But the point of putting this up was to show you that this one in blue is that phone call he made out on the 7th to Epcot. That was the Detective Dale told you. That was the last outgoing call from this phone number. In the research, that phone number was associated with a landline in Epcot, where he worked. Before that, this is all the activity. It almost daily calls out, calls in, calls out, calls in. This first area, all those yellow highlighted, are calls back and forth between him and Laurie Shaver. After November 7th, nothing. Not a single call out from his phone. He doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a job. He's not at the hangar. None of his friends there have seen him. He's got to communicate with somebody if he's alive in order to keep going. But there's no activity because he's not alive, because Laurie Shaver killed him before November 10th, 2015. The only phone record after November 7th, 2015 is the collections call from Mariner, because the check that was mailed to her was deposited in Clermont and they were coming to collect. And when they called, remember what Tara Mitchell told you. A female answered the phone and said, oh, this is a new number. But we know that's not true because you have all the phone records showing the history of that phone number, and how it changed. And we'll come back to that. So let's keep going with the timeline. In December of 2015, Mike's mother becomes ill. His family is seeking him out to let him know that she is very sick. I believe the testimony from Stacy Turner was it looked like she might not make it. Couldn't get in touch with him. All the texts, phone, Facebook, whatever they tried, couldn't find him. He's dead. But they did get in touch with Laurie. And she said, I'll get word to him. No phone calls to him. She knew she didn't have to call him because she knew he was dead. Because she killed him. March 24th, 2016, Laurie Shaver posts about the fire pit that she made. This is the area that multiple witnesses told you was a hole. It was going to be a duck pond. But now in March 2014, that area is filled in. And wouldn't you know it, Michael Shaver's right there. He's in that. Isabel described it as a really big hole. April 6, 2016. This is where we start showing you how we know Laurie Shaver had Michael Shaver's phone and access to the ability to text people, had access to his Facebook, had access to everything she needed to do to keep people from starting to look for him, to keep people from investigating the fact that she killed her husband and buried him in the backyard. That phone number, 352-431-5121, on April 6, 2016, this would be approximately 4.5 months since Laurie said, I kicked him out. But that phone number gets changed. Saw those records, Vice brought in, changed phone number to 352-801-0941. And then 10 days later, that phone number is changed again to 352-431-8444. As a reminder, the phone numbers that were important in this case started off with the 431-5121 number, the one we just talked about, how it got changed 2 times within the period of 15 days. We know that was Mike's number. The records are connected with Laurie Shaver as the subscriber. We also heard Brendan Burns testify. That was the phone number I've had programmed in my phone since the last time I ever talked to my friend. Laurie Shaver's phone is 352-431-0419. We have her phone records. We have the screenshot from the time frame that Vanessa Townsend had reached out to Laurie to discuss the messages that she had received. We also had the screenshots from the text messages between Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver, and lo and behold, the phone number associated with Laurie Shaver in those text messages is this 431-0419 number. Now, Laurie testified yesterday and doesn't seem to remember any phone numbers that she's ever had, but the records show it, the screenshots show it, the text messages show that was her number at the time. And then there's a folder, and as opposed to the call details and said this is the call out, this is the call in, that third folder we talked about with Tanner Gale shows the history of that phone number and device. And it shows how on April 6th, the phone number was changed from Mike's original number to the 0941 number. Why is that important? Well, 2 days later, after changing Michael Shaver's phone number to a new number, she reaches out through Facebook to contact Vanessa Townsend and says, here is my number, call me. Vanessa Townsend goes to call that number at one point. Remember what she said. I called this person and asked me to call them. They wouldn't answer, but they would text. Laurie can't answer the phone and pretend she's Mike anymore. She has to text. Well, that number only stays in place for 10 days. She got it. She did what she needed with it. Got rid of that number, got a new number. What number was that? 352-431-8444. Why is that important? Well, in July, she's filing a court document with her address and her phone number, 352-431-8444. This shows that she had the original Mike Shaver phone and phone number this entire time. This shows the constant link between when she killed him in November, had his device, had the number changed to contact Vanessa, and then had it changed again to the number that she represented as hers. April 6, 2016. Laurie Shaver's bank records reflect the purchase of flowers sent to Vanessa Townsend. April 9th, Michael Shaver's Facebook sends Vanessa Townsend, that's when she asks him to contact her at the 0941, the burner phone. And April 11th, 2016, Michael Shaver Facebook sends a message informing Vanessa she's about to get a special delivery. And she does. The flowers purchased by Laurie Shaver, as shown in her bank records. She receives the flowers, exposing the affair. But that's not all she ultimately gets from Laurie via the Mike Shaver's Facebook. She gets pictures after picture after picture, text message, screenshot after screenshot after screenshot. I ask you once again to use your common sense. This is Mike Shaver reaching out to inform some other person that their husband was being involved in an affair. Wouldn't this be enough? Wouldn't this picture do it? Why all that? Why? This was Mike. Would all that be necessary? This isn't sent by a husband trying to inform some other person's wife that their partners were having an affair. This is sent by Laurie Shaver because she wanted to drive a wedge because Vanessa would not leave. Jeremy would not leave Vanessa, and that is what she wanted. September 12th through the 14th of 2016, the cement slab is poured over Michael Shaver's body. That is shown to you by the cement mixer rental being for that period, and then it is also confirmed in Facebook posts a couple days later at Isabel's birthday party on September 19th, 2016. Michael Shaver's body has been in the ground for some time now, but there is no argument that can be made that after that cement slab is put down, that his body was not there. On September 20th, 2016, after we know for a fact Michael Shaver has to be dead, there is a Facebook message to his niece, and this is the one that reached out to him and said, "Hey Mike, how you doing?" He says, "I don't know you. I don't know who you are." Because she didn't have the Shaver last name. Laurie didn't recognize her. She's like, "I'm your niece." She talked about how she had discussions with him. Mike knew she was getting married, knew that she was going to be changing her name. And Michael Shaver's Facebook reply is, "I don't have a family anymore. I have no clue who you are. Now stop messaging." September 20th, 2016, after we know Mike has to be underneath that cement slab, he also sends a Facebook message to Vanessa Townsend. "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving good looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well." Now, Mr. Wiggs has talked at length with various witnesses about maybe Jeremy Townsend had this phone. Maybe he was just driving up to the house for months and months and months after this relationship was ending to try to get into the router to have the IP address match Laurie Shaver's IP address, and that he was the one that was doing all this. No reason for Jeremy Townsend to send this message to Vanessa. Because it's not true. It's just as unreasonable as the idea of some sort of hacker getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account to post a stupid meme. It makes no sense because it's not true. Laurie Shaver had access to it. Laurie Shaver had access to the devices. Laurie Shaver had the means and desire to make people not want to come look because she killed them. March 8th, 2017, after we know Michael has been dead for a very long time now, and known that he is underneath that cement slab, the Facebook profile picture has changed to a photo taken by Brendan Burns in 2014 that he says probably texted to him back then. So who would have access to that to put it up on his Facebook profile to try to act like Michael Shaver was still alive? Someone that has his phone. Who had his phone? She did. And those phone records proved it. January 1st, 2018, that is when Michael Shaver's Facebook profile is changed to the random bar picture that Detective Strickland did research into using the reverse Google image to show that had something to do with some sort of Bloody Mary company out in the Midwest, and Michael Shaver's nowhere in that photo. March 14th, 2017 is when the cover photo changed. And that was that odd-looking revolver that I think had 700 bullets in it that Detective Strickland made a joke about that's not a real gun. Well, it's important to remember that the post of that cover photo and almost the 2-year anniversary of Michael Shaver's death, to put a gun after he was shot in the back of the head, shows that Laurie Shaver's Facebook account and Michael Shaver's Facebook account utilized that same IP address, meaning that they have to be in the same location, the devices that are accessing these accounts. It's the same, whether it's Starbucks, whether it's Laurie Shaver's home, it doesn't matter. It is in the same IP, the same location. Both of those accounts are accessed within 1 minute of each other. Has to be someone that has control of both accounts. There's no other reasonable explanation for that. The Facebook IP logs. We spent a lot of time talking about these. This is the summary that Detective Strickland described. And going through this, you can see how there is activity throughout a 2-year period where both of these Facebook accounts are utilizing the same IP address. Once again, we've been upfront with you since the moment we started talking about this case that we are not going to be able to tell you the physical address of that IP address. But it doesn't matter. Wherever it is, you have to be in the same location to access the IP. And when both accounts are constantly utilizing the same IP address, that shows that is the same location, the same person accessing that. If you were to go through this and go through all 70 some odd pages, you would see there are 13 separate IP addresses that both accounts utilize over the course of that period. And you heard some testimony about how providers like CenturyLink will sometimes roll that, change your personal IP address to your home every month, maybe every 2 months. What you will see is that both devices utilize a particular IP address for about a month, maybe 45 days. And then it changes to another IP address. And then both of those devices share that IP address for that entire time. There's countless instances in there where you might see the Michael Shaver Facebook address Facebook account access an IP address, and then the next day, Laurie Shaver's Facebook account accesses that same IP address, and it goes back and forth, back and forth. That is a folder full of those examples. But if you were to go through there, you would not only would you find 13 separate IP addresses that they use, you will see activity on Michael Shaver's Facebook account that continues after the cement slab is laid over his body in September of 2016. You will see there are 31 separate days in that 2-year period where they both access the same IP address on the same day. You will see that there are 12 days in there where there is activity between the Laurie Shaver account and the Michael Shaver account within 2 hours of each other. There is one instance, which we talked about with the gun photo on the almost 2-year anniversary of his murder, that is 1 minute and 7 seconds apart. There's another instance on July 15, 2016, where the activity is within 6 minutes of each other. This is the same person looking at these, using these. This is one example of the type of thing you'll see in this chart. This is from April 2016 on this side, where you can see there are some days, once again, look through this chart, feel free to do so, where on certain days it's actually going back and forth. Both are being accessed throughout the day. November of 2017, towards the end of that chart, this is where you can see the actual data that I've been talking about, showing the 1 minute. And not only have we given you this summary to try to help you with going through all this information, you have the originals right there, and you can go through it yourself. And you can check it and look at all of that. Justifiable and excusable homicide. Justifiable homicide is going to be the self-defense, defense of others that we will talk about shortly. The excusable homicide instruction is given to you. You've heard it, read it. I would submit to you that none of these things apply when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing a lawful act. There's absolutely no evidence of any of that. Accident and misfortune and the heat of passion. Heat of passion is coming in and being so overwhelmed by something that a reasonable person would not act any different. Not to be blunt, but you come in and you see your child being attacked, molested, whatever it may be, and you are overcome with this emotion, and no reasonable person would not. That actually doesn't excuse the killing. It just means that you don't have the necessary intent to commit second-degree murder or first-degree murder. It would be a manslaughter. And when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used. Well, we know someone was shot in the back of the head. That doesn't apply. Excusable homicide has to be given in every homicide, but none of those apply. Before we talk about the defense of others, I want to go through and talk about the tools the judge has given you to aid in your common sense in weighing the credibility and weighing the evidence in this case. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did they have an accurate memory? Were they straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I'd submit to you that as you go through this, all of these questions that you ask yourself are pretty common sense, that these are the types of things you should use to try to assess a witness's credibility. Defense of others. The testimony that has been presented to you by the defense is that Isabel shot her dad in the back of the head. And then, just so happened, at that exact same moment, that Jeremy Townsend showed up, grabbed the gun, shot him again, and then threatened to kill Isabel and Aiden if anybody says it. They also say, both Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver, that Laurie took her kids to school, that Aiden had no idea anything that had been going on. Gunshot in the back porch, huge fight. Isabel said Jeremy threatened him and threatened to kill him. But Laurie said Aiden had no idea what was going on. I just needed to get them to school, and it was a short trip over to school. All I wanted to do is get them to school and then get back home. That's what she said. And she says when she got back, Laurie said when Jeremy got back, Jeremy was gone and there was no change in the property. She talked about how close this school was to her. All she did was take the kids to school and drive right back, yet somehow Jeremy was able to clean up the entire scene, remove the body, and I guess come back some other day undetected and bury it, and no one noticed disturbed ground anywhere? These rules of weighing the evidence and assessing credibility, the judge has told you specifically, since the defendant has testified, you are to use those same questions, those same tools in order to assess her credibility. And when you look at this story, it makes no sense because it's just not true. Now, ultimately, proving this case is the state's burden. We have to prove she was the one that killed him. They don't have to prove to you it was self-defense or defense of others. We have to prove to you it wasn't. And we have, because all of the evidence shows that Michael Shaver was not alive in November, was not alive when this happened, because he's been dead since November of 2015. Somehow, Isabel, who shot her dad in the back of the head and went to school when she was 7 years old, has absolutely no memory of what year or what month this happened in. What grade were you in? I don't remember. I don't know. What month was it? I don't know. I think spring or summer. What year? No clue. And she said she went to school that day and carried on like nothing happened. It's the state's burden to prove this case. But if you are fed a story that is just patently false and fails all common sense scrutiny, ask yourself, why? Why did they come up here and try to feed that to you? Because to cover up the reality that Laurie Shaver killed her husband back in November. And they're trying to give you a story, and they're trying to fit it in to the timeline that has been established over the course of this case. Because also remember, in the very beginning, when Laurie Shaver was arrested, you heard testimony that her attorney said, you need to look into two people. You really need to look at these people. Jeremy Townsend and James Ballou. Okay? Well, if this is the story back when Laurie was arrested in 2020, why bring James Ballou into this? That's not part of their tale. That has nothing to do with it. But that's how the story started. And then as the evidence progressed, that in 2022, Isabel shows up as this potential witness. And despite what Mr. Wiggs told you in the very beginning, that we were offering the truth to the state, and they shut the door on us. They said, we don't want to hear it. They want to talk to her. But you heard from her attorney. What does she tell Every time after she became the attorney of this witness, I would see her and say, hey, anytime your client wants to come and talk, I'm here. Does that sound like the state shutting the door on his theory? Or is that just the convenient tale they want to tell? And we went through Laurie's Facebook because it has been 9 years since this happened. The person, Isabel, that you saw testify is a much different person than the little girl she was when she says she shot her dad. These are the pictures of Isabel from back when she said she shot her dad in the back of the head. Went to school, carried on like nothing happened. And then this great, wonderful mother that Isabel described, who is saying that these two were involved in this horribly traumatic incident in 2016. She go get her therapy, counseling. I think maybe she needs to talk to somebody about the fact she shot her dad in the back of her head and was threatened by her mom's boyfriend. No, one time this year, I saw a counselor and talked to somebody. We're fine. No big deal. The story makes no sense because it isn't true. But the evidence completely disputes their tale. Dr. Coberly told you that this is a single gunshot to the back of the head. Isabel told you, I shot my dad in the back of the head. He sat there, he started shaking, he started seizing. And then they said Jeremy came up and shot again. There's no damage other than post-mortem rib breakings from after the body was buried in the backyard for years. Also makes absolutely no sense that if someone was coming in to finish someone off, give them a coup de grace shot with a gun, if they want to put another shot in the head, that they would shoot him in some soft, fleshy area so as to not hit any bones. But this injury, Dr. Coberly looked at underneath a microscope, and she says there is no doubt that is one gunshot. She says even when you have a scenario where somebody takes the gun, pulls the trigger, and immediately pulls the trigger again in that exact same spot, there's going to be derivations, there's going to be enough movement that they can see kind of a figure eight type of movement, figure eight type of configuration, to show that there was more than one shot. There's also only one projectile in the skull. Probably didn't even need that explanation of the microscopic examination because there's only one bullet there. But scientifically, we know Michael was shot one time. Going back into those tests, going to those questions. Does the witness have some interest in how this case should be decided? Laurie Shaver, Travis Miller, and Isabel Shaver are the only witnesses in this case that had an interest in how this case should be decided. Isabel Shaver said, I love my mom. I don't want to see anything bad happen to her. I want to keep my family together. And I understand that. But that doesn't mean what she told you is true. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I want you to think about Travis Filmer and target his discussion of this commitment ceremony on December 31st, 2016. No, nobody thought this was a wedding. We didn't represent this as a wedding. Was she wearing a wedding dress? Yeah. Was she walked down the aisle by your grandfather? Yes. Was there someone there conducting the entire ceremony? Yes. Her testimony from other people, well, they absolutely told us it was a wedding. And you also saw the Facebook post that Laurie put up announcing their engagement, saying that I'm going to be a filmer. Now, is that in and of itself the big earth-shattering aha moment? No. But if you can't trust them on the little things, how on earth are you going to trust them on the big things? Laurie Shaver, as far as honest and straightforward answering the attorney's questions, you got to see the way she testified, you got to see her temperament, you got to see all of that. But also, once again, the little things. Was this your phone number? I don't know. That's the types of tools you can use in assessing their credibility. Does the witness testimony agree with other testimony and other evidence in this case? Everything except for Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver show you and tell you Michael Shaver has been dead since November of 2015. And if he's dead in November of 2015, he definitely isn't showing up unannounced 6 months later for the first time on their porch. I guess wearing his nothing but his shorts, socks, and underwear, because that's how the body was found in the ground. Is that somebody that just shows up unannounced and starts a fight? Or is that somebody that was at home, sleeping in that bed when he shot in the back of the head? Even Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver's testimony conflicts with each other. Isabel Shaver said her father had not been living at home since 2014, since that DV arrest in 2014. Laurie testified actually consistent as far as that living arrangement as other witnesses that you've heard from, where she says, no, he was living there. But Isabel, now Dad hadn't been there since September of 2014. Also, Isabel says, Jeremy said he was going to kill me and my brother. Laurie says, Jeremy said, if you tell anyone, DCF will come and take you away from the family. Their stories don't even match. Because it's fabricated. It's made up. It's flat out not true. And it's inconsistent with everything else that you have heard. The only witness that Laurie got up there and say wasn't fabricating something was her daughter. Scott Amatuccio. He's lying that he's actually friends with Mike. They weren't really friends. You heard from Katina, she's like, oh no, they were great friends. Frank Merritt. He's lying. I never told him Mike went to Georgia. Jeremy Townsend. All sorts of lies. He would spend the night. He would be that right there is should be a huge red flag to you. If Jeremy Townsend was out spending the night at someone else's home 3-4 times a week, the way Laurie and Isabel tried to tell you, Vanessa would know. She wouldn't need someone to send her flowers with a card to expose an affair. Vanessa had no clue that anything was going on because Jeremy would go over in the middle of the day the way he told you. Robert Mercado is not being truthful when he said that Laurie got upset one day and was threatening people with a gun. Austin Filmer is not telling the truth when he said that he went over there and helped Travis lay down this concrete slab. Vanessa Townsend obviously is lying because she said there was never any time that Jeremy was missing at night. He always came home. He was always living at home. John Borglum apparently is lying about the reason why he terminated Mike Shaver, because Laurie got up there and said no, he was fired because of a sexual harassment claim. So also, I guess, Disney's lying when they sent over all of Mike Shaver's work records.
Wait, what happened? Why did it jump like that? We weren't that far behind, were we?
Therapy, counseling. Maybe she needs to talk to somebody about the fact she shot her dad in the back of her head and was threatened by her mom's boyfriend. No, one time this year, I saw a counselor and talked to somebody. I'm fine.
That's too far back, isn't it?
The story
Yeah, I think so.
makes no sense
Huh?
because
I think so.
it isn't true. But the way she testified, you got to see her temperament, you got to see all of that. But also, once again, the little things. Was this your phone number? I don't know.
Oh, I remember that part.
Tina's like, oh no, they were great friends. Frank Barrett, he's lying. I never told
Okay,
him.
right there.
Mike went
Okay.
to Jeremy Townsend.
He's talking about all the liars.
Yeah.
He would spend the night. He would be that right there is should be a huge red flag to you. If Jeremy Townsend was out spending the night at someone else's home 3-4 times a week, the way Laurie and Isabel tried to tell you, Vanessa would know. She wouldn't need someone to send her flowers with a card to expose an affair. Vanessa had no clue that anything was going on because Jeremy would go over in the middle of the day the way he told you. Robert Mercado is not being truthful when he said that Laurie got upset one day and was threatening people with a gun. Austin Filmer is not telling the truth when he said that he went over there and helped Travis lay down this concrete slab. Vanessa Townsend obviously is lying because she said there was never any time that Jeremy was missing at night. He always came home. He was always living at home. John Borglum apparently is lying about the reason why he terminated Mike Shaver, because Laurie got up there and said no, he was fired because of a sexual harassment claim. So also, I guess, Disney's lying when they sent over all of Mike Shaver's work records and just hid any sort of sexual harassment claim against him. But today you actually heard the truth about that sexual harassment claim, and nothing to do with Michael. She called it in against Kendall Davidowski, the woman that Mike Shaver was dating when they were separate. Kendall got up there and said, yeah, I worked at Disney. Laurie Shaver called in and made a complaint about the relationship I had with Mike Shaver. So everyone is lying about Laurie, but Laurie is the only witness that you heard from that actually admits lying to other people. She admits lying to law enforcement. She admits that when they came and said, do you know what happened to your husband? She said, I don't know. That was a lie. She knows he was dead. She tries to say, I had no idea he was buried on the property. No idea that he was under this cement slab she poured. But as far as anything that happened to him, no clue. She admits lying to Rabin, her former boss, about the fact that after Michael Shaver was dead in November, she told her former boss, oh, he's in jail somewhere for failing to pay child support and had his driver's license suspended. She admits that was a lie. She lies to her son, Aiden, because she says, after I saw Mike killed in the fashion they try to say it happened, she told her son that her dad went away and went to jail. Even if you're trying to cover this up and trying to tell something to the son, why say your father went to jail? That's spite. That's absolute spite on this man that she killed. And then Katina Vasquez, who testified here today that this whole thing you heard about in 2014, about how this is just so indicative of what happens in the household and how she was abused by Michael and all of these things. What did Katina tell you? Laurie told me that was a lie. Mike should have never been arrested for that. I was the aggressor. I threw the vase. I broke the slide glass doors. I hit him with a gun. Mike can't get up here and speak for himself and defend himself, but he doesn't have to. Because people like Katina come up and tell you the truth about Laurie's lives. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony they gave in court? Tammy Dale talking to Isabel. Do you know what happened to him, your dad, Isabel? I have no clue. I don't know. He just left. At the CAC. So you did not see anything that happened that would have made you have an idea of what happened to him, Isabel? No. The last time she remembered seeing him.
Is there an objection, sir? Yeah.
Sidebar, please.
Okay, perfect time for a sidebar. You guys, look, you have QB to thank for this. Is it Michelle that wanted this? I think it's Michelle that wanted this. You guys, get ready to have your eardrums burst. Here we go. On the count of 3, I'm going to give you 3 seconds to turn your headphones down because it might be loud. All right, 3, 2, 1.
It worked. Yay. I love it.
Okay.
I love it.
Cute.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that's the same noise. Have you heard the
I
chickens
would've
that's
made
like
it, but let me check my
music?
power.
Heard the chickens that scream that sound like that? It's the same noise, but it's like a chicken screaming a name.
I have no idea what you're speaking of, ma'am.
It's so funny. It's so funny. It's literally like a rooster or a chicken, and it's screaming like that, but it says name. You can make it say different names. Like I could get it to scream your name, QB, ah, QB. I mean, it would be hilarious.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
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 I need a bigger table. I'm just saying.
A bigger table.
Because I want to have all the things.
Oh.
Right here. And I'm trying to diamond paint, and the diamond paint's big.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, back to the closing.
Yeah, we'll get back to this.
What Isabel was testifying about. I asked her, did you tell this to Tammy Dale? Did you tell this to CC? She admitted, I told these inconsistencies that are completely different from what she testified. Now, I will also submit to you that back when Laurie Shaver was first arrested is when these statements were made. And this, I don't know, he just left, is consistent with what Laurie Shaver told every other person that came looking. In 2020, I believe the evidence is completely clear that Isabel had no idea what happened. The only thing she knew is what her mom told her, and that's that he just left. And that this story was fabricated. Travis Filmer states in depo that the reason Laurie did not want a legal wedding was due to financial issues. Yet at trial, he said she didn't want a legal wedding because, quote, she did not want to sign a contract with another man. And he started talking about, oh, poor Laurie and the things that had happened to her.
Can I just say you eat like a 5th grader?
That depo transcript and given an opportunity to show me where he had said any of that before, he couldn't. because he didn't say.
Banana
Also
nut
smarter
Pop
than
Tart
one.
Also,
and Philly cheesesteak
this
Pringles.
whole thing about not wanting to sign a contract with another man.
I'm trying to get rid of all the
That's
crap
not
in my
true,
house. I'm
because
not
they
going to throw it
got
away.
married once they legally could. Once it was discovered that her ex-husband was in fact dead, they got married, and you heard testimony about that. So all of that, not true, completely inconsistent. Travis Filmer states to Robert Croper and law enforcement, but Laurie said it's not that the victim is missing, it's that he is no longer walking this earth. And he just flat out denied it. But his friend, mentor, Robert Croper, and his twin brother, who said he overheard that comment to law enforcement, came in to verify it did. Then Travis Filmer had told his brother, Austin, that there were times that Laurie would get his phone, send texts to Austin, basically posing as Travis. I asked him, have you ever said that before? He said, no, that's never happened, no. Austin, his twin brother, came in and said, that absolutely has happened, and he's absolutely talking to me. And I could tell because we're twins. The way we communicate was completely different from the way she was communicating with me there. Which is the same thing you've heard from every friend and family member that received texts and Facebook messages from Laurie Shaver, posing as Michael Shaver, since his death in November. Brings us to count 2, the accessory after the fact. The judge has read you the law on this. I'm actually going to hold off in talking about this charge a little bit until after Mr. Wiggs has talked to you. I will tell you that a person cannot be guilty of the murder and as an accessory after the fact to that murder. Accessory means they were helping another person. The evidence we have presented to you proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Laurie Shaver committed second-degree murder. And because of that, the verdict should be guilty of murder in the second degree using a firearm and not guilty of accessory after the fact, because you can't be guilty of both. But the law does allow the state to present these alternate theories depending on how the jury perceives the evidence to make that final conclusion. But I will tell you that the evidence that has been presented is not that in May of 2016, Jeremy Townsend shot this man in the back of the head and Laurie had efforts to help cover that up. It's that Laurie killed him in November of 2015 and she, in order to prevent investigation into her own crimes, covered that up. The evidence of the cover-up is still showing you evidence that she is in fact the murderer. Comes back to that common sense. We've been talking all week about a lot of different things and a lot of different evidence, and what I've been trying to do here is put it together in such a way to kind of condense and show you how the bank records and the Facebook records all fit together. It's up to you to decide what's reliable, and you should use your common sense in deciding that. The totality of the circumstances show you that everything points to Laurie Shaver. She had the motive, the means, the opportunity. Mike is buried in her backyard. She's the one that installs the fire pit and puts the cement slab over his body. She lied to friends, family, and law enforcement about his whereabouts for years. There was no attempts to call Michael after 2015. She depleted his bank account. She sold his property. She posed as Michael through Facebook and his phone. Everything points to her. All the evidence points to her because she is guilty of murder in the second degree. The verdict form that you are going to be presented is not as simple as just guilty or not guilty. We talked about manslaughter being a lesser included, so that is on here as well. The judge will instruct you that you are to find the defendant guilty of the highest level offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So I would submit to you as you start your deliberations to start with the murder. and go through those elements. Because if the murder is proven, manslaughter is obviously included, so that's proven as well. And you don't have to go to manslaughter if you all agree that the murder has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Margaret, ma'am,
There's also
you're being
a couple
summoned.
questions here for you that you will also have to decide that deal with the use of a firearm. And that is crystal clear. There's a bullet in his head, a bullet hole in the back of his skull, but the law requires that you actually designate, yes, she was in actual possession, meaning that she had it in her hand when she shot Michael Shaver in the back of the head. She discharged the firearm and it caused great bodily harm or death. The state has presented to you evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that this was not self-defense. It was not defense of others, but it was murder.
Margaret, can you please come to the customer service department? You have a call on line 1. Margaret, a call on line 1.
In the second degree. And therefore, the verdict consistent with the law and the evidence is that she's guilty of second-degree murder, and that all three of those questions should be answered yes. Mr. Wiggs will be up here and talk about what he believes the evidence has shown to you, and I'll just remind you what the judge said, what the lawyers say is not evidence. You're to rely on your own memory of that evidence and what things were presented. So if either myself or Mr. Wiggs are saying something and you're like, that's not what I remember, you go back to your notes and you look and you make sure what you're being told is valid and it's actually what was presented to you today, this week. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Canuccio. Mr. Wicks?
Yes, sir. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
It's been a long week, hasn't it, everybody? And I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate your attention. I know it was an art.
Storyteller with the boogie on his nose and the boogie in his hair. Let's get your boogie on. Let's go.
Arduous event. All of us sitting here listening through that. All of the breaks at the bench, all those interruptions, it can be very annoying. It can take a lot of time. It's very distracting, but those things have to happen. In the voir dire, you'll remember, I stressed to y'all extensively about the Constitution. This is something we don't take for granted in a criminal case. Some people may want to downplay it. Some people may want to compromise our rights, the responsibilities, and the privileges that we have. They can't be. They cannot be compromised in the slightest event. This is a privilege we have. It's a constitution that is endured. It was created by hardship for men and women like us to live under the system we have. This system goes, we'll never have it back. We will never get it back. And it is at jeopardy at this stage. I told you
they don't have to have
that the
right to
founding fathers in this Constitution, they recognized that liberty comes with an extreme price. To deprive somebody of liberty comes with a lot of responsibility. Not coming in here, throwing a bunch of mud on the wall and saying, yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, she lied about this, or here's another misstatement, or here's another misstatement. Laurie Shaver is not on trial for lying. Laurie Shaver is not on trial for bank fraud. Think about that. That the state has the audacity to come in here and state, money's moved, thus she committed a murder. Guns were sold, thus she committed a murder. There's a car in the yard and a misrepresentation, somebody went somewhere, thus causation. That's a huge leap, an extreme leap. Remember we spoke about in voir dire, and I kind of used an example, and I said, I had seen on TV about, and I believe it was Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson talking about, I think it was Rogan talking about, and he said, I see photos and stuff and talk about UFOs. And he's saying, I hear this and I hear this and I hear this. He goes, I really would like to believe in UFOs. And he says, but, there's just not enough to put it all together for me. And Jordan Peterson said, yeah, that's a conspiracy theory. What does the state put together here this week? A conspiracy theory. She lied about this. Here's a misstatement. Here's a misstatement here. Here's a misstatement there. She must have murdered the guy. Think about that. Think about the draw and the stretch that the state has put out. Well, she had a motive. All right. That's a big stretch. Okay? I want to talk about the law foremost, and then we'll go over to some facts. And I'm going to show you, undisputably, irrefutably, how more than one reasonable doubt exists in this case. And we know what your responsibility is, and I just ask that everybody abide by it. In the instructions, it talks about, yes, what are the elements of a homicide? When the killing, okay, excusable homicide, now we're talking about. When the killing's committed by accident or misfortune, okay, was Michael part of his own misfortune? Obviously. 2, when the killing occurs by accident, misfortune, or in the heat of passion, okay, Michael brings on his own death. Michael comes to the house when the state never established his right to be there. We know there were injunctions in place periodically. 3, when the killing is committed by accident or misfortune resulting from a sudden combat. All right. The state wants you to believe Laurie lied about this, or there's a misstatement here, or she's sleeping around. Why did we have to hear that testimony to disparage my client? To think they're going to get emotional impact out of you? Is that relevant to this cause? Is it probative to a material fact that you have to decide? No. It's disparagement for the attempt to pull an emotional result out of you to fill in a verdict form. I told y'all at the beginning in my board item, the state has a responsibility to seek justice. And I said, what is the state seeking here? They're seeking a verdict. That's what it is. So most of what you heard, if not all of what you heard, is an emotional ploy for you to go back there and out of anger for Laurie Shaver, fill in a verdict form for the state. That's what's going on. That's what you've heard this week. Second-degree murder. Mr. Camuccio went over the elements, so I'll briefly touch on it again. The defendant's dead. Yeah, we know he's dead. Okay? The death was caused by the criminal act of Laurie Lee Shaver. Okay.
Wow,
Has
dude.
any single witness taken the stand and shown you one piece of evidence that established Laurie Lee Shaver killed Michael Shaver? 0. 0. Case over. Period. What they've done is brought in a bunch of digital data after the fact, after the event, and said,
Was he even at the
well,
same
she tried to
trial?
cover it up. Or she didn't want to talk to this person. Or she didn't want to talk to that person. Well, there's a good reason she probably didn't want to talk to numerous of these people. But a lot of it probably didn't have a darn thing to deal with the death of Michael Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing, an act eminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind, without regard for human life. Okay. Has anybody established a depraved mind? No. Without regard for human life? No. Laurie Shaver was in her house when she was attacked. That's what happened. Did the state offer any evidence on causation, where this event occurred, how it occurred, any different than what the defendant and her daughter testified to? No. No. In fact, you may remember Tamara Dale. She gets up there, and I talked to her about it. And I said, you don't have any DNA, do you? No. You don't have any prints, do you? No. You have nothing in the scene in the house to suggest any activity, do you? No. You don't have anything in a gravesite, do you? No. You don't have any prints in there? No. You don't have any DNA in there, do you? No. You don't have any gun that links Laurie Shaver to the crime, do you? No. You don't have any confession, do you? No. You don't have any witness, do you? No. She admitted all that. And then her response was, well, how could we solve a murder any other way if we had to have all that stuff? Because you normally have that stuff if a murder has occurred and it's attributable to one person. The state tried to compromise that obligation. Do you remember? Do you remember how? They said, hey, Mr. Camuccio said, you're not going to hold us to that standard like CIS that you see on TV, right? Trying to lower what you could expect to see in this case. You're right, he said that, because he knew he didn't have any evidence. So we wanted to mentally prepare you to get you ready to not see evidence. That's what that was all about. You remember his statement earlier as well? We talked about the burden of proof. You'll remember that. And I talked about it in voir dire, and I talked about it, and I said, it's kind of like a football field. I said, in a criminal case,
I'm going to object.
this is an analogy for closing.
Let's have a sidebar, please. Thank you.
When dude said, yeah, we have a dead body, I was like, sir, sir.
Football field. And I said, look, if it was a civil case and the standard is beyond reason, is by a preponderance of the evidence in a civil case, that's just tilting the scale, getting past kind of the center of the field. But in a criminal case where our founding fathers put the premium on liberty and the obligation on the state, I said it's the highest standard required under the law. You got to be on the end of the field, down here. There's a high difference between this, which can't be downplayed in this case by the state throwing some mud on the wall and saying, oh, there was a lie here or there was a lie there. You see, the state can't compromise that. go on a little bit. When we talk about depraved mind, and you hear that word, and you'll have a complete set of these instructions. You go through them at your leisure, need be. Okay, it says, an issue in the case is whether Laurie Shaver did not have a depraved mind, with that mind without regard for human life, because she acted in the heat of passion. Okay, on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind, then it gives you some factors to consider. There must have been a sudden event that would suspend the judgment. B, a reasonable person would have lost normal control. Driven by blind or unreasonable fury, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act. Y'all saw these photos.
Y'all know there were repeated acts of violence in that house. This was not a blind event that Laurie Shaver just stepped up for her child and said, I'm not going to act. They knew what was coming. And this is evidence that they knew what was coming. We had multiple injunctions that were filed with the court. Michael Shaver had been prosecuted in the past, and the state wants to sit here and say, hey, this was some blind event and she just murdered her husband. I'd like to hear an explanation for that. Move on some. Let's talk, because the state's going to have the last word in this case. They always do. We don't have the privilege to respond to their last word. Okay? Let's think about this. She's charged with accessory after the fact as well as a crime. What are the elements of this offense? And let's think about it. They state that a murder in the second degree was committed by another. State has a real courage to announce who that another person is in the elements or in the information. They don't have the backbone to tell you here who the actor is, who the principal is. And yet they'll come into court and say Laurie did it. Then it says, after the murder, Laurie Lee Shaver maintained, assisted, aided, or attempted to aid another person. Stop. Right there. We see and hear talk about money going into the bank or going there. Okay? Is there been any showing in this trial how any money was moved to assist, aid, or attempt to aid somebody in escaping detection of a crime? No. Laurie's using money to live a life, feed her kids, that the state can't not deny is marital money, equitable money, that she didn't have a right to touch it, anything like that. But it's all a pull for you. And then it says, and at that time, Laurie Lee Shaver knew that the other person had committed murder. Okay, let's think about that. That's an important element as well. And I'll tell you why. If you have a right to self-defense, no crime has been committed if somebody dies. No crime occurred. So you'll have to assess, was there a right of self-defense? If so, no crime has occurred. 2, where was money being spent
to aid detection for somebody who had not committed a crime. You see? Does that make sense to you? Under the justifiable uses.
If you guys said anything or hollered at me in the last 10 minutes, I'm sorry if I didn't answer. One child needed something, took care of that. The other child needed something, took care of that, got ready to come back in here. Then the first child decided they needed something else and then got ready to come back. And then the second child decided it was a never ending fiasco for about 10 minutes. So I'm back and I'm listening. And is everything okay?
They're tag teaming you. No, they're being nasty. I had a call and I come back and they're talking about needing hand sanitizer and I don't know what they did, but they did something while we were gone.
I saw somebody said he needs to quit using inappropriate hand gestures. I have no idea what happened.
Ew.
Morgana says I didn't miss anything. Just don't handshake with the storm. I don't know.
Oh, wow. No.
He dug it, unalived himself, and fell in, said Michelle. What? What?
Yeah, he basically said if she did it in self-defense, there's no crime.
Oh, okay.
There's a whole body under a fire pit that nobody told nobody about for years. There's a crime.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll have to go back and catch the inappropriate hand gestures.
Oh, Lord. I'm not even going back. I just was like, oh, Lord.
Okay.
It represents, and I'll just highlight some of this for you because I want to talk about facts. It says Laurie Lee Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, or Isabel was justified in using or threatening to use it if she reasonably believed. Now, we know the history in this family. That's undisputable. That's physical. That's not to be questioned. Was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Okay? And then it goes on and tells you, well, what's the type of harm that they suspected would happen? Michael's trying to kill her, or he's trying to commit an aggravated battery. And then the instructions tell you what that is, what the elements of first-degree murder are that Michael's trying to do, or how he's trying to create another hard battery on her. Okay? And that's spelled out in these instructions. Then the instruction will tell you as well that justifiable use of force is justifiable if Laurie or Isabel reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death, meaning that a murder, attempted murder on her, or great bodily harm. Has the state eliminated this defense? No, not at all. They want to throw mud on the wall and say, well, she lied here. She spent some money here. But they can't say first and foremost she didn't have a right to defend herself, to establish that a crime even occurred. It's actually, listening to this case, I got to tell you, I'm spun around listening to it. The judge is going to give you an instruction because they've made an issue in this case out of this. And it's an important instruction because it kind of strikes a nerve in all of us. And it says this: you must understand, no individual has any duty to report the commission of a crime simply because they observed a crime having been committed. Laurie Shaver could watch Jay Townsend shoot somebody and had no duty to call the police. Isabel would have no duty to call the police if she hadn't shot him or done anything. Okay? That's a fact. That's a law. The state will act otherwise. Like, no, they could have called 911. Why didn't you call 911? again, we spoke about this in board iron. Let me grab it. Foremost, I'm going to say, excuse my handwriting, okay? Probably the worst penmanship in the state of Florida, if anybody. But anyway, the judge will tell you that a reasonable doubt, they're in your instructions. I briefly spoke about it because this is very important. If there's one reasonable doubt, it is the requirement, the responsibility, the necessity of any and every jury to return a verdict of not guilty. Not guilty. How does it arise? From the evidence. It can arise from the evidence itself. It can arise because of the lack thereof in the evidence. It can arise by a conflict in the evidence. Those instructions tell you. And they further say that if your feeling is not stable, but one that wavers and vacillates, you got a reasonable doubt. You see? Now let's shift over to the facts and talk about some of those facts. One we spoke about, and I want to remind you, the burden of proof is entirely on the state. Ms. Shaver was not required to take the stand, expose herself to criticism, ridicule, or the misstatement here or there. That burden stays on the state. We know, in this case, it became evidently clear, and should be to everybody here, that Ms. Shaver was in a marriage that had gone bad. It was a case where children lived in an environment that, as Isabel said, it just became commonplace to see these things happening. My dad striking, forcefully, acting out on my mom, and she said, I soon developed an attitude of feeling a need to protect my mom. I soon just responded with a attitude of response trying to protect my mom. That's how bad it got. So she said on the day that this happened, she was kind of in shock, went to school and just kind of tried to put it out of her mind. And that's what happened. And yet the state, despite all this, wants to criticize that girl who's a victim in this case. Shame on them. This little girl is a victim of a house with continual domestic violence, and the state says, well, why didn't she get counseling? Why didn't she get counseling more? The state chose to ignore this girl. She was brought to their attention, as well as Mr. Ballou. Mr. Ballou had prior tensions with Mr. Shaver. That's why his name was mentioned. Mr. Townsend's name was given to the state. The state took no aggressive action to look into this case. I asked Tamara Dale, state talk to you about this? Did you make any efforts to go see her? Not ask Kelly Johnson, hey, if she wants to come by, why don't you just bring her over? I mean, is that investigation? That's not investigation. That's just saying, bring us some evidence. We'll maybe look at it. State was aware of the domestic violence in the house. They had evidence. They had prosecuted Mr. Shaver for a battery. They knew about it. Wilma Nichols gets up there on the stand and says, yeah, well, Michael's story at an earlier date and time was that his wife attacked him. I said, are you talking about the same incident where he was prosecuted and the state went after him? Well, yeah. Yeah, that had a lot of merit, didn't it? There was nothing contrived by Laurie Shaver and this minor child. Now listen to me. The judge is going to tell you, you had the privilege of believing all, some, or none of the witnesses' testimony. So if you find that there was misrepresentations by Laurie Shaver here or there or one way or another, okay, you can disregard those. You can say, I don't believe that truth. But again, whereas the state led you to believe that Laurie Shaver killed Michael Shaver, they haven't. There's no evidence in that regard. We know there was times when Michael was not residing at the residence. That wasn't contradicted. His former girlfriend gets on the stand and says, yeah, he was living at the hangar here and there. Laurie said, I let him in the house. There were injunctions. He was coming and going. Did the state offer evidence that there was not an injunction or he was not restrained from the house, not permitted into the house on a date specific when any homicide occurred? No. No. Now, let's shift over to, for a moment, to the digital data. That was interesting to me. Kind of interesting, okay? You got some guy at the sheriff's office, corporal, he had to advise me, that does some tech work out of there. We never heard his qualifications, any experience really he had. Okay, I heard a lot of arguments from him, but we heard Connor take the bench, a man that had been involved in, I don't know how many trials, federal trials everywhere.
That was QB, y'all.
And
QB is
he
the one
had
with the Charlie Brown
testified
teacher.
in court with his special skills, and he spoke to us
It's
real
driving over bus,
clear and
like
simple.
driving over me
And
with a
he
bus
said,
10 times today.
now think
Backed
about
up,
it. He
hit me
said this.
again.
The IP records from Facebook, CenturyLink, etc., at a point in time they expire and don't tell you the physical address it's coming from. They may have IP logs, records, you see, but you don't know where it's coming from. It could be Starbucks, it could be overseas, it could be here or there. So the state, trying to throw some mud on the wall, says, look at these IP logs, look at this, look at this. But you know what? It doesn't tell you where it's coming from, any device, or any user. You see? That's a significant fact. So the state says, well, somebody sent this, and somebody sent this, and this went here, and that went there. That would create a lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence as well. And it certainly would not create stability in the way in which you think about it. If Jeremy Townsend is sending some of these, he could be at Starbucks, he could be at his house, he could be anywhere. He could be in a driveway, and he certainly had a motive that can't be excluded. Now, this child wants to be the state disparages this child because she doesn't know it's state specific. She said sometime in the spring. She didn't say summertime. Mr. Camuccio went on and he said, now today, well, she said the spring and the summer, and that's not true. Mr. Camuccio's not presenting evidence here today, but some of his statements were not accurate as to the content of the witnesses themselves. You'll have to rely on your memory, the notes you've taken here. Now, there's a discrepancy exactly, precisely, in what Laurie said and what Isabel said. Isabel I believe, says, and you have to rely on your memory, she made some statement to the extent Jay threatened to kill us or something of that nature. Laurie said he implied it or something to the children. There was a little discrepancy, but they got the message loud and clear, okay? Don't tell anybody or you guys are going to get in trouble and you're going to be harmed. So, one, she doesn't have a duty to report anything, and somebody's threatened her. She's been the victim, we know, of repeated violence. It kind of makes sense this woman doesn't want to come forward with that kind of threat against her. It kind of makes sense that Isabel is not going to school and wanting to tell everybody all about it as well. Now, let's talk about a little bit about this shooting. The state's made issue of this, and I want to bring something to your attention, and I hope you picked up on it in trial. We heard from Dr. Shaw, the medical examiner, and we heard several things I did, and it was brought out through his testimony. One, he said there was a gunshot here to the rear of his skull, and we know that, okay? And I elicited testimony from him and I said, there was no soft tissue on this body, correct? Yes. And I said, could it be that somebody shot through some soft tissue and that may account for the presence of the shrapnel? He says, yeah. And so you may have a bullet that goes in, exits an eye, and there's some shrapnel in that skull. I asked him, did anybody do any meteorological testing on the fragment together with the shell to see if they were linked together? No? Now, who's in charge in directing them to do these things? The state. Does that create a lack of evidence? Correct. Does it create a conflict in the evidence? Yes. Does it create stability in your mind? It shouldn't. Okay. Whose obligation is that and the burden rests with to come in here and prove these facts? The state and only the state. Now, one thing further I brought out through Dr. Shaw, and I know you all probably heard it. I don't know if you picked up on the significance of it at that time. But I asked him about injuries and the nature of the injuries that existed on this body. And I said, were there post-mortem injuries to the body? And he said, yes, there were. And he noted several ribs. And he said those were post-mortem injuries. And I said, when we talk about post-mortem injuries, how do you identify them? And he described about buccal fractures in the ribs and the way to identify it. And he said, this is where the body is broken after the death, and there's a discoloration in the ribs here and there. And I said, could that be accounted for? And he said, that can be accounted for by moving the body. I said, correct. So Jeremy Townsend, logically, tells Laurie Shaver, I'll take care of this. She understands they got property elsewhere, logically. That body disappears at that time. Now, when did the body logically and arguably show up? When, after that shooting, when Laurie said, it's over. It's over. Okay? She even took the stand, and I thought this was kind of sad listening to this. And after all the violence she incurred, she started crying and saying, I still loved Michael. So we know any relationship between these two was logically over. Now, maybe, and I don't know, we talk about flowers being sent, cards being sent. Was that sent by Laurie maybe to make sure Jeremy's not coming back? Maybe to get him in trouble with his wife? Possibly. You may interpret it that way. Now, we also heard from Mr. Cios, remember? And the state called him. It was their witness. And he said, I asked him this, didn't you call Laurie, advise her somebody was trespassing on your property? Yeah, she was gone, and I saw somebody trespassing. Who had any motive to come back to that property, deliver something back to that property, if it had been removed? Jeremy. You see? That fits together a little tighter. Now, talking about that gravesite, did the police think about the depth of the site, the height of Mr. Townsend versus Laurie Shaver? No. Never even analyzed that mentally. It's not that difficult to think about that. Okay? Also, there's a blue tarp in the grave. Right? We heard all about that. And I said this, and I don't know why this wasn't done. We had told the state about Jeremy Townsend. I said, did anybody do a financial audit of anybody's accounts to see who may have purchased a blue tarp? No. They should have. I'm telling you, if they had one on my client, they'd be in here waving it up in the air. It's her tarp. Lack of evidence, conflict in the evidence. I asked the officer as well. I said, did you guys, I said, you didn't find any prints on that tarp, did you? Now, I like the way the state tries to cover some of these lack of evidence up. Okay, I really kind of got entertained by it at a point. They'd say this, well, you weren't surprised, officer, that given the evidence was degraded that you couldn't find that, could you? No. And I'd say this, hey, what do you mean degraded? The evidence may have never been there in the first place. It could have been degraded when it went into the ground, and evidence was put on it prior. How do you know the condition of the item before it went in the ground? But they had to acknowledge that, yeah? So the state would repeatedly, to try to cover up the lack of evidence, well, you're not surprised at this. It was all degraded. You wouldn't expect it to be there, would you? No, no, no. So that's how they try to defend themselves against the lack of evidence. We saw that repeatedly in this trial. Now, we heard with regards to the tarp, the state never investigated it. One, party with the burden of proof. Two, we heard Laurie and Isabel both take the stand. We didn't have one. We didn't have one. Now, that logically goes with the theory that that body had been off the ground, off that site, because it comes back to the property and it ends up in the gravesite. Can we assume that Mr. Townsend put that in there with the straps, wrapped it up, took it off-site, damaged the body, brings it back and puts it in the grave? That's a logical conclusion. I asked the investigator, I asked the tech people, listen, were there any telltale signs on that tarp that tarp had been dragged across the yard? Huh? What do you mean? I said, did you ask for any kind of chlorophyll testing underneath it to see if it had been dragged by somebody? No. You see? Do you know if Laurie took it out there? Do you know the distance from the house? No, we don't. Somebody else can tell you that. So what does the state do? They offer some evidence showing she's working out, and you're just to jump to this conspiracy theory and say she could have dragged it out there? She could have done this? She might have done this? For you to fill in the gaps that the state failed to investigate? And that's what we see in this evidence thrown in your face without a real connection? You look at the forensics. I brought out, state didn't do it, the defense brought it out. There's no DNA in the house, no evidence of how the crime occurred in the house, no prints, no hair analysis, yet there were hairs, okay? No match of any flooring that was found in the gravesite to implicate Laurie Shaver. Those.
Okay, we have another sound bite to try, folks.
Pivot! Pivot! Pivot!
It worked!
Pivot! Pivot! Shut up! Shut up! Shut
up! It worked!
Yay!
Look at us doing the things.
Okay. Sorry, folks. We had to test it out.
Okay, bye.
All create a reasonable doubt. The state can't ignore it. Instead, they just want to say she lied about this or she lied about that and she's sleeping around. That's their case. That's the state's case. Now think about the gun we heard about. We have a gun in evidence. Again, kind of a comical display to me. You get this lady up there, and she goes through this litany as to her experience and everything. And she talks about, well, it has the signs of other guns, meaning this manufacturer that make Colt or Smith & Wesson that may manufacture a .38. They got a machine. It's going to have ridges in it. They all have that common characteristic. Millions of them, okay? But she can't identify any specific features of the gun. She can't narrow it down from millions to say it's this gun. Wow. Wow. So the state says it can't be excluded? No, it can't be excluded. Right. That's reliable evidence for you to hang your hat on and to fill out a verdict for the state? No. The state's position is, well, we don't have to prove this case by 100%. No, they don't. Okay. That's not the requirement. We know what the requirement is. When Jeremy Townsend, the state was informed of Jeremy Townsend, why, ask yourself, didn't they look into his financial records? Lack of evidence. 2, why didn't they look into his Facebook aside from his banking? Do you remember what the testimony was on that by Tamara Dale? Here's what she said. Well, those records were too old. What do you mean they're too old? You're going to stand in here and tout that Laurie Shavers are reliable at the same period of time and not look into Jeremy Townsend, who you've been advised shot the guy? And not even look? Not even look anywhere into his matters? No. She was closer to the body. Okay. Now, let's talk about the patio. State thinks that's a big deal. I don't. Why? Because they had cleaned it out to make a pond. We all know that. Okay. They get tired of building this pond, and it sits for a while. Concrete is bought. Now let's think about that. Nobody goes and tries to conceal themselves when they're buying any concrete. They don't go paying cash. They don't go in there with a hat on or anything like that trying to disguise themselves. It's open and clear. They're not trying to conceal themselves. They go rent a mixer, not trying to conceal themselves, not trying to make it private, or a hidden event. They even post it on Facebook. Like this is a big secret? No. No. Who would do that if they're trying to hide a fact against the public and knowledge? You wouldn't do it that way. That's just common sense. Okay? You take the evidence and then you rely on your common sense or the lack of evidence thereof. That's the point. Who would write their name in concrete on top of a grave of somebody that they allegedly murdered? Not any person in the face of this earth would do such a thing. You got to admit that.
Really?
So you see, there's another
She'll
reason
kill somebody
doubt
and
the
bury
state
him and throw
can't
him underneath the
account for it.
concrete, but she
We
won't
had
put her
Holcomb
initials on it?
officer
Okay.
take the stand and said, oh, it was right in the middle. Okay? Like it was obviously trying to be concealed. Wasn't when I pressed her, he's on the video.
Oh, God,
She
Michelle.
said, well, it wasn't on the middle, actually. Then the next officer said, well, it was a darkened spot. And you look on the photos, well, there's about 3 or 4 dark spots all over the place. Okay? Doesn't mean, we know there's a body on there. There's clear evidence of guilt or anything like that. I want you to think about all those things that create a reasonable doubt. There's multiple, and the state can't excuse that. They cannot excuse those factors. There's a question, who killed, actually, Mr. Shaver? We know there's shrapnel. We know there's one fragment, but the shrapnel could have been a second shell. We know that from Shaw himself. Has the state eliminated self-defense? No.
Here we go. Objection. Grounds. 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 Mm-mm-mm. That's Daryl Brooks.
No, they haven't. Who has that burden exclusively and only? The state. We know this is a violent man who most likely didn't have a right to even be in the house. Is there evidence that the body was moved? Yes, there is. Has the state refuted that? No. Why no forensic audits? None. Now again, the state is looking for a verdict on something. Give me something. Give me something. So they got lessers, a primary, and an accessory. You have to understand, Laurie Shaver is not guilty. She's not guilty. Don't be pulled into an emotional game trying to compromise, thinking you're doing justice one way or another. You have to understand that. Laurie Shaver is not guilty of any crime. She has not committed a crime. The state has not refuted it through an investigation and presentation of evidence in this case. Again, I'll remind you with regard to the crime of accessory, it must first be established that a crime was committed. If there was a right to self-defense, no crime has been committed. You see? And there is anything that Laurie Shaver did was lawful. The state can't link up any transaction unjustified or evidence of a cover-up if there is no crime that is committed. Likewise, The crime of accessory must establish a firm timeline as to when the crime occurred. You're not at liberty to say, well, the state says this and Laurie says this. Let's just pick a number. Could have happened between this date. The court will instruct you that that accessory requires the completion of one event before the start of an accessory offense. Okay? Has the state firmly established that? No. What they do is they say, well, there is, he didn't show up at work, so you gotta assume that she murdered him. And then let's take the next step and say all this stuff was to aid or assist in concealing an offense versus living expenses and money that she had a right to touch and use. An accessory, when you see accessory, normally what you would see is somebody buying somebody a flight ticket to leave town, putting them in private housing, doing things to conceal them in that manner. Not living like this. It kind of reminds me, this case, when I listen to it. It's all speculative, what you call circumstantial evidence. I'm sitting here listening, sitting at my table, between approaching the bench, I guess, and listening to this, and I'm going, it's like playing a game of Jinko. Sooner or later, this thing's got to topple. You can't just keep putting little boards on top of each other without a firm foundation, you see? It's not going to stick. So the state just piles up some evidence and says, there you go. Come back here, reach us a verdict, okay? Give us what we want. Now again, I remind you, and I'll sit down, leave it to you. The people that may have been misrepresented, the people that any lies or misstatements were given to, really are not relevant in this case. Laurie's not on trial for lying. She's on trial for murder. Any misstatement must have been to make and conceal a crime which never has occurred. You see, if she lied about Michael where he was or what happened or where his tools were or where he'd been, is not really relevant in this matter. So don't be distracted in that regard. Going back to the digital data, I'll leave on this. Remember, I asked these witnesses, did you find anything in the digital data that announced or indicated somebody had shot anybody? No. Did you see any evidence in the digital data of any effort to conceal a crime? No. Could you tell me where this was coming from physically? No. Could you tell me who was using the device? No. So what did we have? I found it, I don't want to say it, but we get memes thrown in front of us and some emails from this place to that place, and you're supposed to say, let me hang my hat on this meme. Sometimes you got to burn a bridge and move on. That means Laurie Shaver killed somebody? And that's what the state is asking you to hang your hat on and just pile up a bunch of memes like a Jinko game? No. That's not how you prove a criminal case, with suspicion, bare innuendos, without physical evidence of guilt. Now you have, likewise, And I mentioned it to these people on cross. I said, you got a certificate over there, a business record certificate from Facebook, right?
I'm gonna check. Approach.
Sidebar, please.
Did you see him look at him like, wait, what are you doing? Jenko. Jenko.
I'm over here talking to myself.
Of course you are.
Did you see a
Business
picture?
record certificates from Facebook. Really interesting. I brought it out on cross-examination. I mean, kind of floored by it. But here's what they say. In essence, read them yourselves. Well, we once had this data. We gave it to you earlier. We're sure we gave you something that was accurate, but we don't have the information anymore. Okay? That's what the state's going to hang their hat on and say this digital data is even reliable for your consideration? That's not even digital data. And we know what Connor said. You can't even link it up from this place to this place because IP addresses have expired the physical location, and the state's hanging their hat on it to throw all this out there. It's unbelievable. Further, the state doesn't even have a computer. There's no computer in this case. Not a computer for them to try to connect it to.
A few moments later.
I want you to think about these facts. This is where, ladies and gentlemen, my power ends.
Sorry, we're just
This
over
is
here
where
having a
yours
blast
begins
with these sound
under
bites.
our Constitution. I can only ask, I can only beg you to do your duty. Don't compromise your duty. I've listed to you multiple reasonable doubts in this case. They should never be compromised by any single one of you. I asked each and every one of you as well to please hold your verdict. You know, and if it disagrees with other ones on this verdict, on this full jury, that you please hold your ground. I've shown you everything, every way the state has failed in this cause. Don't be misled, I ask you. The state will have the last word in this case. They always do. Wasn't like that always when I practiced law, but it is now. But as Mr. Camuccio speaks, I ask you to listen. Give him the due concern that you've given me. But I ask you to ask yourself, as he speaks, what would Mr. Wiggs point to refute that?
Oh no.
Have you answered Mr. Wiggs's questions? What about this question? What about the grave? What about the lack of evidence? What about the gun? Let's hear an answer to all these things. He can't give you an answer. So I ask that when you go back there, I know the answer, which should be given by you, but I can't do it. But I ask you to do the right thing and come back on all counts, all issues, and do justice, not seek a verdict for the state. Seek justice, as I've asked, and return a verdict on all counts of not guilty. Thank you.
Did he do what I think he
Thank
did?
you, Judge.
I
Thank you,
missed
Mr.
it.
Wiggs. At this time,
I
I'd
was
like
over
to give the
here
jurors a
messing
comfort
around.
break. We've been in proceedings for nearly two and
He
a half hours.
did not
so
say
let's take a
what
10-minute comfort
would.
break. Thank you.
Wait, just a daggone minute.
He did.
Break a verdict. Back.
I gotta hear that.
There, I know the answer, which should be given by you, but I can't. Lack of evidence. What about the gun? Let's hear an answer to all these things. He can't give you an answer.
Further?
So I
Yeah.
ask that when you thanks. Right.
Oh, wait a minute.
Would Mr. Wiggs point to
What would
refute
Mr.
that?
Wiggs point
Have
to?
you answered Mr. Wiggs's questions?
Bruh.
What about this question? What about the grave? What about the lack of evidence? What about the gun? Let's hear an answer to all these things. He can't give you an answer. So I ask that when you go back there, I know the answer, which should be given by you, but I can't do it.
By ya.
But I ask you to do the right thing and come back on all counts, all issues, and do justice, not seek a verdict for the
Lord
state.
have mercy.
Seek justice, as I've asked, and return a verdict on all counts of not guilty. Thank you.
WWMWD
Thank you,
bracelets
Mr.
are
Wiggs.
in
At this time,
production
I'd like
now.
to give the jurors
Get
a
yours
comfort
while you
break. We've
can.
been in proceedings for nearly 2.5 hours.
Mrs.
So
Wiggs
let's
is
take a
filing
10-minute
for
comfort
divorce.
break. Thank you.
Bro, did you hear him ask them to give them a mistrial?
Yeah.
I mean, he basically told them to give them a mistrial.
Yeah.
If somebody differs in their opinion, I'm asking you, hold your ground. Hold your ground. Yeah, for a mistrial.
Mm-hmm. So they're going to have their rebuttal, which I don't know how long.
How long is the
we'll have.
comfort break? I missed it. We were messing around.
I don't think it would have been too long because they're already back in their seats. So.
Are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please bring in the jury. Thank you.
Bring the jury. Bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
Could you imagine if we get to do that all over again?
Mm-mm. Nope. Oh, you mean Murdaugh?
Oh, yes. No.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I'll be there
Yeah.
for Murdaugh. I thought you meant for this. If there was a mistrial,
No.
I couldn't sit through this again.
No. I'd go through Murdaugh, though. I didn't see it the first time.
Mm.
Not sure yet.
You may be
Totally
seated.
not a cop. It's going to the appellate
See
court,
that
I
all the
think.
members of the jury have returned. State, you may proceed.
You may please report. Yes, sir. Counsel.
I really think they will, though.
I think they will,
Mr.
too.
Wiggs asked who would write their name in concrete over the grave of
Oh, I
their
didn't mean to
dead
do that.
husband. A woman who killed her husband with ill will, evil intent, hatred, and spite, and then over a period of years covered that up with lies and manipulation
He
against
went
all
for
the
it.
people that knew him.
Uh-huh.
That is who writes their initials on top of that grave.
You're right.
And that is what happened in this case. Mr. Wiggs brought up numerous things. I'll try to address as many as possible, as quickly as possible. But some of the things he said, I ask that you go back and think about what's your memory of the evidence and the testimony and realize that that's just not the way it happened. First thing one of the things he brought up
Right,
was
Miss King. Miss
talking
Becky
about
messed
how
that one
the
up.
state didn't bring you any things about how there was no DNA evidence in this case. I did. Edgar Perez from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement testified about the DNA analysis in this case. Who called him? Mr. Wiggs? Or the state? We presented that to you. We presented you the fact that what the DNA evidence was, and the fact that it's not that it was someone else's DNA and we can't match it up. There's just not enough genetic material in anything that was in that gravesite to compare it to anyone. But that came from the state. And Mr. Wiggs got up here and talked to you and said that he was the one that brought that out. And that's not true. It just goes back to the can't trust the little things, how can you trust the big things? He talks about what he refers to as shrapnel in the skull and how that's evidence of potential 2 bullets. That's what Dr. Shaw told you. That's not what Dr. Shaw or Dr. Coverley told you. They said that shrapnel is not evidence of a second bullet, but when there is gunshots like that, typically there will be small metal fragments from the bullet. There's only one entry wound. There's no exit wounds, and there is one projectile. There's no second bullet. There's no second shot. Talks about how the state has presented no evidence to refute self-defense. The state has presented undeniable evidence that Michael Shaver has been dead since November of 2015. And if he is dead in 2015, he can't possibly be on the Shaver porch sometime in May in 2016 and have the events that were relayed to you happen. That's how we've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this wasn't self-defense, because we've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that he has been dead since November of 2015. And if he's been dead since November of 2015, Jeremy Townsend had nothing to do with it, because that relationship had just started at that point, continued up until April of 2016 when the affair was exposed, and then it was over. Laurie Shaver can tell you what day she kicked her husband out of the home in November of 2015, but cannot tell you the day he died. Think about that. Isabel can't even tell you what month or what year, but Mr. Wade says she's a kid, that's not a big deal. Laurie Shaver cannot tell you the day her husband was killed on her front porch. That is completely unreasonable. And the only reason for that is because she's afraid I'm going to find something in some of these records to completely refute it. So if she tries to keep it vague, that's harder to do. But Michael Shaver has been dead since November, and if he's dead in November, the way Isabel and Laurie described these events to you could not have happened, and therefore it's not self-defense or defense of others. Once again, talking about Isabel and her inability to even remotely tell you when this happened, Mr. Wiggs says that I just completely made up this summer time frame. I asked you to go back, think about her testimony, look at your notes. When I went through and I asked her, can you tell me what grade you were in? No. Can you tell me what year it was? No. Can you tell me if it was around a holiday? No. The best she could do is say that we went to the beach, so it was sometime between spring and summer. And then I asked her, what spring is to you and what summer is to you might be different to me. So what is spring to you? And she said April. I said, what is summer, end of summer? And she said that would be before school, August. That was her testimony. But to rely on your own memory of those issues. Briefly talking about accessory after the fact. And the reason why I say briefly is because the state has presented to you evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that she is in fact the murderer in this case, because her husband was killed in November of 2015. The evidence, the story, with all of its holes that the defense has been presented to you, if you were to believe that and ignore all the evidence and just ignore the facts that Mike was completely disappeared off the face of the earth for 6 months without a car, without a job, without a bank, without a phone, without any contact from friends, family, co-workers for 6 months, and showed up without a vehicle, dressed in shorts and socks, and this event happened in May. The events as described to you by the defense show that she's guilty of accessory after the fact. Even if the initial shot by Isabel was in defense of others, according to them, when Jeremy Townsend comes up and shoots again, coup de grace, puts him out, kills him for sure, that's not self-defense or defense of others anymore, folks. That's murder. And when Laurie lies, manipulates, and covers up the fact that her husband has been dead for years, that's maintaining, assisting, and another person to conceal evidence of this crime. The defense's story is that she's guilty of accessory after the fact. The evidence in this case is that she's guilty of second-degree murder. And as I told you, the law says you can't be an accessory to your own crime. One of the things that I think is very important, one of the details that also undermines their whole disappearing body story, is Laurie's actions when law enforcement comes and excavates the gravesite. First and foremost, their story is somehow, in that short drive back and forth to Pine Ridge School, Jeremy somehow got the body out, cleaned it up. They speculate maybe he drove a couple hours to Crystal River to hide the body up at his parents' house for a while, only to return at some other point to bury the body unbeknownst to Laurie Shaver in the backyard. She never notices any, like, oh my gosh, why is there upturned dirt here? And then returns the body, buries it without her knowledge, and of the entire 5-acre plot, she just so happens to choose that to put a cement slab down. That's completely unreasonable. But she needs to say that in order to convince you that she didn't know the body was there. But you have evidence that absolutely refutes that. Because Jessica Wade testified that they were doing this search and this excavation. And Laurie sat in her truck and was sitting there the whole day, the whole time, watching. When did she leave? When law enforcement started to pull up that concrete over the body of her dead husband that she murdered. Law enforcement, when they were done the process, when they were done search, took a couple of days, Detective Strickland called her. Said, Laurie Shaver, we are done all our work. You are allowed to come back to your property. Would you like to know what we took from the property? And she said yes. And he went through and proceeded to tell her everything that they took. We took some swabs, we found some projectiles, we took some other items from inside the house. We took skeletal remains from your backyard. And this woman who is sitting here trying to convince you she had absolutely no idea that her dead husband was buried under the cement slab that she poured or helped pour, had no reaction whatsoever. That's why we played that call. That's why we had that for you to listen to. So you could see just how she reacted when told there was a dead body in her backyard. Nothing. Because she knew it was there. She absolutely knew that. The defense has talked about how law enforcement, how their investigation, and they didn't look into self-defense. They didn't look into this story. And despite the fact that Kelly Johnson sat up there and told you, yes, the state was asking me repeatedly if I was going to produce my client, yet I did not do so until they issued a subpoena to her for deposition, thereby giving her immunity, I wasn't going to allow her to talk to them. But he wants to put the blame for not looking into her on me? When the witness he called said I was the one preventing it because I was doing my job as an attorney, and he sits up here and tells you that's me not looking into it? That's just not true. And it's not true based on the evidence he presented. He also talks about, in this, has the state eliminated self-defense? And it always is going to come back to the evidence shows you that Mike Shaver was dead since November of 2015, and that is overall how the state has proven to you it's not self-defense, defense of others, because that story in May can't happen if he's dead in November. But also think about whether or not their story is even reasonable in this situation. The scenario as outlined by Isabel and Laurie happens. What reasonable person is not calling 911 to let them know? I'm not saying do it in front of Jeremy under this scenario that they've outlined, but go some other place, call 911, explain what happens. The idea that Jeremy comes in, sees Mike Shaver shot, and then in that scenario decides he's going to shoot him again and move this body to different parts of the state and come back, that makes no sense whatsoever, and there's no evidence of it at all. He points to the neighbor, Robert Seha, saying, well, I saw a trespasser one night. Well, fine. Did that person have anything? Were they doing anything? I mean, I didn't really see. Do you really even know if they were a trespasser? Not really. But most importantly, he says that happened in 2018. The cement slab is poured in 2016. The body is already there under. That trespasser has nothing to do with this. The timeline doesn't work. Also, Rebecca was living at the house at the time frame this happened. She says, I moved in there in May. While I was there, Jeremy came over to visit. When? At lunchtime, when Laurie was on her break. Exactly the way Jeremy described when he would come. Not 3 to 4 overnight visits, which would obviously put his wife on notice that something was going on, which makes absolutely no sense. But Rebecca said that she had moved in. Jeremy would come over during lunch, as Jeremy said that, but Rebecca was living there during this time frame. This didn't happen the way Laurie and Isabel said. In talking about the 2014 incident, Mr. Wiggs talks about how he went after Wilma Nicholas, and he pointed out that, well, the state prosecuted her or him, and you only got one side of the story. But that completely ignores the fact that Katina Vasquez, Laurie's friend, came in and said, you know what? Laurie told me she fabricated that. That's not the way it happened. She was the aggressor. She threw that flower vase and broke the slide glass door. She hit her husband over the head. And when Mike was saying that he was trying to basically grab her, to control her, to stop her from doing these things, that was true. That's her friend saying that. The timeline. Once again, go back to those phone records that establish that Mike Shaver's phone, the phone number that he originally had, changed 2 times, ultimately ending with a phone number that Laurie Shaver admits is hers, puts in a court filing is hers, showing you that she had that device the whole time. They want to insinuate maybe Jeremy Townsend said some of these messages from Facebook. Well, we know he's not sending the 500 pages to his wife to expose the affair. That's not him. Who had motive to do that? Her. We know he's not sending this message in September 20th, 2016, months after the relationship between him and Laurie is over and he's back with his wife, saying, hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well. After we know Michael Shaver is underneath the cement slab, we know Jeremy Townsend has no reason to send his wife that message. All of this connects back to Laurie. And all of it connects back to her and her attempts to cover up the crime that she committed, the murder. Mr. Wiggs, as he was going through, kind of picked and chose some things here about the heat of passion defense, and just kind of threw out some buzzwords like digital data he's been doing all week. But when he's picking and choosing through the excusable homicide heat of passion, you can't just pick some choice phrases out. You have to read it as a whole. And as you see, none of this, even under the May 2016 story that has no factual support whatsoever, would apply to this situation. The defense under the May 2016 version of events, which is completely refuted by the evidence, would be defense of others. That's Mr. Wiggs talks about how there's been no investigation into whether or not there was drag marks or chlorophyll testing. That's fake CSI TV stuff, folks. There's been no testimony whether or not that test even exists. Quite frankly, I've never even heard of that. He talks about Richard Connor and the long credentials of Mr. Connor and Corporal Strickland. He's just a corporal. He's just law enforcement. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. What did Corporal Strickland and Richard Connor say that conflicted each other? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They both told you an IP address is something that is given to you by an internet service provider and it's assigned a location. It's basically like a physical address. That is what people will use in order to hook up their devices to the internet. They both said that. Richard Connor acknowledges that the Facebook records and the IP logs within them are the types of things that he as an expert relies on all the time. Richard Connor told you at those Facebook records that Mr. Wiggs wants to say are unreliable were reliable. He says that the fact that two different accounts are accessing the same IP address and close in time is consistent with them being in the same location. Knowing what that physical address is would be nice, but it is not at all necessary when you look at 2 years worth of IP addresses showing multiple times these two devices are accessing the same IP address. Where she was using both of these devices doesn't matter. The fact she was utilizing the same IP address shows that it's someone in the close proximity and the same person. That's what Richard Connor said, and that's what Corporal Strickland said. I've got a few more messages to demonstrate how this had nothing to do with Jeremy, and quite frankly, nothing to do with Michael Shaver, who's been dead since November. Mike Shaver has absolutely no reason for Vanessa and Jeremy to get a divorce. Laurie Shaver, posing as Michael Shaver, on April 18th says, "I'm sorry, Vanessa, you must be running scared. I heard J.J. Gall is a good divorce attorney." Who stands to benefit? She does. Mike Shaver, who's been dead now for about 5 months, stands nothing to gain from the divorce between Vanessa and Jeremy. Laurie does. We've already discussed the September 20th, after the slab has been poured. Makes no sense for Jeremy to have sent that message, but that is the "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on, looks good on you." This last message, I ask you, is this a message sent by a man trying to inform another woman that his husband is cheating on him? Or is this the message of a woman trying to drive a wedge and get a divorce so she can get the man she wants? This is April 20th, 2016. "Hello, Vanessa. How are you doing? I know you asked for no more information." Right there. Vanessa said, "I know there's this affair. You don't need to give me anything more. I got it. But I feel you should be aware of this. There are emails from October through November I have been reading. There is one from November 3rd where she asks him if he changed the sheets. He replied, no, that he had not. Loved being able to smell her and that he would inform you the spot was from him if you noticed. It appears she has been at the house and they have had sex in your bed. Thought you should know that. It also appears he invited her to stop by at your Halloween party, but she declined, not feeling comfortable with you being there. Pictures of that night were sent as well. There's a ton more information about how they met and what transpired. If you would like a copy of email logs, let me know." Vanessa tells him, "I got it, I understand. They're having this affair, you don't need to give me any more information." But Laurie says, "You know I had sex with your husband in your bed, right?" Who would do that? Mike Shaver? Jeremy Townsend? Chinese hacker? Laurie Shaver. Mr. Wiggs got up here and said, "The state just wants you to be mad and check off guilty of second-degree murder because the state's proven to you that she had some affairs." And he said, specifically, "Why do we have to hear that evidence?" We had to hear that evidence because these are the two individuals that he provided to law enforcement. When Laurie was first arrested, he said, you need to look into Jeremy Townsend and James Ballou. And how are they connected to Laurie Shaver in this case? They were having affairs with her. This all came to light because Mr. Wiggs told law enforcement investigate these people. And they did. They did. Jeremy Townsend talked to law enforcement 3 separate times. Came in for his deposition. Came in, told you what was going on. And his testimony is consistent with the testimony of other people that he has no relationship with, that he has no connection to. Rebecca Urbanowski, who was friends with Laurie, states that Jeremy would come over during the day when she was on lunch break and wouldn't spend the night. That's what Jeremy said. Isabel and Laurie said he would spend the night 3 to 4 times a week. That's not consistent. Because it's not true. Oh, minor point, but this is just another example of how I think it's very important for you to rely on your own memory about testimony. Mr. Wiggs talked about Jessica Holcomb and how he says, she said this body was found in the middle of the fire pit. He was very insistent about that. He said, remember that video that was played. Please remember that video that was played. Because he confronted her on cross-examination. Didn't you say it was in the middle of the fire pit? No. Well, where was it then? And she sat there without missing a beat. That fire pit looks like, from top down, looks like the continent of Africa. And if you were to go into the bottom section of it and the point facing at the house, and you were to go right under there, under where the depression was, that is where the body was found. That's what she said. Not what Mr. Wiggs said. The state has proven second-degree murder beyond all reasonable doubt because of all the evidence points that Michael Shaver, as Laurie said, is not a missing person. He's no longer walking the face of the earth. And he has been that way since before November 10th of 2015, when all indications of him and his life are gone. No bank activity, no phone activity, no contact with family, no contact with friends, no contact with work. Wasn't at the hangar where she said, wasn't in Georgia where she said. He's dead because she killed him. And then she made up this May 2016 story to distract. That's pure and simple what we have. If there is absolutely no evidence consistent with that May 2016 story, ask yourself why. And it's because she killed him in November. And because of that, she's guilty of second-degree murder with a firearm. I ask that you return the only verdict consistent with the law, the evidence, and justice, and that is guilty of second-degree murder with a firearm. She possessed that firearm. She discharged that firearm, and she caused great bodily harm or death. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to these additional instructions I'm about to give you. Rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law. In this case, all of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, the case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not. In accord with the law, it is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Cautionary instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree on the same verdict. Only one verdict may be reached as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you. They are as follows. In the Circuit Court of the 5th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida and in Fort Lake County, the State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, case number 2020 CF 2361-A-01, verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the charge. In parentheses, it indicates check only 1 as to this count. And there are A, B, and C. A, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. In parentheses, it states, if you checked A, please answer the following questions. Number 1, was the defendant in actual possession of a firearm? Yes or no. Number 2, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no. Number 3, did the discharge cause great bodily harm? Yes or no. In Section B, it states the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. In parentheses, if you checked B, please answer the following question. Number 1, during the commission of the manslaughter, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes or no. And C, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of September 2024, and there's a signature line for the foreperson. Verdict form, count 2. In the Circuit Court of the 5th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida and in Fort Lake County, the State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, case number 2020 CF 2361-A-01. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the charge. In parentheses, it states check only 1 as to this count. There are options A, B, and C. A states the defendant is guilty of accessory after the fact to second-degree murder. B states the defendant is guilty of accessory after the fact to manslaughter. In parentheses, if you check B, please answer the following question. Number 1, during the commission of the manslaughter, did the person who committed the manslaughter personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes or no. And for option C, that states the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of September 2024, and again, there's a signature line for the foreperson. A separate crime is charged in each count of the information, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over the deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried out in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict forms when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict forms back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must not communicate During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. Certain exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any exhibit, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. All right, at this time, I will excuse the 2 alternate jurors. Ms. Davis and Ms. Hernandez-Urbina, you are the alternate jurors. You are excused from further service. Thank you for your time and attention.
Quit using names, Judge. God.
Calling people out and stuff. I mean, I know Florida gives all the information, but dang.
Mm-hmm.
You may be seated.
So they're giving it to him tonight. Now they're going to say, make sure you don't go nowhere far away. Be available to the court where you can be here in 5 minutes.
Look, they're going to get dinner and then they're going to be like, okay, we good. I don't know. This might take a minute.
What I envision them doing when they do this, because it's 4:30. I mean, I don't know if they would consider it dinner time just yet. But maybe if they didn't have a big lunch, they might be like, yeah, let's get some food. But what I envision is them usually doing like working dinners, like eating and talking about the case around the table all at the same time. Because right now is the first time that they've gotten to go back and actually talk about it with each other.
Yep.
Yeah, I figure 7 or later too, Michelle.
No, this is going to be hard. Not going to lie to you.
I figure you're going to have people be like, there's no way we can say she's guilty of murder because there's no physical evidence. And then you're going to have people that's like, are you kidding me? She totally murdered this man.
Jurors go back to deliberate.
No, sir.
All right, please bring the jurors back to deliberate. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right, verdict clock has started. I'm going to go change the title on my video real quick to Verdict Watch.
Okay.
I'll be right back, QB. I can't do 2 things at once. You know that. I mean, I would literally be liable to type in the chat QB's on Verdict Watch or something crazy. I mean, QB's in the deliberation room.
I can print one up.
If you would,
Yes, sir.
Seagulls attest.
Do the parties wish to review the evidence before it goes back?
No, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just finding the final jury instructions to send the test.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You may be seated.
I emailed the final revised jury instructions and verdict form to the clerk, so when she's done,
Thank you.
Mr. Buxman.
Mr. Wiggs, if you could review the final copy before it goes back to the jury to make sure it's to your satisfaction.
It's the latest one, Mr. Buxman, then, I'm sure.
I'd like to leave through it, so there's no...
It's a French one.
Write it down. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All of this out. I think Madam Clerk just received the verdict forms, if you could send.
I'm sorry, he said.
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Eric, some requests that they're writing down, I told them to write it down.
Tina, I think she's out. I don't know how, but I think she's out. I don't think she's in custody.
Yeah, she's not in custody. She's out on bond.
All these people, like, murdering people and getting out on bond is just so weird to me.
You tell me.
Remember back in the
Yeah,
day,
you got
like,
Richard Allen sitting over there being treated like a prisoner of war.
and she, don't get me started.
Without any additional writings on it.
All right. Title of the video now
Oh, no.
is what?
I've got a whole lot of something going on.
Where?
Wind and rain and stuff. Hold on.
Oh. I thought you meant on the stupid screen. I was like, oh God, what's going on?
No. I got a whole hurricane coming.
Not a hurricane.
A hurricane. She's sitting off the coast like an idiot.
It's locked, I'll get it. Yeah. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
Oh my God, Kel. Did you see this?
I'm looking.
Kel just did a crime joke time question.
Oh, I missed it.
Why did the lawyer make coffee?
Why did the lawyer make coffee? I don't know.
There was insufficient grounds.
Ba-dum-bum.
Here, we do it loud. Hold on. That was cute. That was super cute.
I don't know, teenagers. So here's where I'm sitting. The prosecutor was all about, oh, you can't find her guilty of accessory to her own murder. Can't find her guilty of accessory to her own murder. For me, I feel like the only thing they really proved that wasn't circumstantial. Now, do I think she did it? I absolutely think she did it.
Right.
The only thing that I feel like they proved that wasn't circumstantial was the accessory. So why are you standing up there pounding your chest talking about don't find her, guilty of accessory of her own murder? I'd be like, I'd rather find her as an accessory than nothing. Right?
I don't know personally. Here's the thing, too. We didn't get to see any of the evidence on the screen that they saw. We didn't get to see photos. Not that that really matters, but I mean,
it's still all circumstantial.
Right. But that comes then you get the whole. Is it raining outside? Just because you don't see
Right.
a number, or just because you don't see it raining, but you come outside and then there's rain all over the place.
Okay,
You know,
Chegs.
cheesy eggs.
Hashtag Chegs.
Yay! Sapphires and Ocean Waves got caught up.
Yay! Hi.
Hey, girly.
I don't know.
Kel,
That's the
speaking
thing.
of, oh, sorry, QB. I was
Go
going to
ahead.
ask Kel real quick. Kel said earlier that she had been to 3 retreats. Ma'am, I've been to, we need to figure it out. The first one I know we went to together in the big house. Not that kind of big house.
Oh, y'all were in the big house?
Not that kind of big house. I said that and I was
That's why
like,
you
wait,
lick
we're on a
people.
crime thing right now. No.
That's why you lick people.
So we went to the one in the big house. And then the next one that I remember is the one where Randy and Shay were there. And then the third, I feel like there was a third one that we were together.
I've been to 0, and I have FOMO. I'm gonna need y'all to stop talking about it.
Yes, the 3-story house and then 2 at the hotel. Okay.
Did you see
Okay.
what's the poll say?
Oh, the poll is still, people are still voting in the poll.
Are they? Are you sure?
Yeah. They were a while ago. Let me
Has
look.
everybody voted? Have y'all voted? Y'all better vote. I'm trying to order some Chinese.
Like right now we have 31 votes.
Holy cow. Have y'all ever heard of the Dragon and the Phoenix?
Say
Like
what?
Chinese food? Dragon and Phoenix.
No.
Bruh. Half is General Tso's, half is spicy ginger shrimp. I'm sorry. What? Y'all made me do it. Plus, I'm going to get 12,000 points on fetch.
Okay, so Kelly, you saw Abigail twice then, right? You spent 2 retreats with Abigail. If you did, that means me and you have spent 3 retreats together. Yeah, Shay and Randy didn't come to the first one at the hotel. They've only
Big mad. That's not fair.
What?
I've never been to a retreat.
Telling you what, it's glorious.
$35 in Chinese food? My goodness.
Yeah, but you get like $1 billion in fetch rewards.
I know, and I'm also getting enough food to last the weekend.
Oh, well, there you go.
These children are going to want some, and I'm just...
Donnie, it was a crafting retreat that we'd gone to.
I still think we should do one on a cruise. Who is it that won't go on the cruise? Is that you or
Not
Morgiana?
me. Not me.
Oh, come on, man.
Mm-mm.
I'll let you lick my face.
I mean,
I
love
won't,
you, but nah.
I won't. That's gross. And don't lick your fingers either. Nasty.
Right, Lakel, right. That first year we sat along the wall in the 3-story house. Abigail didn't go to that one.
Did they shun you? Kel, that's so rude. She said the first year Abigail was there, you guys weren't sitting next to us. You were sitting in the middle of the room, and we were sitting along the wall in the corner. Why did y'all put Kel in the corner?
Well, because it was one of those things where you were like, they wouldn't let nobody hold seats for you. So you had to like run and grab. And then
I
when
know
you're
they're doing a cruise one, leatherwork, sorry.
If you have, I know, a craft and crime retreat, that would be awesome. Wouldn't that be awesome?
I'm saying, on a cruise.
No, not on a cruise. No.
Oh.
All right, just one moment, please.
No cruise for me either, Miss King. I mean, if somebody were to say, here's a free cruise, go and have some fun, I'd probably go. But
what if it didn't go by Delphi? Oh, that's JB. Never mind.
I would be terrified the entire time that I would have like a Goldie Hawn moment where I would fall off the whole boat and wake up
Oh, not
married
the
to
whole
some
boat.
man with children that ain't even mine.
Not the whole boat.
The whole boat.
Okay, fine.
I mean, if that person is Kurt Russell, I ain't gonna complain.
Right?
I mean,
Right?
oh, Michelle, if you was to put me on a cruise, just set me somewhere where I
The
can have
drink
all the drinks and
and a
just
diamond painting.
let me play bingo and diamond paint, and I'm fine as wine.
Morgana, every place is a petri dish. It don't matter where you are. People are nasty.
See, now look at that. She says people are nasty, and then she runs and jumps.
Why?
See, you fall off the whole boat too.
Why?
If you ain't
I
careful, you
did.
think you're gonna be
Fell
dropping.
off the whole
Be
thing.
dropping off the whole boat,
Look.
right, Susan?
Everything
Titanic
is a
moment.
petri. No, everything is a petri dish. A, B. Now they're saying it's so bad, it's so nasty. The fungolitis is so bad. They're saying it's cleaner for you not to wash your hands in a public restroom after
What are
you
they
get done.
saying on
All
here?
right, please bring in the jurors. Thank you.
What's going
What?
on?
They want to go home?
I don't know. Hold on a minute. Let me. Wait. Whoa. Oh, wait. Wrong button. Hold on. I'm doing all the
Blockbuster
things.
moment.
Wait.
My trees are like laying down.
I thought they were just picking up their mess, but apparently they're over here having a whole conversation about the jury. Hold on a minute, y'all.
We were caffeine. Is it bad that I'm letting these children get home and get in their room before I order Tony? With that. They're having a whole Adelsons are having a whole family reunion.
He's whispering to her like something. I mean, if it was just, oh, the jurors want to go home, wouldn't be no big deal. He wouldn't be whispering to her like there's something going on.
He said they don't even want dinner. Bring the jury. Another Florida case. These people, well, I don't live there no more.
Okay, wait. What you say?
Yes, sir, they would like to come out and listen to
All right, are the parties ready for the jurors? All right, please bring out the jurors.
I couldn't understand what she
All right,
said.
just
I
one
couldn't
moment,
either.
please.
Just let it play. We'll see what happens.
All right, just one moment, please, Madam Bailiff.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. The plot thickens, right, Susan? Dun dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, they want. It says Kathy Rustin says they want to listen to the audio of a call.
Oh, okay.
They ran back there and went. That's because she wasn't shocked when they said,
About the
"By the way,
bones.
we got a whole body."
Yeah, that was the only audio that they heard, wasn't it? Was the where the
Yeah, that's
investigator
gotta be
calls
it.
her and tells her we found a body
Yep.
under your fire pit, and she's like, "Oh, yeah."
Gail, well, see, the
Well,
thing
yeah,
is
actually, do
that
I need to sign any of that paperwork, or it's just at there, it's just at the property? Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, Judge.
All right, please bring in the jurors. Thank you.
oh yeah. Gail, the thing is that man-child's gonna go to work, and not the girlfriend probably won't say anything. I've paid for so much stuff lately. I can get my own Chinese without giving them Chinese. Right? Right.
I mean, he was going to share that fancy bread with you, but okay. QB didn't like that answer. She's like, "Nope, I ain't sharing my Chinese."
Ma'am, do we need to talk about the whole sharing of the things and the things? Because no.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Audio tape has been queued up and ready for you to listen to. Like to listen to it one more time, or was that sufficient? Sufficient? Okay. All right, please bring the jurors out. Thank you.
I never heard when he said we found a body.
Well, I couldn't hear anything either. I couldn't really make heads or tails out of anything that was being said. However, they did say that there was either a body or skeletal remains or something like that.
That's what I heard,
Jurors have
Pilolo.
exited the courtroom. You may be seated.
But the fact of the matter is, she was very matter of fact. She was like,
She
"Oh, okay,
was.
okay."
Do I need to sign any
Are
paperwork for
there
that
any
body?
other matters that need to be addressed before we adjourn?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's
You
it.
provided the phone number where you can be reached?
Yeah, I've given it to Mr. Capuccio.
State, will you be in the courthouse, in your offices, or?
Yes, we're going to have our phone numbers as well.
Y'all don't go far. They're gonna be back in a minute.
The clerk with our phone numbers.
All right. Thank you. If there's nothing further, then we'll adjourn.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very customer service cold, right?
Yes.
Right, Veronica? Oh, okay. You found skeletal remains in my backyard? Oh,
Cool.
wow. Okay. Well, thank
Cool.
you for letting me know. You have a great day. Mm-mm-mm.
I got weather. I'm sorry.
No worries. She says, Pilola's mom says, how about, sir? Do I need a lawyer or not? Do I have to sign something?
I mean, like, that's what it sounded like. Do I have to sign something for the body? Like, what do I need?
Yeah, we need to have you be signing this jail paperwork with your
Right?
fingerprints. Ay, ay, ay.
Do we wanna do a poll as to how long do we think the jurors are gonna be out? They're like,
Yeah,
we ain't
let's
coming back on Monday.
let's
We
let's in this poll here that we got 32 votes.
yay.
Very nice. I ended it, and here is how you guys voted. The question was, how will the jury vote? 60% of y'all said guilty of all charges. 18% said guilty of lesser. 12% says, I don't know, I'm just here for the coffee. And 9% say not guilty.
I said I'm just here for the coffee.
That was you.
I said that. I'm not the only one. There had to be more than just me.
Funny. Y'all so funny. All right, let me make another poll. So hold on, let me type it. You talk to the peoples.
Okay, well, don't be making it like you always make the poll and then you're like today, tomorrow, or 3 weeks from now. It's like there's no in between.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Well, throw me some answers, but nobody to be voting in the chat. You have to vote in the poll once the poll's up. But give me some answers.
How about tonight, Monday, or Tuesday? Hey, y'all. Did you get my text? Okay. Well, one, I'm on a live. BRB.
I like the hours thing because if you go with the hours, then they're like, oh, shoot, I should have said 4 to 10 hours, not 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? Found. What's found? Oh, you found what in my backyard? Sorry, I see the words found and my brain goes straight to Sebastian Rogers. That's all my brain thinks about whenever it's not thinking about the trial I'm on. I just keep waiting for that day when we see.
Oh, that's a good one, Michelle. Will Laurie be at the birthday party on Sunday or will she be in jail?
Ooh.
That would mean they would have to decide today. Okay, so let's do. Sorry, the children just got here and I needed to do the things that you do. Okay. How about what Michelle said? Will she be at the party or will she be in jail? Which would mean they would come back today.
Okay.
Monday before noon, Monday afternoon, or Tuesday. Or after Monday. You could just say after Monday.
Lord have mercy.
I don't know these things. You're the professional. I'm not a professional. This dog's gonna be late for work. Let's lock him into the hole. I think it's Friday. Is it Friday? Is today Friday?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Gail, I think that's why they wanted to hear it. They wanted to see, because that prosecutor was like, she didn't even blink an eyeball when he said we found bones or whatever. I didn't hear him say bones, but I did hear her just be like, do I need to sign for that?
Okay, polls in the chat.
Polls in the chat. Polls in the chat. Let me go vote.
Polls in the chat.
Polls in the chat. Bye, Jay. Love you. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell into my bad.
You're good.
He was leaving quick because he's gonna be late.
P. Lola said Isabel will be needing a saw to help Mama come to the party.
Oh, wow.
Jolie Mae, if you are back there making a mess, girlfriend.
You better not be in that mica powder.
You know what, you little heifer?
Oh. Uh-oh.
Mm-mm.
Lord. What she did?
Veronica says, I need to write meow in this poll. Oh, P. Lola says, I'm surprised the defense did not remind the jury that Isabel's birthday is Sunday. Like, let her have her sweet 16 with Mama.
Come back with a mistrial. He straight up said.
Pretty much.
I mean,
said
for
it.
real. You know, if I order Chinese and I don't get not a girlfriend something, then she's gonna come out and she's gonna be like, "Did you get Chinese?"
So, Spins, I have a box behind my office door that it's my fault. I should put up. That's where the mica powder was.
That's where she always gets into.
And that box has some random things in it. And some of them are, hold on, I'll show you what she just pulled out a minute ago. Hold on. Yeah, you're cute. Oh, you found the pink ones too, did you?
Oh, Lord.
You better get out of here.
He's forever behind
So
that
yeah,
daggone
I
door.
need to put these boxes of things up. But this is what she was getting ready to get into.
Oh.
It was a little bitty container of diamond drills for my diamond painting. Gail, no, ma'am. No, Gail.
Wow.
No. Yeah. No. Mm-mm. No. Nice try.
Not nice try. Ew.
Well, I mean.
Ew. Nope.
You kind of got to have those in order for a kiddo to get a hold of them, right? I mean, I'm just going to say.
Okay, TMI.
Well,
TMI.
I'm
La
saying.
la 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 la.
I'm plain Jane over here.
La 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 Bernilla. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Vanilla.
Right?
La 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 la.
Vanilla la 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 la. I hope T-Neck is gone.
Oh my God.
hope he's not.
He usually comes flying back in right about now. What?
Or we ain't heard from Rogue for a while, so I hope he's gone too.
Oh, Lord. La, 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 la. I'm pretty sure I just put the wrong drill on here. What is that? I did.
La, la. Oh, Lord, Michelle, your husband just walked in. You don't need to know what. Just read what Gail wrote.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it.
Hold on a minute right now.
Please and thank you.
Gail, do not make me use the Gail Gabble on you. Do not.
La, 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 la.
Make me use the Gail Gabble.
La, 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 la.
Na, 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 na. Oh, Donnie says Gail's comment was deleted from my chat. Did she delete that comment?
No, it's right there. It's right there. I see it.
On YouTube, though, not on...
Oh, let me go look. La, la, la,
I
la.
guarantee you she's deleted that comment. Yeah, Spin says she don't see it either. I still see it on StreamYard. You didn't have to delete that, Gail. I was playing. Da, 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 da. Those chat highlights on your screen, that's coming from Law and Crime Network. You did not delete it?
Oh, I'm looking. What did Jolie do,
Gail
Gail?
sees it.
Yeah, Gail will see it even if it didn't. No, I think
No, I said Kel said she sees it.
Oh, Kel sees it?
Yeah. Henny sees it. Gail said she didn't delete it. Okay. I was gonna say you've been around long enough, Gail, to know you ain't gonna bother me.
Don't mean that YouTube didn't delete it.
Yeah, but usually we wouldn't see it on StreamYard either. The one where Gail said spins. Gail asked if it was a sex toy that kiddo.
Do you think if you whisper that makes a difference? You're on the whole internet.
Well, I'm saying for YouTube. In case they try to throw me off the YouTube verse.
I need Law and Crime to stop putting up daggone comment.
Yeah. That's a cute dog in that picture, though. My pup. Spin says she doesn't see it.
I don't see it.
Pilola's
I see it
mom
on
don't see it
StreamYard
either. It was way up there. It was right.
I know, but then it was then somebody said Gail, ha ha, or laughy face. It was right after Spin said, "What did Jolie do?" And now it's gone.
La 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 la
la la la la la la la. What was that thing that just came through?
Oh, Morgana sees it.
Adelsons are having a party.
Party. Excellent. Party time.
Okay.
Excellent.
Kathy says this is what the phone call says. Detective called Laurie Shaver to say they were done searching her property and she could return. He read off a list of items they collected. Cell phone, items they swabbed, flash drive, paperwork, projectiles, and human skeletal remains. Detective, any questions? Laurie Shaver, no. Do I need to sign anything? Ma'am.
Oh my God.
Ma'am.
What?
That's crazy talk.
Oh, I thought you were mamming me after about the third or fourth man. I was like, well, what did I do?
Oh, you know what? My little lurker. Hold on a second. Do you have your messages set to all messages or just top messages?
Who, me?
Yes. La, 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 la. There it is.
I'm not looking at my messages on YouTube. I'm looking at them on StreamYard.
Okay, y'all, if you go up to, thank you, lurker, that's not here. If you go up to the top of your YouTube and you see, you'd have to set it to all messages, not top messages, and you'll see it.
Hi, lurker, whoever you are.
Lurker. We don't talk about it. She's not here. Um,
Hi, not the not lurker.
not the. Oh, I did not cancel the nutritionist.
Oh my God.
I totally canceled the nutritionist. Look,
You know
listen,
what?
I
I'm gonna have
cannot
to
deal.
cancel my appointment for Monday morning too. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because it was a follow up, and I was supposed to have had blood work done, and I ain't have said blood work done yet.
Whoops.
We'll
Lurker
see my
says hi, Jenny.
hi. I don't know, Morgan. I don't know.
Yeah, that shall not be named.
Donnie says, "Yep, there it is, Gail."
Yeah. Yep. I always forget. Okay, here's my question. If YouTube is so dang on smart, right, that they can pull out messages with like boom, why can't they just put me in for all messages? Everybody knows everybody wants to see all messages. Don't nobody want to just see, we want to see all the things.
Well, but let's just say if you were in Law and Crimes feed, you don't want to see all the messages. You want to see the ones that are
Why
there.
just turn them off?
Well, you know what? QB.
Bro, I'm here talking to myself.
Mm-hmm.
What I had said is that I turn their comments off. I said I really don't even watch Law and Crime because I am either watching you or someone else, or if I want a nice, comfortable experience, I watch Trial TV Live. And then I said, "You like that little plug?" But then I got disconnected, so you didn't hear that.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all haven't joined, go see Trial TV Live.
Yeah, and I was going to say I would be streaming from there, but I don't think that they've shared any of this
They had
trial.
something else. I think they're catching up.
Well, I
Like,
know
they
that
were
they've been
like,
streaming that supermarket murder one.
oh, maybe that's the one they did. Well, it's just like, I
That
think
person's comment said, "If my husband ever asks me to dig a duck pond, my answer is no."
also, if you ever bury somebody in concrete, wait for them to decompose first. Alternatively, put them in a sturdy box. I'm not telling you how to kill somebody and bury them. I'm just saying.
Please don't do those things, but yeah.
No.
I mean, ideally, if you were going to, you know.
Alleganiously.
Exactly. This comment right here. Boom. Look at that comment right there.
Shoots him in the
CC
head, and
over
like
on Law and
magic,
Crime.
Jeremy appears and shoots him in the same spot. CC, you ain't wrong, girl. You ain't wrong.
Right? Just like poof. Same spot. Because, you know, they said there was only one.
And they didn't find no other, I can't even think. No other bullets. What did I do now, Spins?
Uh-oh.
I didn't enable nobody.
Yeah, you did. I think you enabled her to get Chinese food.
No. No, I didn't. I didn't enable nobody to do nothing. But not the girlfriend already ate. So there.
I'm pretty sure she probably ordered some Chinese food. QE or Spins, did you order Chinese? Tell you what, I could go for right now. Oh, I got 4 laughy faces. Did you see that?
Oh, I thought that was me because I just typed 3 laughy faces in another message, and I was like, dang, did I put that in the wrong place? You know you do that, right? And then you try to delete it, but it don't really delete that fast. What are you making for supper, Morgana?
That was another good question. This is another that I thought about too. Look.
Oh, it went away.
Says, if her 7-year-old daughter shot him, how did she jump in the car and go to school, blood and brain matter all over her and her mom in their clothes? Really?
I mean, they didn't say nothing about all that, Jeanette. Bro.
Well, right, but she's just saying. Would you just? I mean, there was
I
no
mean, the fact
mention
that
of
you just went
going.
to school, I mean, you just went to school and you didn't say nothing. A 7-year-old didn't say nothing. Nothing. Barbecue cups and mac and cheese and yum.
But my thing is she
I'm going to
acted like she's like,
mechanical.
okay, we're going to get in the car and go. So did the girl get in the car and go? And the
Maybe she
mom,
wasn't close enough to get all the things on her. I'm just not buying that. I'm just not buying she just went to school and didn't say nothing. A whole 7-year-old? Come on now.
yeah, I know. I don't think that a 7-year-old will be able to keep their mouth shut.
No, they'd be
About
like,
that. And also, an adult is not going to send their kid to school for that reason exactly.
not a smart adult.
No, they're
Not a
not going to
normal
send their
adult.
kid, a 7-year-old, to school after this just transpired on your patio.
Not the ground. Below the
Not the ground. Not the ground.
It is kind of the ground. I mean, okay.
Mm-mm.
Listen. Oh, I am not an enabler because I told y'all I had to hide a dead body. Absolutely not. No, ma'am. Do not put that on me. If anybody goes out and hides a body over the weekend, I am not responsible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Goodbye, Earl. I would have thought, right, Miss King, his foot was on her. So if he gets shot in the back of the head, you can't tell me that the mom would not have had some kind of blood or matter on her because she was in front of him.
Not blood or matter.
Okay, brains.
Ew.
Well, I will say though, didn't they say that that there was no exit wound? So maybe there was not much.
And also, have you've shot a gun? There's no way that 7-year-old, she's like, I had to use both hands. She could have used both hands, her feet, and her mouth, and she couldn't have pulled that trigger.
Mm.
You know how hard it is to pull a trigger?
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's all circumstantial. It's all circumstantial. Who's sending pictures? Don't you send pictures of the barbecue cup and the mac and cheese. I'm gonna get
Amy Lou said it's been 34 minutes. What's taking so long?
Facts, Amy Lou. Facts.
Oh my God. Hold on. Wait. We got to play with the sound bites here. We got to play with the sound bites. Hold on.
A few moments later.
A few breakdowns later. Oh, sorry. I saw a shirt that said that. It was in like SpongeBob font with the little SpongeBob flowers on it, and it says a few breakdowns later.
Mm-hmm.
At me. Also, ABs are the bane of my existence.
P. Lola said, if you bury a body this weekend, will you please come to the chat Monday and tell us?
Right? But not like all on the interweb. Hit me up. HMU. Wait a minute. I'm sure they're still making sure they fill out. Oh, is that what they're doing? They're making sure. He explained the verdict form very nicely, unlike Bev.
Yeah.
If the parties could approach through the calendars and let the court know that it is to their side.
Wait, what happened? What's going on here? What in the world? Wait.
I'm talking about calendars or something. Yeah, but P. Lola, it don't matter if she had gun residue because nobody knew for 9 years. Bye, Michelle.
Oh,
Hope hubby feels better. La, 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 la. I'm going to be singing that all weekend. La, 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 la. You hear me say ABs are the bane of my existence?
Laurie Shaver, the jurors had a request and not a question. They requested calendar for 2015 and 2016.
Oh.
Madam Clerk took the liberty of printing out a 2015 and 2016 calendar. If the parties could approach, view the calendars, and let the court know that it is to their satisfaction.
These jurors ain't no joke.
No, they're not. They're like, we have questions
They're
and we want
serious.
things. Yeah, we have questions. We want to hear her voice on that recording. We want to see a calendar. They're like wanting to pinpoint the date when this happened.
Wow.
And this is the request.
They don't want to come back on Monday.
Okay, all right, I will file that with Madam Clerk.
Defense okay with it? Yes.
Okay, if that stipulates, state stipulates, then the two calendars will go back to the jurors. There you go. Thank you. All right. I don't believe there's anything further, so we'll adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Lisa Snyder's bench trial starts Monday, but we have not confirmed that it's going to be.
Right.
And then Matthew Farwell's got something on Monday. Oh no, he doesn't, because he canceled. We got to take that off the calendar. He waived it. Remember, because he agreed to be detained because he knows he's
Right.
in big hot water. Let me
Right.
see. Can I take that one off of there? Oh, I don't want to unsubscribe. It won't let me. I can't edit it. Can't edit it.
It won't let you. It should let you edited it.
No, it says I can add, I think, but I can't. It says unsubscribe from this calendar. That's all. You set it up wrong.
I'm so sorry.
Let me tell you, I cannot
No,
say
Lisa
nothing.
Snyder's bench trial starts on Monday. Yeah, the
Monday.
16th. Matthew Farwell, and then
Now there's some hearings. There's some, if we're gonna watch Donna Adelson, which I don't know if we are or not. I am, but if we're gonna watch Donna Adelson, there's some hearings that took place. I think yesterday and maybe today or a couple days ago or something. And that we could watch on Monday to like kind of get an idea. I'm gonna be binging Charlie. Jay's been rewatching Charlie. I haven't had a chance to watch it, but I'm gonna probably binge Charlie, the rest of it, because I've only seen part of it.
I am actually thinking that I want to stream Carly Gregg's trial.
Bro, when is that? Did that start this week or does it start next week?
I think it starts next week. This coming week. I could be wrong.
I would here. Hang on, I'll tell you. La 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 la.
I looked and it just says September,
la,
but
la.
I haven't looked in the other files and such.
Stand by.
Right, P. Lola's mom, send Brandy to that deliberation room. She can get them sorted right quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Guess who was covering her? Where's Michelle? Michelle Lee. Guess who was covering her chat today? Her stream today.
Yeah, I popped in early and said hi over there.
Miss Kathy.
But of course I've been over here and haven't got to watch.
Yeah. What's her name again? What's her last name again? What's that girl's name?
Who? Greg, Gregg.
Yeah, I knew that. La 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 la. Looks like it starts on 9 a.m. 9 a.m. I'm wrong. Do we know what time the hearing is today? 9 a.m. Thought it was earlier this week. La 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 la. Looks like 9/16.
Okay, so that's Monday.
Prosecutors filed a motion for a gag order and also a motion to exclude evidence not previously admitted. That's something about maybe he had a Document. Hi. Squeaker says hi.
Hi, Squeaker.
Hi, Squeaker. Yes. Who's I can't see on my TV. Sherry. Is that Sherry? Ugh, the ABs on this kit are okay. Let me take a deep breath. Okay, this kit that I'm doing is all rhinestone. Okay, I've never done that before, and I'm actually very much enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
However, there are 3 ABs in this kit. Now, this is an old kit. I'll just say it's an older kit from the older manufacturer that they don't use anymore. And there's a reason why they don't use them anymore. And I'm telling you right now that I have some of the best putty and wax and things in my arsenal, and not a one of them wants to pick them up. And I'm mad. They will not pick it. They won't.
Sometimes I just break down and use tweezers.
I got the dots. Okay, here's what I have found, and you're all gonna laugh at me. And there's a lot of confetti in the areas that I've been in. Katie Bug is right. They are a smart jury. I love these questions they're asking.
Mm-hmm.
So the O snap dot. Oh, justice for the ducks that never got their pond.
Oh,
mermaid.
cute.
You're not wrong. The chunky in the multiplacer, I can get them to pick up. Ew, Sherry, no, we do not spit. No, ma'am. I know it works well. I know people.
I spit too,
Yeah.
Sherry.
I know they
spit too.
lick the end of their thing and do the things, and y'all are nasty.
Well, you don't gotta say it like that.
You do.
No.
Oh, Friday the 13th verdict day has a ring to it. You ain't wrong. Convicted on Friday the 13th. Could you imagine? So anyway, so you're chonky, okay, in the multiplacer, but I have to. I mean, I can pick. I'm picking them up singularly because it's confetti, but I'm using the multiplacer, and that has worked. Nothing else. Y'all are. Sherry says I always lick the end of my thing. Y'all are nasty. Y'all are nasty. 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 What am I doing here? Z.
Nasty.
I gotta make some more minders. And I'm over here just.
Oh, you
I
nasty boy.
I haven't been able to.
I'm sorry.
Miss Jackson, are you done?
Call me nasty.
If you Also, are we buying that she had 2 pink guns?
I don't know. I mean, they had a house full of them, so I don't know.
I'm just saying. I call foul. I call foul. Anyway, I haven't been able to diamond paint in almost like a year. And I haven't really wanted to per se, but then I joined this daggone, I'm helping with this daggone thing, and I'm like, okay, if I'm helping, I should probably like do it. Sorry, y'all. Got a funny. I guess they could. What's for dinner besides wine? Chinese?
Chinese and wine.
I'm forgetting. Not the girlfriend got home. I'm being all loud. And I'm telling you what, if those children were out here hooping and hollering the way that I do when I'm on this thing with y'all, I'd have their heads. I wouldn't allow it. No, ma'am. My light just thought I was talking to it. I need a quick stick. A quick stick. Oh, is that one of them wax stick thingies? I think I got one of them.
Supposed to pick up like rhinestones and stuff for bejeweling.
And we have, and I am not attesting to because I have not tried it, but we have a sponsor who says that their putty is tested for ABs. Now, I have not tested it, so, and I'm a hard presser.
For those of you that have no idea what we're talking about, it's craft related.
Not wax, but a putty. Oh, like a pretty placer thing. that what you're talking about? And I know somebody said the DAC pen, and that's not going to happen. So,
Not today.
not ever. Sorry. I have one of them wax things because I use them for my nails. Actually, there's a lot of tools that you can use for your nails that cross over to diamond painting. Just saying. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh, I had the
there
biggest
really
nail
is.
fail.
You're right about that. If you have a lot of supplies and tools for nail art,
Yeah, you can do
then
diamond
you
painting.
could diamond paint like nobody's business.
You're a little hard out. Although I had serious nail fail. Oh my gosh, it's a bad fail.
I'm still
Bad
sitting over
fail.
here double checking, like trying to confirm when this Carly Gregg's trial starts. I'm
It's the
sure it starts on the
16th. I said
16th.
it. I said it already.
But where did you see it or find it?
I confirmed it on my secret place.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
There's a motion for the gag order, motion to suppress urine drug test.
Yeah, they just had that hearing a couple days ago.
Yeah, a couple days ago, and from what I can tell, from my, let me just see what is that subway vigilante thing? I've been wanting to look at that too. Carly Gregg.
And I wonder how long her trial is supposed to last.
Give me a second. I'm looking. Trial 9/16. They have it 9/16. Murder, attempted murder, attempt to commit murder, tampering with physical evidence, 20 years to life.
It says Gregg's jury trial is set for September 16th and is expected to last several days. So, several days. I'm assuming that means a week.
Yeah.
So I'm going to edit this on the calendar to go a week.
Okay.
Because I'm just going to be honest, I'm not super interested in the Donna Adelson stuff.
Girl, if you I'm telling you, if you
watch
some of this Charlie Adelson stuff, you'll be all over. It's so good. It's so good. And here's what I'm going to tell you. Here's my dollar on the wall. Are y'all ready? Because when it happens, I want y'all all to go. To said it. I said it a month ago. My dollar on the wall is Charlie is going to flip on them. And as soon as Donna's trial, this is $2 really. But as soon as Donna's trial is over, they're going to indict Wendy. No way she didn't know about all this. Kind of like this woman saying she didn't know the whole body was under her thing.
Right.
If they don't come back till Monday, her lawyer is going to use that. They saw a guy at Starbucks using a cell phone, so they were looking into the Shaver case. That person ain't wrong. That's been her whole goal, her whole duty this whole trial. Laurie Shaver's been watching everybody to see what they're doing on the social media.
All right, let me go over here and look to see what you guys are doing.
Order my Chinese food.
So we got 15 votes, 16 votes. Hold on.
B. Lois is beating Gail's coming. Oh, I'm waiting for
that she hopes that they do go after Wendy. But here's the thing, like, I'm not super interested in the Donna Adelson. And I know that is such a popular trial that, like, everybody and their mama is going to be streaming that one. And I don't know. I'm just kind of the Carly Gregg one. I don't know. Just
oh God, Rushy is terrible. Oh, he's terrible. Rashbomb is his name. That's the attorney's name. Okay, check this out. You want to know something weird? Rashi, okay, who is the the lawyer, he was the lawyer for Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson got convicted. He's now not hey from Germany that you can't hear me because you're not on our channel. So or Jenny's channel. I didn't mean our, I mean everybody's, you know what I mean. But he was Charlie Adelson's attorney, and now he's Donna's attorney. Look, it's a sign. There's a thing up there that says Charlie Adelson was less than 4 hours.
Oh, Lord, Rogue's here.
Rogue,
Good
Rogue's
morning.
back.
Fell asleep.
Yay. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Morgana's with me. She's like, I'm with you, Jenny. So you're not into the Donna Adelson thing either?
I'm into whatever y'all want to do. I can speed watch Adelson at night if you don't want to do Adelson. I can speed watch because I know Jay's probably going to be watching it at night because Jay's working a real job now. Okay, that was wrong. Jay's working a day job now. I didn't mean that like that. That was you know what I meant. Y'all know what I meant. Anyways, Jay is working a 9 to 5 now. So he'll probably be doing it at night. So I can watch it with him at night.
Well, I'm working 8:30 to
12:30. You always.
It's 5:30 p.m. and I'm still I can't even tell you when I'm going to be hitting the clock out button. I'm kidding. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sitting at home in my pajamas and
I didn't mean it like that.
I know you didn't. I think it's cute. I mean, I have several work from home businesses, so, it is what it is. I think Carly Gregg is going to be interesting too. It's going to be difficult because of the situation. I mean, she's like, what, 14 years old or something? And I don't know. But here's the thing too. If the Lisa Snyder case, if that bench trial is happening on Monday, whether it is going to be live streamed or not, my nose is still going to be stuck all the way up into that Lisa Snyder case because I'm hardcore invested in that one. So, Miss King, Carly Gregg is the young girl. She's got a dark brown hair. It's a short bob with bangs. In case you've seen the picture of her on your YouTube feed or whatever.
I'm over here conversating with myself.
She's a young teenage girl, I think like 14. She shot and killed her mother and then called her friend and said, hey, have you ever wanted to see a dead body? And the friend comes over, not really expecting to see what she sees. And
didn't she show pictures too?
Maybe. I don't remember. But then when her stepdad comes home, she shoots at him but misses. Well, I think she hits him, but it didn't kill him. And so she's on trial for murder and attempted murder
and tampering with evidence, I think. Miss King, I feel I don't want to speak out of turn, but I feel like, because let me just tell you, if anybody is going to watch an Adelson trial, it's going to be Jay. And I know he's working during the day now, so I feel like he'll probably. Can you hear that dog? I feel like he'll probably stream it at night. Also, if y'all, I don't know if I should be doing that or not. Anyways, if y'all didn't watch the Charlie Adelson, and you want to watch Charlotte Adelson, he and I think Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, I think they both have a full playlist of stuff. I got to go back. I missed Kathy's update this morning on this trial. She's been cracking me up. She cracks me up. I love her. Jay's watching Adelson right now. I think he got off earlier something, or it's after hours or something. Yeah, I know. He just started. I got to catch up though. I'm behind.
I wonder, could we, I don't know how it would work, and I've never tried it before, but I mean, we could probably, like, test it and see if we could
Guess what?
stream 2 streams at the same time from my channel. Like,
Maybe.
have an Adelson stream
But
going
you
and
couldn't commentate on both. That'd be hard.
No, there's no way I could do that. But I'm just saying if you wanted to do the Adelson.
I mean, I could technically do it from mine. I just don't have a StreamYard, and I'm afraid to log out of your StreamYard because then all my powers will be gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it would work. I don't know how it would work.
Um,
But I mean, people do it all the time, right? Like you have Long Crime, they always have
like
2
a
or 3
whole
things
network.
going on
It's
at
Long
once.
Crime Network, man. They got
Yeah,
more
but
than
it's
one.
on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know if you can do that. I would rather
Well,
just
I'll tell you
be with
what, let
you,
me
and then no, I would rather just
Okay.
be with you, and then I can watch it later.
I just don't want you to miss out, and then you feel like
I'm
you have
not.
to speed watch on 2 times at 4:00 in the morning because you spent all day over
I
here
do
with
that
me.
anyways.
Well, I'm just saying.
I do that anyways. Oh, this was such a nail fell. Oh my god.
I know, Miss King, it's scary, right?
What?
Very
What?
scary. She says, "Oh my goodness, what are all these kids doing?"
It's really like all okay. So let's talk about that for a minute. This is what scares me. I've already said like all these children are growing up way too fast, right? And you know, they're getting their hormones sooner. Oh yeah, like Gail said, don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't want y'all to have to choose.
Okay.
Plus, I'd rather.
She'd rather bounce out. That's what she's saying. I'd rather bounce. Yeah, you gonna bounce? Yeah, you cute.
I freaked out when I heard her earlier, and I thought I heard her before, but I was like, I was just here, like that was like wishful Jolie thinking that I had heard her, but she was home.
Yeah, she was home.
So okay, so all these children are getting all their hormones earlier, right? And they're getting all their things earlier, and it's just a whole thing. But can we talk about like the decisions that these children are making at such a young age, i.e., killing their parents, i.e., unaliving themselves? Like whoever thought an 11-year-old, an 11-year-old, like what is wrong? What is going on with it? I just cannot. Y'all, I didn't order my Chinese food yet. Hold on a minute.
We have the issue with the hormones, right? And you're right. The kids are getting hormone changes so much earlier now. And FYI, we can blame our food, and we can blame our laundry detergent, and we can blame our soap and shampoo on all of that because hormone disruptors, fragrance, all those different wonky things. Like now, you know how you'll see your bottle of shampoo, it'll say paraben free, phthalate free. Okay.
Well, I'm telling you right now that there is definitely hormones in the food, like chicken and the milk and all that stuff that make these children grow up faster. Because when we were coming up, we didn't have. Look.
Well, and here's another big one that people actually. It's
Gail threw down Revelations. She's like, Revelations. I'm out. You ain't wrong.
You're not wrong, Gail. But soy is another big one. Yep. Soy is another huge hormone disruptor, and it's in everything. But besides that, you have kids who are on anxiety and depression medication at a much younger age.
Yep.
You have, kids raising kids nowadays. And it's just things are not the same as they used to be. And it's scary. It's very scary. But you're right, Gail. Revelations.
We about to go to church again.
Yeah, that's a fact. Can't text and drive. Michelle's back and
Thank you.
listening on the car
Appreciate that.
speakers.
$49.
That Chinese food's getting awful expensive. It was 33 a while ago.
That's because it's Uber Eats.
God almighty, for $50, that's like you could get all kinds of stuff for $50 at Walmart.
I feel like that's not going to happen. What did I add? What did I do?
Yeah, and today was Free Fry Friday at McDonald's. Michelle's is $56. Lord, I would.
See?
Dude, what happened to the daggone dollar menu? You go to try to get something off the dollar menu now, and it's like 3 chicken nuggets and 2 French fries. Emotional regulation is not being taught. Kel.
I get 4 weeks of Uber One free, and I can cancel at any time before October and not have to pay.
Miss King, whoa. Who's that one about? I need to look that one up. Miss King says in the most recent one I saw was the son a year ago killed his father. Mom bailed him out, and now he's killed the mom.
No.
Good Lord.
Lord, I should probably not use my kid's card for that. Okay.
I love how we bounce back and forth between Uber Eats.
Well, I'm
Chinese
reading
food.
this thing because I don't want to okay. 0 delivery fee. Save on
murder.
4 weeks free. I'm reading this to make sure I'm not going to avoid charges. Cancel up to 48 hours before October 11th. I'll cancel tomorrow. I just want to save some monies.
Well, don't sound like $40 or $50 for Chinese food is.
Stand by. That's what I'm doing. I'm saving my fees. It's the fees. The fees. I ain't got no car. Jay just went to work.
And half a cola.
Went down. What?
Pilola's mom said and half a cola.
Why did it charge $9.99 to my card? It said not to.
Ooh, they've done stuck you, ma'am. They're like, you're buying this Chinese food and you're going to like it.
That is not what it said. It said 4 weeks free.
Oh, Spin, stop it. You are.
Look,
Spins. Do you want me to hand you the basket?
Look, listen. When you go to Uganda and they cook you meat, you don't ask. You can ask what anything else is.
Well, I'm sorry.
Meat, you say it's meat, and they go, yes, it's meat. And you go, okay, thank you. And it's always good, but you don't ask.
Well, I would be the one that would offend every single person there because I can't, I mean, I can either offend you by asking what it is, or I can offend you by taking a bite and then vomiting in my plate. Which offense would you rather have?
It's always good.
What, babe?
Mom.
It's not so much the taste as it is textures for me, and I'm bad.
It's a meat texture.
There's all kinds of different meat textures, ma'am.
La 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 la.
I
saved $11 with Uber One. These people better not charge my card.
What?
La, la, la.
Chocolate. What? Bum bum ba da da.
Okay, this is funny. Priority 15 to 30 minutes. Cost you an extra $1.99. Standard 20 to 35 minutes.
Kel, it took me a minute, but ma'am. Kel and Steph. Where's Steph?
Oh, bro. The storm.
Hell and Steph, and then Morgana. I mean, half the chat, they're all just.
And
You
they're
know
all
what?
mods, ma'am. They're all mods.
Oh, they are. You know what? You're right. The storm.
La 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 la. Did you hear what I said? Priority, you got to pay $1.99. It's 15 to 30 minutes.
Priority,
Standard,
like
yeah.
mail shipping?
No, priority like deliver priority. It's $1.99. It's 15 to 30 minutes. Standard is 20 to 35 minutes, and it's free.
I thought you used to say priority. I'm thinking flat rate, all you can fit in the box. Like, give me an all you can eat buffet and charge me one thing and ship it to my house for free.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Dag nabbit.
For those of you that have been hearing the things about Elijah View, or View, however you pronounce his name, the remains that were found by the deer hunter have been confirmed. They are that of the 3-year-old little Elijah View. That's sad. I mean, I think everybody knew it was.
We already knew it, but they
need to hang Jesse Vang and Katrina, whatever heifer's name is. Sweet baby. That baby was 3 years old, and they're trying to treat him like he's in boot camp.
Teach him how to be a man.
Yeah. Disgusting. I hope that there are some evidence among his remains that they can. I mean, it's blatantly obvious. They've even got surveillance video of that man taking him into one of the, like a gas station or convenience store or a car shop. I can't remember what it was. A mechanic shop or something. But
I want to stop them in their places.
Colin Griffith, 17-year-old in Florida. We should have known it was Florida. Florida's got a bad rap, y'all.
That's why I don't live there no more. It's bad.
Colin Griffith. I'm going to go look him up. Gail Pierce, the Elijah View, the 3-year-old little boy, or the Colin Griffith one?
That poor baby.
Colin. What did she say his last? Griffith?
Griffin or Griffith?
Yeah, it's Colin Griffith. Here it says New York Post.
These people will. You can add on. They'll stop at the convenience store and pick you up a soda.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up.
Polk County. Wow.
Gail said the little boy, Elijah.
Oh. Awful. He's been missing since about the time Sebastian Rogers went missing. It was some time the beginning of the year. Goodness gracious.
All right, yo. I ordered from Uber Eats. You better give me my money. Ooh, Morgana, no ma'am.
Let me share this tab with you guys real quick, and we'll look at this story. 17-year-old stabs mother to death in Florida 1 year after killing father.
That's crazy talk. Where's that music playing? Is that you?
Yeah. Is this hold on, why is this being all, I don't need to know all this stuff. I thought it was
Before ClickUp, our team's work
oh
was
my god, really? Come on. Okay, well we just won't watch the video, okay? Or here, let me mute it and then play it. And then
JD Vance, his running mate, has
I
created a
don't
lot
want
of
to hear about
controversy.
JD Vance either. What the crap? Why is it showing this stuff? I want the story of this kid. We'll just scroll on past. It says a 17-year-old boy stabbed his mother to death in Florida just 1 year after he shot and killed his father in Oklahoma. Oof. Colin Griffith called 911 on Sunday night and claimed that his mother, 39-year-old Catherine Griffith, was stabbed in the neck during a fight after she lunged at him with a knife and fell on it. Police rushed to the home where Catherine was pronounced dead. Deputies asked Colin what had happened, but he became uncooperative and demanded to speak to a lawyer. Investigators quickly discovered that the evidence at the scene did not match the situation the teen described to police over the phone. And that's a picture of him, 17 years old. Witnesses told detectives that Colin and his mother were shouting at each other outside the residence when they saw the boy grab his mother by the hair and drag her inside. She repeatedly pleaded, "Let me go." He opens up the door and there's a few arguments. Don't know exactly what the words were because I was sitting on my front porch. Next thing I know, he grabs her and pulls her inside the house. Nancy K. Jones, who lives across the street, told WFLA. He just grabbed her. Looked like he grabbed her by the hair. Colin's grandmother, who was not present during the stabbing but owns the home where it happened, told police that the teen has been physically or verbally confrontational with his mother in several instances in the past. The grandmother reportedly told Jones before that Colin had problems. The medical examiner's office autopsy revealed that Catherine Griffin died of a deep knife wound to the neck. The wound was
Ooh.
deemed to be inconsistent with an accidental injury. The teenager is now an orphan as he allegedly killed his dad as well. Oof. Trigger warning, trigger warning. There's a photo of a knife. Colin fatally shot his father, Charles Robert Griffith, in 2023 during an altercation at their Oklahoma home on Valentine's Day, claiming self-defense. According to an arrest affidavit, he was 15 years old at the time. The teen told police he had been cornered by his dad in the bedroom of the house, so he picked up a gun and shot him twice, once in the chest and once in the head. Colin's mother paid $50,000 to bail him out of jail, records show. The charges were later dropped as self-defense could not be ruled out, according to Lincoln County, Oklahoma DA's office. And then this is a knife. He said that she had fallen onto it. He was reunited with his mother exactly a year after he shot his father through Florida's Department of Children and Families. He first threatened to kill Catherine at that time before allegedly killing her on Sunday. Colin Griffith is a violent predator. He has now killed both his father and his mother, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said in a statement. We will hold him accountable in Polk County. We will do everything we can to keep him separated from civil society. 17-year-old is charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and violation of a no-contact order. Sheesh. That's awful. Yeah, Miss King, I agree with that. She says, I think we see a lot of Florida because they're so open with their cases.
Yeah, but Bro.
Been putting unrelated political videos in the middle of articles. That's very annoying. I wish they wouldn't do that. And it's only going to get worse because we're getting closer and closer to November.
What's the poll looking like?
Let me look real quick. La 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 la. Why does it keep going back and forth between 18 and 19? It's saying 18 votes, 19 votes, 18. It keeps going back and forth between 19 and 18. Why is it doing that? Let me refresh this page. Maybe it needs a refresh. Oops.
I have 8. Oh. It's possessed.
What?
It keeps going 18, 19, 18, 19.
Did you see it doing that too? Is it just me?
Gail, what do you mean a no contact order? In what regard?
Because they said that there was a no contact order on that calling kid. Says
So
he's
it's-
charged with first degree murder, kidnapping, and violation of a no contact order. That's kind of like a restraining order.
It's a restraining order, yeah.
Yeah. But it
They
could
just call it
have
a no
to do-
contact.
It could have to do too with like anything social media or texting.
Yeah.
Or,
So they used to be a restraining order. Now they're no contact orders, which means you cannot contact, be near, come near, be on social media, phone. You can't do nothing. That's what the no contact order is.
I know, right, Donnie? They found little Elijah. It's so sad. It breaks my heart. Oh, you got your guitar. You gonna play them a song? You gonna strum a little tune? Yeah, go ahead. It's just got one string on this little guitar. She loves it. It's actually supposed to be like a QB, ma'am. If you're wanting to be on here, you're not up here in case you're talking somewhere.
Normally it like does a little sound, but it hasn't been doing that. But I said that was the best song I had ever heard.
All right. It's a learning guitar and it's got this little like book, and the neck of the guitar has all the little numbers, and you're supposed to hold the numbers on that string and then do the one little thing, strum the guitar.
Right.
Right, but she's not figured that out yet, so it just plays the same dong 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 every time she plays it. So.
I think it's the best. I think
It
it's
is.
wonderful.
It is the best.
I hate when you miss like one drill and you looked all over and you assured that this one drill weren't here, and there it is.
It was funny, you guys. The other day, her teacher messaged me, and she auto corrected to Jolene instead of Jolie. And she sent another message and said sorry about the autocorrect, and then she spelled her name right. And I said, "No worries." I said, "I get that all the time, but you better watch it because she might just take your man."
Jolie.
So cute.
That's a good song.
It is good, right? What,
I could jam to that.
She's so funny. Why?
Mom, we need that as a sound thing. I clipped it. I also clipped Hi QB. Hi QB.
Oh,
I have it. I saved it. Hi QB.
you got to go vote, Rogue. What do you got to go vote for?
Are y'all voting? Oh, she's voting maybe in the poll.
Oh, here.
We all got
Okay.
voting on the brain. Well, he. Hi, QB.
She's so funny. She also thinks that farting is hilarious. She thinks that's the funniest thing on the planet right now. I mean,
kind of is. Did
she
you
ain't
get that
wrong.
thing I sent you the other day?
Oh, baby, you want them on? Well, bring them to me and I'll put them on. What thing?
The thing that said not to hold your farts in because that's where crappy ideas come from.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Don't hold your farts in because that's where crappy ideas come from.
Here, I'll put them on. Come here now, I'll put them on, baby.
Come here and I'll put them on. How did I miss a whole? I missed a whole letter. Y'all are distracting.
Pics are up. What pics?
Oh, of your dinner? You suck.
Ooh.
Let's go see the barbecue cups and the mac and cheese. Oh, I love those.
Yum. Oh, I love those Cordell plates too.
Oh, those are cute. Those are old school.
Yeah, they are. My aunt used to have those.
Are those your mama's? Your mom and them?
Mine is I've got a couple of them left, and it's the plate that's the Corel. Is it Corel or Cornell?
No, it's Corel.
A Corel.
Cornell's a university.
Cornell is a university, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So the Corel plates, it's got the little like apple and the red and green.
Oh, my grandma used to have the green, the avocado green. Them barbecue things. I'm moving it. Y'all know I'm moving to Morgana's, right? That cat keeps going out in my bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be cold during the winter though.
They look yummy.
Also, did I tell y'all that Pizza Rolls has breakfast rolls now?
Yeah, I bet they're good too. I bet they're real good.
Also, you get points on Fetch for that. Just saying.
We'll have to do that because I got those stinking White Castles, which they will be stinking pretty soon.
I just sent you something about them White Castles.
The 1300?
No, check your text messages.
When the package reads serving size 6, but you ate the whole thing.
Feel called out. That just came up on my thing.
Look at that cat too. It's got like 10 chins.
Look, listen. We're not talking about that. Okay. I ate that whole box of White Castle. They're little.
Well, you're not meant to just eat one White Castle. White Castles are meant to be eaten a few
that's
at a
drunk
time.
eating. That's drunk eating. You go get a whole bag full of White Castle. Well, see,
2
now
o'clock in the morning.
Yep, we did the Crystal Burgers, because we didn't have no White Castle down in Florida. But I knew White Castle because my family's from Illinois. Everybody but me, and yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. But I don't know. I want to stick them in the air fryer, but if they get crispy, that's not the same because they're supposed to be like steamed.
Yeah.
So they had all these spins. You get 1,300 points on Fetch.
White Castles are the bomb.
They are the bomb. So they had the destructions, like put them in the microwave with the top bun flipped over, and then cover them with some paper towels, but on a plate, but then tucked under. I was like, y'all trying to make me do math. So, yeah. Anyways, they were good. They were good with them little onions. They even got the little onions in there. They even got the
They're
little onions
just
in
like,
there.
yeah, they're
I
just
mean,
like
and they got the
the.
holes in them. They got the holes
Mhm.
in the patties.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, shut up, because I opened them up because you got to put some mustard on there.
Oh no, Just give
Uh-huh.
me
You got
some
to put
cheese, and they
no
better have the pickles on them too, or I'll be mad.
the cheese, and you got to put a little mustard on them. And I took them all to the face, and then I went, daggone it, I'm a family of 6. Nikes. I mean, let's be serious, okay? The freaking Pringles can, I'm a family of 4 if I eat the whole Pringles can.
You think about it though, them White Castles are barely the size of the palm of your hand. And it's
Exactly.
all bread. There ain't no hamburger in that hardly.
No,
So
I ate the whole thing. I ate the whole box, and I'm telling everybody on the interwebs that I ate the whole box of White Castle. Sue me. I'm gonna order another box because I get another 1,300 points on that.
so everybody in the chat that likes White Castles, everybody in the chat except Spins, when you get a box of White Castles or you go get a Crave case, how many do you eat at a
How many do
time?
you eat? Or if you're not you don't have the White Castle, if you got the Crystal Burger,
2,
2.
Morgana?
Oh, come on.
I can have 2 ate before I can even get them onto the plate.
Facts, and to the table.
Right?
Okay, now the breakfast things are in my cart. Yes, they do have Jimmy Dean toaster things. They also have Jimmy Dean cup things.
That scared you, didn't it, baby?
I
I like the El Monterey frozen breakfast burritos. Those are
Yeah.
really good.
Them El Monterey regular burritos are good too.
Yeah, we buy
I'll
those
tell
a
you how,
lot.
3 to 5 depending. See, there you go. There you go, Sapphires. You right. Crystal Burgers, 3 to 5. I mean, you might as well not even go if you ain't gonna have 3 to 5.
Yeah, what's the point? I mean,
I don't even get fries. I just want all the burgers. I'm like, you can keep your soggy fries, but their fries aren't. Neither one of them's fries are any good.
They
Yeah,
have
you
the
can
waffle
keep
fries though, don't they? Or do
at
they?
White Castle. I don't know because I ain't been to a. I'll be honest with you, I ain't never been to a actual White Castle. I just knew about them from my family, and then saw them in the freezer section. Was like, hey, and then I saw yesterday. Well, you were talking about them, and then I saw, dang, they giving 1,300 points, and I had a whole Walmart order going anyway, so I was like, let me have some of them.
They don't have waffle fries, Morgana. What kind of fries?
Sapphire. Sometimes them crystal, if they cook them just right and you get them just right, them crystal fries do hit different. But it's a narrow window.
They
It's a
slap.
narrow window. They slap.
That's no
That's
cap.
no cap. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so them I'm gonna try them. Who put the things? Was it Sherry that put the pizza things in your car? Now Sherry, listen, you gotta do them bougie style.
Oh, I thought it was Gail.
Oh, was it Gail? Okay, I'm sorry. Ain't Gail the one that started the thing with the Jif peanut butter?
No, that was Sherry.
That was Sherry. Okay, I'm sorry. I love both of y'all.
I don't know. I mean, you told Sherry one
No, I
time you
didn't.
didn't.
I
But
did
okay.
not. I said Sherry Boone, and that is not her name.
I know. I'm playing.
But so Gail, do you have an air fryer? I'm glad that I'm so entertaining to Miss Jolie over there. She's just laughing her little pants off.
She is. Sherry said, "Ma'am,
ma'am, I love you. I do love you. I do. I did not. I had the mixture of you got an air fryer. Okay. So you take the pizza rolls or the breakfast rolls or whatever, and you put them in an air fryer for like a third of the time, and then when they're about third of the time through, you put some butter on them. You just drop some butter in the thing with them, okay, and you shake them all up, and then you do it. Well, this This will be different. You wouldn't want to do that. Okay, if you're doing regular pizza rolls, you do it like a third, and then a third with the butter, and then a third you put shake Parmesan cheese on it, shake them up, and cook them the rest of the time. And I'm telling you what, and dip them in some spaghetti sauce. They're good for the.
Slap your brains out.
Oh, they're so good. For the breakfast ones, though, I guess you could just do like half the time or 2/3 of the time, and then put the butter on them and shake them up. I don't need a nutritionist. I canceled that appointment. Anyways,
They're getting ready to do an Elijah View press conference.
Oh, bless that baby's heart.
I know it. Hold
I'm
on.
so mad. I
want to go see because I want to see what they have to say about the parents. If they say
my
anything,
food is on the way. My food is on the way. La 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 la.
Na 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 na.
And I almost tricked myself into being like an hour early for my MRI. Because it's for 10:05, and she said you got to get here 20 minutes early. So, I'm not going to the nutritionist. I canceled it. I will go. I rescheduled it. It's in October. I cannot. I can't right now. I just cannot. I can't go and have them be like, eat all these things, and it still won't work. Yay. I can't deal with it right now. I'm going in October. I changed it. They sent me homework. Like 6 or 8 pages. And then they harassed me about it. I'm not going stat this. I'm going to go have a serving size of Pringles. The Chinese is on the way. La, 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 la. I did reschedule it. It's in October. I called this morning and the lady told me November. So it was a good thing I called back this afternoon. She's like, no, I can get you in October. Awesome. Maybe by October I'll have like one of the catastrophic events that I'm going through taken care of. What do you think? You think we could mark one of them off the list?
Sorry, I'm over here searching.
You're not even listening to me. I'm having a whole existential crisis over here, and you just left me on the whole interwebs. Ma'am, you're eating barbecue cups and mac and cheese. Telling me I need to go stat. Oh, so I started to tell you some because I can never remember if it's 30 minutes early or 15 minutes early or whatever. You never know like which doctor has what criteria of early to be there. So what I started doing was I started putting in, if they say be here 15 minutes early, then I put in the 15-minute time, right? Well, this one said 20 minutes early, but I forgot that I had started doing that. So I was like, dang, I had to leave here at like 8:45. My appointment is not until 10:20. That is a whole lie. So I was like, oh, that's right, because I put in the time. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Anyways. Oh, Elijah.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to change the title?
No, I mean, no. I'm just going to go ahead and play it while we're waiting because we're
waiting.
We're still waiting for the jury, so we can watch this while we're. If this was a case that I had already been talking about, maybe, but I've never talked about this case on the channel before. So
be mad. You might want to throw up trigger warning.
Yeah,
because I don't know what they're going to say.
Yeah.
I guess I could have done that. Look at me. I could do the thing.
Can you do that for me?
I think I can.
Okay. The shout out to Matt Black Inc. on Twitter for this stream.
Is that it?
Is what it?
Is that's the right one, right? The ticker?
Hold on, let me look.
Because they're like 1 111
Yeah, that's
2
good.
2
That's
2
good.
2. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Got copies of copies in here.
Moderators.
I got it.
Thank you.
Yep.
I can't hear this.
Nice, Morgana. Good job.
I'm gonna have to find a different feed because I can't hear that at all. Hold on.
Morgana, when they come back, I would just go ahead and block them.
Okay.
That was a good shout, ma'am. There we go. They're already in. Yeah, I can't. I reported them. I cannot block them. Oh, my food's here.
Can you hear the video playing?
I can't hear it. Let me look.
Can you guys in the chat hear it?
Because Sleuthy dropped one.
Jolie, get out of there. Ma'am. Scoot your boot. Okay, you guys couldn't hear it. I could hear it. Wonder why.
Are you on Matt Black?
Yeah. It's not as YouTube, it's on Twitter.
Yeah, I can hear it when I open it.
But you can't hear it right now if I hit the play button.
Hit
Listen.
play. No.
You can't hear that.
Let me see if also, again, I wasn't telling you what to do. I just was saying if they come back, if they don't come back and say anything, you won't be able to block them. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can pull it up. You don't follow Matt? He's another one that gets a lot of information fairly quickly. Let's see if I can pull it up. Why do I not see it now? There it is. Okay, so if I pull it up here. Oh. Yeah, it's like there's no sound. Yeah, it's almost like there's no sound.
Can you hear it now?
No. Nope.
Okay. Well, you can see it, you just can't hear it, right?
Y'all can read lips, right?
Nah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can.
Let me remove it from the stage.
Let's look.
Let me add it back. Now let me see if you guys can hear it. I'm going to hit the play button.
Here, I found another feed.
ever met Elijah?
Oops, sorry. Press conference.
You guys still can't hear that. Okay. Well,
I've got one here, but
well, the thing is it's not that you guys can't. I can hear it perfectly, but for whatever reason, it's got to be a glitch. So I'll use this stream here. I just need to take it down and then like remove it and then reshare altogether. So I'm just going to click stop sharing.
can I try the one that I have?
Yeah, you can try it.
Where'd it go? Where did it go? Is it this one? Oh, it is that one. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I'm professional. I don't know what this is. It looks like.
That we hope for. The family's devastated. We're devastated. Our community's devastated.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Met Elijah, but I watched that 3-year-old boy bring
It's
up.
only a minute and 8 seconds long.
I know. That's what I'm
Can't
saying.
thank the public and our business is enough. Thank you, DCI, for continuing to lead this investigation, FBI for their support, and our local, state, and federal law enforcement and fire departments, as well as the numerous neighboring agencies. I'd also like to thank all the churches, schools, all the search and rescue groups, and our residents and the family members. Thank you to all that the various city employees have done. The efforts of all of you and many others help bring conclusion to this phase of the investigation.
Okay.
Oh, ma'am, you set up Carly Gregg, and you set it up for all day. Okay. Let me see if I can find something else. That looks like it's part of it, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's part of it. Somebody's just clipped that from Justin.
Sorry.
From Clutch Them
I
Pearls,
just
it
thought
looks like.
maybe it had only been going on for that long. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, this video I found it's at least 8 minutes. Let me try to share it again and see if you guys can hear it. Okay, let me hit the play button now and see if you can hear it.
Rivers Police Department.
I can hear it.
Thank you all for taking the time to be here, and also to those of you watching or listening in. Your unwavering concern and support for Elijah has been greatly appreciated by all of us. Today, we're holding this press briefing to provide you updates in regards to the search for Elijah Vu. Since the moment that we took the call on February 20th of this year for Elijah Vu being missing, Elijah has been our top priority and will remain our top priority. Because we are committed to open and honest communication with our community, we are holding this press briefing. Chief Ben Minor of the Two Rivers Police Department will be sharing important updates with you all. Minor's last name is spelled MEINNERT. We will not be taking any questioning during or following the press briefing because we are already sharing all of the information that we are able to provide to you at this time. There will be a packet available for you containing the information that Chief will be sharing, and I will provide that to you following the press briefing. Chief Minor.
Thank you all for being here. Last Saturday, Sheriff Hartwig called me immediately upon learning his deputies were responding to investigate a report of skeletal remains found by someone in the town of Two Rivers. With night falling near, the entire area was secured while a variety of resources were gathered to investigate. Ultimately, a forensic anthropologist with the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratories was able to confirm a skull and bones as human remains. On Sunday, my staff assisted the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office, Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation, and the Wisconsin Crime Lab with recovery of those remains and any associated evidence. The intentions of our team were to first notify family of the discovery and then alert the public. Prior to that, however, reports went out on social media and other platforms, some of which were false and most of which had yet to be confirmed. While we do feel it's important to share information with the public, our first priority is Elijah and the integrity of the investigation, as well as communication with the family. These are the facts that I can share. The remains were found on private property by a person getting his land ready for the hunting season. This land was not on Manitou Girl Scout camp property, but rather a thick wooded area with heavy underbrush, just to the north of Manitou. This location is just over 3 miles northwest of where he originally was reported missing. This area had been searched several times, as had been reported, by law enforcement searches, by private searches, by the landowner, by air, and with various search and rescue teams. Despite all those previous efforts and throughout different conditions and changing seasons, we continued searching and even had continued searches scheduled as early as next week. The remains found by the hunter and recovered by law enforcement were taken to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for DNA testing to identify the person. It is with a heavy heart that I announce to you today, those remains were identified as Elijah Vu. With that news and following this briefing, the Amber Alert will be canceled. As soon as Elijah was identified, we notified his family. I ask that you respect them and allow them to grieve. The area where Elijah was located is private property, and we ask that you respect the private property owner and avoid that area. This is not the outcome that we hoped for. The family's devastated, we're devastated, our community's devastated. I never met Elijah, but I watched that 3-year-old boy bring out the best in this community. I can't thank the public and our businesses enough. Thank you, DCI, for continuing to lead this investigation, FBI for their support, and our local, state, and federal law enforcement and fire departments, as well as the numerous neighboring agencies. I'd also like to thank all the churches, schools, all the search and rescue groups, and our residents and the family members. Thank you to all that the various city employees have done. The efforts of all of you and many others help bring conclusion to this phase of the investigation. What started out as a search for a missing boy is now a death investigation. Although we understand your desire for information, we can't share every detail, and we must maintain the integrity of the investigation. We know the family and the community has a lot of questions. This is a process that will take a great deal of time, and we'll do everything we can in this investigation to answer those questions. Going forward, we'll continue to share updates provided from DCI and the Manitowoc County DA. We will receive them, and we will continue to be your sole source of accurate information. Now that we know the location of where Elijah was located, off Christie Bob Lane and Manitou Drive. We ask that anybody with any information, if you haven't previously provided it or you think it may be useful in this investigation, to please contact law enforcement. Again, my assistant chief will provide you with the information on how to do so if you can. And again, thank you all for being here.
Chief, when do we expect a death investigation or autopsy?
Sorry, as a reminder, there will not be any questions.
When would that autopsy results be coming?
As Chief said, if you have any information that you feel would be beneficial for this investigation, please contact Detective Lieutenant Glazer of the Two Rivers Police Department at 920-686-7200. Again, that's Detective Lieutenant Glazer, Glaser, at the Two Rivers Police Department at 920-686-7200. As Chief Meinert said, we too are devastated by this news. Elijah was a little guy, but he left a huge impact on all of us, and he will not be forgotten. That will conclude the information we're sharing today at this press briefing. As a reminder, we will not be having questions at this time, as we already shared all the information we are available.
Is an autopsy scheduled? Is an autopsy scheduled? What's the reason for not taking questions?
Have all of his remains been recovered? I do have the press packets. If anybody would like one, it shares the information that Chief Meinert provided, and it's in writing for you. You can come forward and get those.
You know when we should expect, so that we're not bugging you, you know, when autopsy results will come? Ma'am, you know, so that we don't have to bug you every day, you know, when.
We will share any updates that we have when we have them and when we are able to. Thank you.
Oh, I was hoping they would have a copy of that press packet available for download, but I ain't seen it yet. So
They're keeping everything tight to the chest.
mm-hmm. Well, they said that everything that was in the press packet was something that the
Chief Meinert
that he had already offered, but
that guy was kind of a jerk. I mean, she said up front they weren't going to take any questions. He's like, why won't you answer questions? Because it's an open investigation.
Right. I mean,
and
the
just found this
media,
baby.
They don't, the media don't play. They're like, I know you said that, but that's not going to keep me from asking a question. You know, they're like,
well, then they wanted to be like, why aren't you answering questions?
Mm-hmm.
We told you in the beginning there weren't going to be no questions. So,
right. Yeah. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. So they're just under 2 hours on verdict watch. Just under 2 hours. Oh, QB dropped out. She's back. She's back. She just hasn't brought herself up yet, but she's back. There she is. Hello.
Hello. Oh,
I don't know why. I mean, you know how everybody has whatever cases or trials or whatever that they're really interested in. And I know Steph said one time a long time ago, she's like, there's too many kid cases. And I'm like, I know there are. And I hate that. But those are the ones that, you know.
Yeah.
But it's because I have kids, right? I mean, but then you have people that are the opposite. They're like, because they do have kids, they're like, okay, I can't watch that. But ever since Casey Anthony, that's when anytime there's been a case revolving around a child, my brain is like right there in it, you know? Now, like John Benet Ramsey, that was way before my crime time days started. So I know nothing. I know very little about John Benet other than she was a beauty queen. And people think that her family or her brother had something to do with it. But that's really all I know. That's all I know. QB's like, I'll be right back. I'm going to get my food. She's like, my Chinese food gonna be here any minute. And they probably already pecking at the door. She's checking to make sure she got all her sauces. She's making sure everything is in the bag. Let me ask you all a question. This is completely, I just need to know. This is super random. But what do you guys do? Okay, let me ask you all this. When you do a Walmart or any grocery store, like curbside pickup order for groceries, what do you do when you get home with your groceries and there's extra stuff that you didn't order? What do you do? Because I'm going to tell you something right now. Somebody's upset because they got home and they did not get their au gratin boxed potatoes.
Hi, sorry.
They didn't get their au gratin boxed potatoes or their box of linguine great value pasta.
What are you talking about?
I'm asking people in the chat, what do they do?
About what?
So I placed my Walmart order the other day and Dale went and picked it up and he got back home with it and we were going through it and there was two boxes of great value. Well, one was all scalloped and one was au gratin, like packaged au gratin and scalloped potato.
What everybody is saying, they won't take it back, so just keep it and eat it.
And then there was 2 boxes of linguine pasta. And there was something else. Dale, what else was it that? Oh, 4 little square packages of ramen, creamy chicken.
Yep.
Ramen.
They don't take food back, so just keep it.
Consider it a bonus.
Yep.
Woohoo. I'm like, okay, as long as nobody chokes to death on it, because I didn't take it back.
No, I mean, you can call them. I've called them before I realized they wouldn't take food back, and they're like, we can't take it back. Now, yeah, if you like, who is that? I can't see.
Well, what does the person
Is
that ordered
Donnie?
that stuff do? Because now they're ripped off.
I've had it that I didn't get my stuff, and I put in for a refund. They gave me a refund. They didn't even ask a question. I just get a refund.
Now, there's been a few times whenever I went and picked mine up and I didn't get such and such. It wasn't in the bags.
Right.
And I've even checked, like, under the car seat to make sure it didn't roll out of the bag, whatever it was. I don't even remember now. But I was honked off. I'm like, I didn't even get it. Then I think, well, I mean, I did get that free can of ravioli one time.
No, homie, I want my stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if you bring me an extra bag or something, like I said, I've tried, and they're like, we can't take it back. Just keep it. And I'm like, okay. But if I don't get my stuff and I paid for it, no, homie, I want my money back.
Now, I'm not even gonna lie. There's been times too when they brought everything and like I feel stupid for doing it, but also I don't want to traverse all the way home to find out that I ain't got my stuff. So I'll get out and I'll go to the back of my van and I'll pop it open after they've done walked their tails back into the store because I don't want nobody looking at me. And I'll get out and I'll go back there and look and make sure, check, make sure it's all there.
Well, I have mine delivered.
Yeah.
So, Michelle, my Chinese is good. I'm eating it right now. I'm having my hot and sour soup.
Oh, Spin said I got steak and I didn't need to do anything about it. I got steak for free.
Yep. Yeah, they won't take food back. Certain stores didn't do it before COVID. After COVID, they don't take nothing. Mm-mm.
Well, prior to COVID, we couldn't even do a pickup order at my Walmart. Unless you wanted to go in and pick up like if you ordered something online and had it shipped to store, that was the only time you could pick anything up. But as far as like curbside grocery pickup, they didn't have that at my Walmart until after COVID. And that was why they got it, was because of COVID.
Well, mine was 35 and it's kind of like it was for 3 people, but it's not. It's for me for 3 days. Because I get stuff that'll reheat well. Or I can throw in the air fryer.
Mm-mm-mm. Who was it in here earlier said that they didn't like their air fryer and they took it to Walmart or to Goodwill?
What?
I'm like, but I can't remember who it was, but I was going to tell them and forgot that they need to give that another try because there's some
Or
things.
get
I
a
mean,
different one.
yeah, because I'm telling you, the air fryers are the best invention. It was you, Michelle. Okay, you need to get you a new one and try it again. Because I'm telling you,
Get you a
you know
Ninja
those French
XL foodie.
fries. You know those French fries, the frozen fries you buy,
Mm-hmm.
or the frozen
Mm-hmm.
chicken nuggets that you just stick in the the
Put them in
oven.
the air fryer. They came straight from McDonald's.
But they're like they came straight out of a deep fryer. They're that good and crunchy. I roast vegetables and Dale does roast vegetables in ours all the time.
I
Like,
even do, like, if you want to reheat, like even if you go pick up, let's say you go pick up your Arby's, right? And you have to you have to go make one stop, and by the time you make one stop, the potato cakes ain't gonna be like they were.
mm-hmm.
So you come home. Now here's what you do. I'll tell y'all. You come home and you take your potato cakes, put them on a piece of tin foil, stick them in your air fryer. Take the whole burger or the whole sammy in the package and all, and stick it in there with the potato cakes, and air fry it. It'll heat up your sammy, but it don't make the bun hard. Maybe that's what I could do. Maybe I could take them little maybe I could take them little White Castles and put them in a foil,
Mm-hmm.
and it would like steam them instead of like crisping them up.
Oh, you know what? I bet it would. It'd be just like if you did that in the grill.
Yep, that's what I do with the Arby's sandwich. I take the whole Arby's sandwich in the packaging and all, and I stick it in there with the potato cakes, and then do the air fryer, and then the potato cakes come out all crispy, crunchy, and the Arby's sandwich comes out all hot. It's so good.
Michelle says I don't like fried food except for Chinese. I get what you're saying, but for me, like French fries, I can't handle a limp
Even if you have
potato.
pizza, you can put your pizza. That's what she said.
Mhm.
Did you hear them say that today? One of them lawyers said that. That's what she said.
Oh God.
I texted you and I said, I'm such a child. Do y'all like hot and sour soup?
I've never had it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, well, this place, do you like mushrooms?
Yes.
Okay. Not all places. Usually, hot and sour soup has like, sometimes the places will put like mushroom slivers. Some don't put any mushrooms at all. This place puts some big old chunks of mushrooms, and it's so good. It's so good. Do you ever do, Michelle, do you ever do egg drop wonton mix? Mm.
I'm the one that goes to the Chinese restaurant buffet and gets pizza because I'm, you know. Did she go away again?
I did.
Yep, she did. She's
Hey,
gone.
miso is good. Did y'all hear me say the egg drop wonton mix?
No. Yeah, I did.
I never wanted to try hot and sour because it just sounded gross. I'm like, what do you mean hot and sour? That's gross. So I tried it one day. Oh my God, it's so good. It's got tofu and carrots and mushrooms. And depending on how the place that I ordered from, I like them because any of their stuff you can set your spicy. So even if you get General Tso's, there was a head.
Uh-oh.
Even if you get like General Tso's and it's supposed to be hot, you can put on there medium and then it don't come hot. It just comes medium. Yeah, egg drop soup is hard to make. That's what I said, Morgan. I saw somebody's head. Tell them not to be walking in front of the camera. I'm surprised they took this long. I thought they were going to have a verdict. Somebody's holding out. Somebody's going to hold for a mistrial because that man said so.
Mm-hmm. If you see a head go by the camera, that means that they've been called back to the courtroom. So either they have another question, they have a
I didn't find
verdict,
no head in my soup.
or the jury wants to go home.
I saw a head go by, but it was a blonde head. It wasn't one I recognized, and it wasn't the victim's advocate either.
Oh, maybe it
was
was
like,
Brandy.
maybe. Can you imagine like having a friend that was at the thing and sat in the fire pit
God.
and then go into the thing?
Mm. So what does this Ninja XL thing look like? Does it have the handle in the middle like a fire basket?
No. It's got a whole top that lifts up. So you open it like yeah, Brandy was there. You open it, it opens the lid lifts up, and then inside you either have the grill plate or you have the air fryer basket.
Well, there's 100 different ones. Morgana, I need you to
She's
send me a
taking a
picture on
picture. Yeah,
Discord.
I'm eating my sweet and sour soup. I'm not getting up. But it's the Ninja Foodie XL is the one you're looking for.
Ninja Foodie XL.
And there's a couple of them. They got a newer version now.
Daggone, $236?
Worth every penny. Me and Zach bought it for each other for Christmas one year. Oh, it's worth it. I'm telling you what. I mean, you can take all your stuff and get rid of it. You don't need nothing. You can throw your oven out if you want. Don't need that either.
Well, I ain't gonna do that, but I need the stovetop.
I use everything in there. My frozen Chinese. I cook my frozen Chinese in there.
So this looks like a miniature grill. Mine, Michelle, did look like mine is like a convection oven. It looks like a little miniature oven. You pull the handle down, the whole door opens downward, and then it's got little shelves little trays that you slide in and out. And it
that
comes
one's
with
got
like a rotisserie thing where you can put it in the middle and it turns it into a rotisserie.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's you got the big one. You got the Mamma Jamma one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one says the reason why, see, you don't need this because you have a house and a whole grill. I don't have a grill. So the one that I have, it's got the grill, and it's got the newer one has the probe. And it's like you stick the probe in the meat and then you say, okay, I want it to be, 250 degrees or whatever, 175, whatever it's supposed to be. If you're making fish, you can set your fish temperature. You can set any temperature. You stick that probe in it, and it cuts off it beeps when it gets to that temperature.
Mm.
And I did a whole roast for, I think it was Easter. I put a big old butt roast in that thing. Loved it. Morgana I think she found it, Morgana, but Morgana sent a picture.
Okay, thank you.
I love you, but I don't love you like that. I'm not getting up to go take a picture.
Here, I found the one. Hold on. Let me send this. Let me save image.
I love when the rhinestone has the silver backing on the wrong side.
Like a rhinestone cowboy. Background.
Ooh, that sweet that hot and sour soup got me. Yeah, I like the Instapot. It's making my nose was already running. I think it's because we got the storm coming.
The storm.
The barometric pressure is fooling around with my nares.
Okay, this is what I've got. So see, the door opens. You pull it down like an oven.
Oh, you
door.
got a big Mamma Jamma thing.
And now it looks like that. Okay, now let me be tell you the truth here. The rotisserie, that chicken that's in there, is more like a baby chicken. That ain't a whole big 20-pound
Like a
turkey.
Cornish
That
hen?
ain't a.
Because it looks like a whole turkey.
That is not a whole. It's a little one. I think it might even say like there's a limit of like 5 pounds or 2 pounds or something. So yeah, that's not.
Oh, it's an Instapot. No wonder. Oh, you got you fancy. You don't need the one. You don't need the one that
But
I
it
got.
comes with these trays. Let me get the picture so I can show you. Like a rhinestone
Yeah, I make the
candy.
the bacon in there. That's where I make the $1 million bacon.
Bacon, bacon, bacon.
Yep, and it don't splatter all over you. Well, I used to make it in the
Mhm.
oven because
Airplane, yeah, that is a pretty airplane. Okay, here's another picture of it. Well,
oh my
hopefully
gosh,
why does it all look does it look
fuzzy.
weird, wonky?
It looks a little fuzzy.
Very fuzzy, right? What, Jolie? What? You got an airplane. It still looks fuzzy. Hold on, let me redo this. Let me delete that overlay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sniveling y'all. I think Spins has got the same one I have. Yeah, me, Morgana, and Spinsy all have the same one. We're twinsies, triplets. I love that thing. I love it so much.
Okay, there we go. So, all right, it opens up, and
That's
then you can
fancy.
make the little it's got the little drawers inside that pull out like little trays that are got
Right.
holes in them for venting. But yeah, I mean,
You can make the whole meal in that thing.
what we do?
Yeah, well, I don't cook like that. But I do make
See, like here on this picture, the first tray over on the left is like the drip tray that goes in the
right,
bottom.
right.
And
We
then the
have one of
2
those.
trays, but literally those trays are like smaller than a size of printer paper. I mean,
So
it's
it's
not as
not
big as
huge.
it looks. Right.
I'll
Is
tell
that
you
what
what.
you had, Michelle? Okay, Michelle had the same thing. That looks like the one she had, she said.
And I could understand why she said it was too big. I can understand why, because y'all know I got one counter, right? I mean, where am I going to put that? On the floor?
I mean, it does take up space, but we keep it in one, like in the corner on the farthest part of the.
That's how mine is. It's on there's a little countertop to the right of my sink that's just about big enough for it, and it ain't really big enough to do anything else, so it lives there.
Yeah.
And it don't get put up because it gets used pretty much. One of us uses it every single day.
Yeah, we do too.
Somebody's always heating something in it. And you can dehydrate. You can dehydrate in it. You can broil in it. You can bake in it. You can. I've made eggs in it. I make bacon in it. I heat my because what I do with the Chinese, that innovation stuff. Are you listening, Spinsy? Because I know you get that stuff. I take the chicken, because I usually get like orange chicken, or I get the General Tso's chicken. Both of those are fried and they have a sauce, right? So you take the sauce and you put it in a thing of hot water
What?
Margaret, what did she do?
What?
Where's Margaret? I don't want to say anything because she didn't post it publicly, so.
Well, my phone's dead. Something wrong with her, Mama?
Well, I don't know.
Send me something in the back chat.
Oh, okay. I can do that. Let me get to it.
Like, my phone's dead. Finished voting, ordering breakfast again. We keep Rogue. This is like the second time I think we've talked Rogue into ordering breakfast. Oh, I see a head.
Oh, Lord. I'm just going to copy and paste. She's okay.
Okay. It quit after the word fro.
Yeah, I know. So, all right. Can I send a snapshot back there?
No.
Oh.
It's that kind of morning, Rogue. What? What? Airplane! Wow. So throw it down the hallway. It'll really go flying then in the hallway. Like a rhinestone cowboy. I bet you that the judge has said, I need everybody back in the courtroom by 7 o'clock.
Like going over and reading her thing and then giving you a synopsis.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. Why can't I open Discord up in my dang computer? I'm sitting here saying I can't see nothing because I'm on my phone's dead. My brain is addled.
Okay, that's the best I can do. Sorry.
Y'all are nuts.
Did you get your phone on?
No, I'm looking at it on my daggone stupid computer. Y'all's a bunch of fools.
Oh my gosh. Anyways, judge is like, I'm gonna go home. It's Friday the 13th. We ain't staying here all night. What is the symbol that I'm doing? Oh, I did them all. Look at me. Y'all, this kid is so cute. It's a it's a it's a Emma Casey, and it's a pumpkin dragon. It's one of her little dragons with a pumpkin, but it's all rhinestones. It's so cute. And like the flames, not the flames, but the horns from the dragon are like outlined in black ABs. It's so cute. Wait a minute. Why is Jason coming to murder you? Because it's Friday the 13th. Ah.
Okay, QB. She said you can request prayers, ma'am. You want to do
Okay. So yes, I will. So going to church again. What are you missing? So Margaret's mama, and Margaret's mama is like, I think she's like 84, 83, 84. Anyways, apparently she was walking out the front of the house and I don't know what happened, but she fell and hurt her ankle, and it's the size of Texas, is what Margaret said. So the ambulance came and picked her up, is taking her to the hospital to get her checked out because she can't walk on it, she can't stand on it. And so if y'all could say some prayers for Margaret's mama. I don't know her name because we just call her Margaret's mama. We should probably know her name. We don't know Morgana's mama's name either.
No, I just know that Morgana's mama was a school teacher. That's all I know.
Right. So, anyways, if y'all wouldn't mind some prayers for Margaret's mama. But she said, I won't say that. Never mind. I might offend somebody and I don't want to do that. Anyways, y'all pray for Margaret's mama and her ankle, and for Margaret, because Margaret's got her hands full.
Yeah. We love our Margaret.
We do. We love Margaret's mom too,
Yeah, we do.
Morgana's mom. We love all the people. We love all the moms, all the people.
Yeah, the moms are the moms. I mean, say hey to your mom and them. You know.
Yep.
Oh, we love the mamas.
The moms and them. As a matter of fact, I gotta call Em. I'm gonna stalk
Jolie
her
is
in her
having a
eye hole.
field day with this paper airplane, y'all. It don't take much.
Good.
love
Let
you.
her. At least she ain't in the mica powder or the drill.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta notice when she gets behind that door, because that's where she gets in trouble.
She sneaks because she's quiet as a church mouse, man.
Well, I remember the other day we were on the phone and I never heard her go in there. I never heard her, and all of a sudden it was like, Jolie
Oh.
Mae.
Oh my God. I mean, I didn't notice. I could hear her just kind of, and I'm like, like she walks right behind me and I don't even know it because I'm sitting here at my desk. And so I can't see her walk behind me and then get behind my door where my goods are. And so there she sits back there just so, ain't nothing quieter than mica powder, right? I mean, you can't be any quieter in a mess than if you're messing in mica powder. Well, she had that everywhere.
She threw her in the whole bathtub.
Oh, I had to. I
What'd you
didn't scrub her
what'd you
down.
say?
It took me like 3 rounds of water to get her
You
clean.
didn't toss her though. You slung her.
I slung her.
Slung her.
Slung her in the bathtub. I mean, she was like this with the mica powder. She just
And
had
like
her a good old
navy.
time.
It was dark.
Yeah, it was black. She had 3 or 4 different shades out. She had black, gray, blue, and green.
And right about that time, that girl texted you and said, "Can she come try on her flower girl dress?"
Oh yeah. My cousin was like, "Can
Yeah,
she come
no,
try
I
on
don't.
my flower girl dress
Mm-mm.
tonight?" And I was like, "No,
No, I don't think so. Not tonight.
Nope. Locks, need I say more, Morgana? I know, but the thing is these boxes of stuff is like stuff that I need to put up. And like I said, it's my fault. It's my fault. And guys, it's nothing she could get hurt on. It's stuff that she can mess in and it makes my life miserable for 2 seconds, but it's nothing she can get hurt on, right? But she gets back there quiet as a little mouse. Yeah, hi. And mucks and goms. And
Not mucks and goms.
oh, she mucks and goms.
She was quick. She made a whole mess.
She was quick.
We were on video too. You picked her up and we're like, look
Oh
at that.
yeah. Oh
I was
yeah.
like, oh no.
Rogue. She was gonna go as a diamond painting, right? Right, Veronica?
Oh,
my God.
Rogue, I don't know if you were here at that time, but there was a time when that baby got into all them drills.
Mm-hmm.
We did a mass request.
Yeah, I do lock.
Any of y'all got
Any of y'all got any DMC, this,
Yeah.
and this?
Any of
But
y'all
I
got
did
any
end
of
up locking. I bought those little bitty padlocks
like
and locked
the
my.
ones for luggage or something, right? Isn't that what Dale brought home?
Yeah, that's what I started with, but then I kind of transferred to what do you call those carabiners? I switched to
Oh
a
yeah.
carabiner and a little like chain hook thing.
I'm not laughing.
Mm-hmm. I see that, Veronica. Jenny don't learn her lesson. I'm asking for trouble.
And then I felt guilty because we were talking on the phone and I felt like I had distracted her. And I'm like, it's my fault. And she's like, my kid. I was like, but it's my fault. I'm sorry. I distracted you.
Rogue says I dressed up as a wicked witch once, lost a bet on a podcast. I don't know what she's going to be for Halloween. She's been talking about being a pirate, so we'll see.
Well,
what's a pirate say? Ah. What? Are you digging for treasure? Yeah. She's so stinking cute.
She is the cutest thing ever.
What? What is it? Oh, thank you. Thank you. What do you want me to do with it? Throw it up in the air? Oh, get out of here.
So cute. I cannot believe these people are still going.
Well, it's 7:02.
He's always late though.
Let me do something real quick. Let me look over here and see in the
Yeah.
chat if Law and Crime is saying anything. Because sometimes if they get word on the curb, they'll pop it out in the chat. They'll pop it out in the chat and be like, "Jury's done for the day," or "Jury has a question."
Right. Couldn't stand it, and Karen Rita kept coming back saying they have a verdict. Or yeah, they have a verdict, and it was like we can't come to an agreement. And I'm like, that ain't a verdict, yo.
No,
stop lying. Look, these black ABs are so pretty, and I hate them. I hate them.
They are pretty.
Cannot place them.
The black ABs though throw a lot of green.
Oh, I love it though. It looks so pretty. The way I can't wait to see more of this kid. This is the top. And I'm slow. I used to be fast. I'm not fast anymore. I'm slow because I can only do a little bit at a time. Oh, who's voting? Are you voting?
I voted on Law and Crime just to get it out of my dang face.
What'd you say?
Guilty.
Guilty?
I mean, that's my hope. If you want me to be honest, I feel like it's going to be lesser charges, but
I don't know. I'm afraid they're going to come back and, although they gave me hope when they were at the questions that they were asking. Yeah, and you said use tweezers. I almost said these are circles. Seriously?
I can use tweezers to place round ABs. I do it all the time. The only thing is my fingers get all cramped up if I have a lot to do.
Well, thankfully, there's not a lot.
The ABs are the devil, but they're so pretty.
They are so pretty. I've got the 666 and ABs in this kit, and I am like in love. That's
such a pretty color. And I'm telling you, the reason that DMC named that shade 666 is because it's red like the devil.
Yep. I know you told me what to get, but I don't have it right here. Look, I'm fixing the curse. I'm fixing to do these black ABs. I got a little line of them. Where's my chunky? My chunky. They look so cool though because they're outlined in the black. They're very cool. Oh, and there's glows. There's glow in the darks. The pumpkin's eyes glow in the dark.
I heard her drop and come back.
Hi. It's an older kit, but I want it, so I'm not upset. And it's a good kit. It's nothing wrong with it. It's just can't pick up the daggone ABs.
That's sweet, Rogue.
What'd Rogue say?
That the laugh is cute. Reminds him first time he heard my niece laugh.
Go on Amazon. I'm not ordering anything, ma'am.
Oh, so you voted just not to get a fine. Okay, I get that. So in Australia, they get fined if they don't vote.
Oh, wow.
In like their political government election things. Yeah, they get fined if they don't vote. I think that's pretty cool. But that's just
not really a democracy though, is it?
Well, I know.
I mean, if you if you get fined if you don't vote. These ABs are so freaking pretty. Dang it.
Well, I think it's
hate
kind
'em.
of pros and cons about it because pretty much if you don't want to vote, it's because you don't have you don't, what's the word? You, if you don't want to vote, it's because there's nobody you want to vote for, right?
Right.
Then, you have people who are always like, want to complain about things. And then the first question is, well, did you vote? No. Oh, okay.
Veronica, are you asking me what it is? I don't know if she's asking me.
Morgana sent a pic of her youngin' as a pirate. Cute. I need to go look up costumes because it's not going to be too long.
Oh, God, there's another AB. Oh, they're all at the end. Oh, no.
Veronica said, yeah, I was asking you what painting.
Oh, it's, hang on. Do-do-do. La, 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 la. It's, it's called, I think it's called Pumpkin Patch Dragon. Pumpkin. La, 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 la. Nope. Nope.
Morgana, it won't let me see it because it's on Facebook and it says I have to log in and I
She
can't
don't
log
do
in.
the Facebook. She don't do the Facebook.
I hate Facebook. I loathe it. Hi, babe.
Hi, Mom.
I loathe Facebook. Like I took Facebook, the Facebook app, off of my phone. What, baby? Like I don't even use it. And then like especially right now with the whole
I'm not licking it, Sherry.
politicky thing, I can't handle the back and forth. I just can't.
I was like, who's Politicky?
Politicky, you know who Politicky
I know,
is.
I do now. I sent you the picture of my
good old Paula.
Of my kit in your Discord.
La 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 la. Who does this person remind you of? What in the world are you talking about?
The you just saw that?
Yeah.
The defense attorney.
In this case?
Yes.
I don't see it.
Okay. Show the other picture.
Was he on MASH?
He's on old stuff. That picture's not a great picture, but that dude reminds me of him. Like for reals. Anyways.
Okay, hold on. Let me open this. Oh, shoot. Hold on. This is huge. Why is it so big?
I don't know. Talk to a zombie. Zombie's fault.
Let me minimize it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let me share this tab. This is the one she's working on.
And it's so cute. And the pumpkin eyeballs glow. They're glow in the dark.
Cute.
It's adorable. It's been a great little kit to work on. I mean, the ABs are just ABs. It's not the kid's fault. It's not the kid's fault. Isn't
Veronica
that cute?
Her oldest wants to be a Freddy Fazbear from Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh. How old is your oldest?
Love MASH. I know, right, Ro?
I know, I love MASH.
I was asleep. Apparently, Dale said it was when I was sick and I was.
Oh, do you have it, Veronica? Isn't it so cute? Now it's been redone. It's got some hybrid charting. So like part hand, part computer, and I think a rendering, and it's got the new It's got the new drills. Got a new drill. Mine doesn't. I have the old one. Because like I said, I want it and I don't care because I'm happy because I want it. These ABs about to wear me out.
She said he's 9. He hasn't even gotten to
Aw.
fully watch or play it, but you know how kids talk. Oh, thank you, Morgana. Morgana. What I was saying about MASH
Morgana.
though, Rogue, is that I was asleep in my chair, conked slap out, sick, probably on cold meds at that time. And he said he was like turning the TV on and he came up on some like MASH, like a channel that had MASH episodes. And he turned it on and it was the music playing. And he said he was just waiting any second for me to wake up and say, "What in the world?" But I didn't. I was like out of it asleep. And so I
I
guess he
love
sat there and
MASH.
watched MASH.
I love MASH. Klinger.
Yeah.
Used to watch that with Em and Andy.
Oh,
No, I know. I need to call Em. I tried to call her yesterday. She's not answering her phone on the reg, and it's really annoying. Come on, tell me that dragon ain't cute.
Oh, Morgana, can I share this or nah? Hold on.
What did I miss? Oh, I know what I missed. And 28, the glows. And the glows glow.
She would probably
probably
say
said
no, but I say yes. Okay, well, then I'll show it.
You're the mama. Yay.
Well, yeah, but just don't tell her. Oh,
We
hold
won't.
on.
Look, it's just between us. We won't tell nobody.
All right. Look, that's her daughter when she was a pirate.
Oh. Is that
Cute.
Michaela? Who is that? I can't see who it is.
Yeah, it was Morgana's daughter. She'll
that-
never know, she said.
Yeah.
So cute.
So
Look
cute.
at the hook. The hook for a hand.
I love how Jenny gets so tickled.
I do get tickled, and it cracks me up because Jolie was like, when we was talking about her being a pirate for Halloween, all she cares about is the hat. She just wants the pirate hat.
And to say, "Arr."
Yeah. So cute.
So cute. Y'all, what are they doing? Did they bring them dinner? Do we know?
Oh, I'm sure they brought him dinner. It's 7:15 right now, right? But I mean, I don't know. They never did say.
They didn't say. Where's the 5? What happened to number? Oh, there it is. My bad. I lost a whole bag of drills down in my chair yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and let me just tell you, this is a recliner, but it also has a cover on it. So there's like 87 places for something to hide. I was like, I'm never going to find it. Never going to find it. But I found it. Yay.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
Do
Never gonna get it.
Do you realize that I randomly say stuff on purpose to make you sing a song?
No, you do not.
I do.
Do you really?
I do, yeah. Like, I'll say it just right till I go, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Music makes me happy.
I like music. I like it. What if Liam kept telling me he wants to be a mermaid because he's 3 and adorbs. Let him be a mermaid. He can be a mermaid.
Oh, that's cute. That's
I love
so
that.
cute. He could be a little merman.
He can be a merman or he can be a mermaid. Whatever his little heart desires.
That's so cute.
I love kids.
Morgana says no parrot. She probably wanted one.
Like a real one, probably.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's cute. Cute, cute, cute. Dun 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 dun. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
So have y'all, okay, all right, let's broaden your Chinese food horizons. Have y'all ever had Singapore My Fun? Now y'all gonna be like, what?
No, but it sounds fun.
Okay, so My Fun is usually like a rice noodle with a sauce and a protein. But the Singapore My Fun is the rice noodles, curry, beef, chicken, and shrimp. And it'll light your head on fire if you don't tell them to medium spicy it. I mean, straight up. But it is so, oh God, it's so good. But
I
now
don't care for much spice. If I like, even Taco Bell, mild is as hot of a sauce as I
But
get.
if you get the medium and they just give you a touch of curry just for that little curry flame, Lord.
I'll be honest, I don't even know if I know what curry tastes like.
So good. You got to get it just right, because I'm telling you what, because there's like green curry and red curry and yellow curry, and also curry here and curry in other countries is not the same. The curry in the other countries will kill you.
Yes, mild. What's wrong with mild? She's like, I'm over
Four
here
fires,
jumping 4
yes.
fires in a taco.
That
I
fire
can't.
sauce is my favorite.
No, ma'am.
That fire sauce, that's my jam right there.
That just ruins it for me. That's all I can taste. Then the whole thing, my whole mouth is on fire. I'm like, no.
I love that fire. 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 Gotta get some fire.
I don't even like the hot. I just want mild. Mild is nice.
And that new, I will tell you this though, that new avocado sauce that they want to charge you 25 cents for, that one's pretty good.
You know what makes me so mad? Back in the day when you ordered Papa John's or Pizza Hut pizza and you got
All
the red
them sauces
chicken,
were
you wanted
free.
the sauce, the cheese sauce. It was free. Now you got to pay like 25 or 50 or 75 cents a cup.
And then half the time they don't even remember it. And I will stand right up in the Papa John's with my PJs on and look in that box and make sure that my garlic sauce is in there. I like their cheese sauce though. It's got a little kick to it. You say you don't like hot, but that cheese sauce.
Now it has gotten spicy
little
over
kick.
the years, but it didn't used to be.
It got a little kick to it. It's good though. But see, then my son says I'm cheating on him because he don't work for that place.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, look, if you had pepperonis, I'd come there and get the pizza. But only Papa John's has got the pepperonis. I don't do it there either. I do Little Caesars because it's cheap.
Let me tell you what Dale's been doing in the air fryer. Talking about pizza and air fryer. He takes them little round flour tortilla shells. Okay. And he'll put just a little scooch of pizza marinara sauce.
Right.
And then pepperoni. And then cheese. Slap that thing in that air fryer. And oh my God, it's so good.
You know, you can take the pepperonis and then you can take Parmesan cheese and just stick it in there and air fry it, and you'll have pepperoni and cheese crisps. So good. I make them for M. So good. I think he's always making some inventive, cool stuff.
Yeah, he's good about that. But they're like just quick little like homemade quick. It kind of reminds me, but a better, much better upgraded version of when we used to do that with the Pillsbury canned biscuits. When you smash that biscuit down and throw some cheese and pepperoni or two on top. Yeah. We used to do that all the time when I was kids, but
bro, Michelle's making Ghirardelli's in the cast iron pan.
Ooh,
all right. I have not had those cinnamon pull apart things, but they sound good. I have had their brownie. Is it them that I had the brownie from? It's got the ooey gooey fudge stuff in it. Oh, that brownie's good. Brownie's good, but I like me some Little Caesars because it's cheap, and then they got them little. I need to learn how to make them little pizza cups. I bet you could just stick all that stuff in a muffin pan
Mm-hmm.
and bake it up, and you'd probably get one of them little pizza cup things that they. Why? I have gone through 2 AirPods today. I hope this thing is charged. Hold on a second. Let me switch back over. Pizza.
The what was I gonna say? Extra chocolate syrup packet, yum. There was something I was gonna say and I can't remember. Oh, the Cinnabon bites from Taco Bell.
What?
The Cinnabon bites from Taco Bell.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Can we talk about the offerings though? You can get 2 or 12.
I know, right? Can't we meet in the middle? Like, give me 6 or 8.
Because I feel really bad when I order 12, but I'm not going to order 2. I mean, I'm a family of 6. I'm not ordering 2.
Probably just like the barbecue cups, but with pizza sauce and pepperonis. Yeah.
Yeah.
12 is the only answer.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not ordering 2. And then I end up eating all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're just sitting there popping them, and then you're like, who ate all the daggone Cinnabons?
But God, they're good.
Mom, you're the only one that got the bag. Oh, that Cinnabon. Them Cinnabon coffee cups. Have y'all tried the Cinnabon creamer? Holy cow. Holy crap on a whole cracker.
I've not had the Cinnabon creamer, and I've not had the Cinnabon coffee cups, K-cups either.
That Cinnabon creamer?
Rogue, I am so sorry. I'm telling you,
oh Lord, this is bad.
The cafe has been strong today.
Well, especially when we're on verdict watch, because we're just sitting here shooting the business.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna get up. If I want, what did I get? I got Singapore My Fun, and I got
Teenage
watching
Mutant
Ninja Turtles. We eat pizza. I got Singapore My Fun, and I got some kind of steak something, but I can't remember what it's called.
Steak fried rice?
No. Ma'am. Sherry. Add to cart. Cinnabon creamer. You're welcome.
But they don't have it in 0 sugar.
Look, listen, I put Splenda in my coffee. That is my 0 sugar. That's as good as I get.
Yeah, but if you're using Cinnabon creamer, that's full of sugar.
And then I put the Splenda in with it.
What does it do? Negate it out?
Yes, it's kind of like a Diet Coke and a Whopper. Works the same way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sherry, go find it. It's good.
Yeah, Sherry, I bought the 1 jar of Jif chocolate. Jif, I never bought it since because you know what? I would find myself, I am whispering. I would find myself standing in the middle, hiding at 2 a.m. with a spoon and the jar open.
Eating the whole thing.
I ate on that about 3 times and it was gone.
I bought I bought the little ones. Yeah, I don't think they have no sugar in that one. They might, but I don't think so. The other one that's really
Walmart
good.
Don't. And they also ain't got the 0 sugar peppermint mocha either. And I'm big angry over that.
That's gross.
I want it.
That one and the almond joy. The coconut cream. There's one called coconut cream. Holy crap. And then the new one is that brown butter chocolate chip cookie. And I don't even like chocolate in my coffee. And I'm telling you right now, I tore it up.
I want the peppermint mocha.
That is my one big cheat is I'm having all the things in my coffee. You talk about drinking that black coffee and that's sad coffee.
Does it curl your toes? It curls my toes, but I do it.
Oh wow. Well, I don't know if I can trust her anymore. Never mind. Oops, sorry. Let me go back over here.
She can't trust me?
Not you.
Oh.
The Oklahoma mamas were, says they were stabbed to death before being buried in a freezer. That's awful.
Mm.
Awful. It's awful. Trying to see what
Well,
else
it's
came through.
7:26. Apparently, there's just people sitting in the courtroom and they ain't no. Oh, what? No. No. That person's lying.
What happened? They said
Somebody in the stupid chat said the verdict is in, but I don't think that's true.
They do that all the time.
They
think it's
do,
funny.
but it makes my heart jump a beat.
It does,
know?
but they're stupid. They do that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to finish this one section. If I can finish this section today, I'll be right proud. I have to go to bed at a decent hour because I got to be up early for this MRI. If y'all don't hear from me, I'm going to put out my bat signal now. If y'all don't hear from me tomorrow, it's because I had to take a Xanax, and that's all I need to say about that.
You'll be out for days.
Last time I got through it with only half, so I'm going to try that. Then Andy's celebration of life is tomorrow. But Jay's got to work at the same time that the thing is, so I don't think I'm going to be able to go. Plus, I'm still going to be all drugged up, and then I don't know if I should be at the celebration of life.
Celebration of life.
At the Sunset Club. Because that's what he would have wanted.
That's sad coffee. It is sad coffee.
It is sad coffee, like big time. Oh, see, Michelle's always throwing the good drugs.
I know. Michelle's throwing happy stuff in the chat.
Yes.
Go grab you some.
Yes. I got me one. I told them straight. They know. She said, we're going to do an MRI. She goes, you need a Xanax? I do. You know they do. They give me one. You better get it right the first time because we ain't giving you another one. So hopefully I can go in that same machine that I went in the last time. Because it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. JB was telling me, gotta be still. I was like, don't worry, I'll be still. I'm hoping I'll be passed out. Oh. I might cause a problem. There's been a little infighting going on.
Not good.
And if they're mean to M, then I could take somebody out to blame it on the Xanax. Like, I'm sorry.
All right, so we got 24 votes in the poll at
right,
the moment.
What's it say? What are people saying?
Blame it on the rain.
Yeah, I can't have the shoulder injections. Can't do it.
Yeah, there was an option on the poll for tonight. The option, or no, there wasn't, was there?
No, there wasn't. It was gonna be at the birthday party.
And then Monday before noon, Monday afternoon, and Tuesday before noon. Those were the 4 options. But I was thinking that the party meant that she would be found guilty or not guilty or guilty of lesser charges tonight because the party's Sunday. And usually they don't deliberate on weekends. So I think by me saying she'll be at the party on Sunday, meant that they're going to have a verdict tonight. But who knows? Some juries do deliberate on the weekend. It just depends, I think, on what the judge wants or what the jurors want, or you know. They're on the verge of 3 hours. They're on the verge of 3 hours. It's at 2 hours and 59 minutes and 11 seconds.
I'm just surprised that they're staying this late when they just got the case, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That means they walked in there and went, what do y'all think? You think they're all okay? You know, like we need to see stuff, let's see stuff. Let's get an opinion.
Let's get an opinion.
Opinion. But the fact that they're staying tells me, to me, says that they might be close. But I'm telling you, that man told them to give them a mistrial.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. He all but said it.
Mm-hmm.
He all but said it. You stand with your convictions. Don't you change your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, it is looking like Sarah Boone has got a whole team now.
Crap. Yep. She filed her last pro se thing, and then he came in and said it is pro bono, and then got another attorney came in, and he's on the case. Watch her. She'll get off on battered spouse.
What?
I'm saying they'll probably get her off on battered spouse.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were
Veronica,
saying what? Because I yawned, and I thought you took my yawn as a gasp or something.
No, I said watch. I didn't say what. I said watch. Veronica, that's how I feel. They're like sitting back there like, let's eat some dinner. Let's make it look like we actually did something, and then we'll come out about 8 o'clock and say, all right, we have a verdict.
Mm-hmm.
I think them people in that, if they had more, supposedly they're supposed to be having more moddage going on over there, but I feel like anybody that says that a verdict's been reached, like just throwing it out there, should be banned for life.
Mm-hmm.
For life, I tell you. For life.
Oh, you're right, Morgana. Yeah, but if she's guilty, she wouldn't be at the party.
Yeah. Yep. Anybody ever use? Sorry.
No, I'm saying I'm sorry because my brain is not functioning. I'm looking at
Elijah.
Just a couple different things on Twitter.
You know, though, as soon as you go, okay, I'm gonna cut the feed, then they're gonna be like, we're gonna go home for the night, or we have a question, or we.
Exactly.
I just feel like if they're going this long on when they just got it, that they're working hard to get to a verdict.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if they're not close, then why wouldn't they just say, let's come back Monday? Let's go home and we'll come back Monday. They got that one person that man got to. Won't you change your vote? You hold strong. Ma.
Oh, she kills me.
I love her.
QB keeps dropping. Oh, Spins like I fell asleep.
You didn't hear what I said.
What?
I said I love when she goes, Ma. And you go, what? And she goes, hi.
Oh, she's the cutest little human.
She is the cutest little human. I love her.
Mm.
Justin Timberlake and his guilty stuff.
Yeah, I was seeing that today too.
When he was trying to say he wasn't on nothing, and they showed his whole eyeballs at that show, I was like, "Sir, you don't even have a pupil. Like it's gone, son. No, you sorry. Sure hate it for you.
I do hate it for him. I mean, you gotta do, you
Gotta
do
do it. It
your
was like
thing, you
Darius,
gotta do
daggone
what
Darius.
everybody else does, but I
Would you
love me
say
some
Darius
Justin Timberlake.
Would you say Darius hootied the blowfish?
I did. I said she sent me something about Darius Rucker. It was posting around all over Twitter. And I said, yeah, I know. He hootied the blowfish.
Yeah.
One of my best friends from school, I've told the story a million times, but her poor old daddy. This is a girl I graduated high school with. We were like BFFs forever and still are, but her dad, I used to stay all night over there all the time, right? And truth be told, I stayed over there because her daddy let us smoke cigarettes, right? And I swear, her daddy was the best. I loved him. He was just such a good man. Even though he let us smoke cigarettes, he was just a good guy, right? So, Darius Trucker. So, we get in the car and he's driving us to school, and her and her brother used to fight every morning over what radio station we was going to listen to. And her brother wanted it on one channel and her daddy put it on that channel, and it was Hootie and the Blowfish. And her dad's driving and he's like, my friend, her name was Candy. She's like, put it on this channel, blah, blah, blah. And the brother, they were just fighting back and forth. Well, he was like nervous. The dad was. He was like, y'all quit fighting back there over this. Blah, 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 blah. And he switched the channel over and it was Hootie and the Blowfish. And he's like, I ain't listening to none of this Whoopie Dee and the Goldfish. Whoopie Dee and the Goldfish is what he called them. I ain't listening to Whoopie Dee and the Goldfish. It was just hilarious. And so now, however many years later, every time I talk about Hootie and the Blowfish, I always call him Whoopie Dee and the Goldfish.
How many of these people come on now?
They're going to have to. I'm getting hungry.
Well, I ate my hot and sour soup, but I'm going to have to eat something other than that. And I got to call in. Because I know I won't call her after I have my drugs tomorrow.
And the soup that you're talking about, is it just like liquid soup, or does it have like substance
got stuff
to it?
in it. No, it's got mushrooms, and it's got tofu, and it's got carrots, and it's got and it's kind of thicker, like a thicker base. It's so good. Just gotta try it. Gotta try it. Gotta try it. I ate it already. Oh yeah, it's not. I mean, it's got a little sustenance, but I mean, it ain't gonna fill you up.
That's what I was wondering. I'm like, is it something that's gonna fill you up, or are you gonna eat something else too?
No, I'm gonna eat something else. So a lot of times I'll get the whole thing. Like I get, because I get stuff that will be okay reheated, so I can eat on it like all weekend or whatever. And so, but what did I get? A lot of time I'll get like the spring rolls, and I'll eat like 2 spring rolls in the soup, and that'll be like my first night. And I did get spring rolls, but I didn't eat none with the soup because I'm on the interwebs and I wasn't trying to be snarfing anything. But
Mm.
I don't know what they're gonna do. I know poor Spendy can't eat nothing. Don't want to eat nothing. Over here talking about food. Oh. You ever
What?
have like a whole bunch of one, like you're on your last color and of the section and you're filling it in and you see one like row that's just almost the same color but it's a different color and you're like, nah, homie, you this color now. I am not digging for that one color. Nope, you're red. It'll be the one spot I'll be like, that spot looks funny. Because it was supposed to be a light red instead of a dark red. What are they saying in the chat? Are they saying anything? They're liars anyways. I don't know. I don't trust none of them.
Our chat?
No. Oh my gosh. Yes, our chat.
Lord,
No,
Lord, Lord.
I meant law and no. That's the kind of stuff we talk about in the back chat. We don't talk about that up front.
You crazy. No, I don't see anything. I mean, other than these lying trolls that are like, verdicts in, blah, blah, blah. That's all I see.
I dig for the color too, but this one, when I tell you that it is literally like, on DMC, like you have the one digit off, that's what it is. I'm just not digging for it. I'm just not going to. Now y'all making me feel bad. Now I got to go find it. Dang it. Which one was it? Oh, that ain't it. Okay, it's that color now because I don't know where it is. It's right in here somewhere. It's
I
literally.
usually dig for the color too. I don't usually use whatever's. But I think it's my OCD that won't let me do that.
I normally dig for it, and I'm just like, I'm so ready. And if y'all could see that, okay, I am not a confetti person. I am not a single placer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That is not who I am as a person. And this thing has been kind of confetti, kind of color blocking confetti. Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not terrible, but there's these sections that are like, it looks like, what do they call it? When you stagger the drills to get them all straight, what's it called?
Oh,
Not
checkerboarding?
Yeah, when you checkerboard. Okay, these colors are like checkerboarded, but they're different colors, and I about had enough of it. I'm done. I'm done. And so I'm just like, yeah, it's like checkerboards except they're different colors. So I couldn't even. I can't. It's all the single placing.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you kit up or do you work out of bags?
Currently, because of my situation, these came in bags and I'm working out of the bags.
Okay. Fair enough.
Normally I kit up.
Yeah, I kit up too. The only time I ever really work out of bags is if it's like a small, like special drill kit or something.
Right. Yeah, this one, it came in bags, and given, my limited capacity to do stuff, I was like, let me just work out of the bags. And so, but that's not my jam. Especially on these ones like I don't know how to say this without sounding like a snob. The smaller shop kits, because the symbols they're not like, all like numbers and letters. They're all different symbols, so you can't really put them in any kind of order. And you got to kind of look at the legend to work it. I prefer them to be kitted up, because then I use the Harbor Freight, so they're all right there, standing straight up, and I can look and just find what I need.
Yeah.
Where in the back, so right now I have the legend, because this one always comes, or Neighbor's Outpost always comes with the extra legend. So I have the extra legend hanging from my light, and so I can just look up at it and see what I need.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually I kit up. I'm not a baggy kind of girl, but I figured that was a struggle I didn't need to try to manage with one hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't have any Elizabeth Wards. I feel like those would be my jam if I had them, but what's the one through whatever method? What do you mean, ma'am? Morgana said something about I need to do the one through whatever method. I don't understand I don't know what the words are that are coming out of your mouth.
She's talking about like have something set up that's automatically already labeled, numbered 1 through 30, and then you just go by the numbers on
The
the
number,
legend
yeah,
instead of
no.
the symbol.
Yeah.
The way I do it, I never look at the legend. Never.
I never usually do either, but this one is like okay, again, it's an older kit, okay? But it's literally like there's a couple letters, there's one number, and then it's all symbols. I mean, how do you organize symbols?
Well, the way I do mine is kind of like what Veronica's saying. Like the way I do mine, I kit it all up, and then I organize my symbols by number,
Okay.
then alphabet,
Right.
then calculator symbols, then
Tell me
arrows.
calculator symbols. You talking about hashtags?
Yeah, like hashtag, the carrots. Well, not the carrots, but the greater than or less than, plus, minus,
Okay.
the slash symbol,
Okay.
anything percentage
That makes
sign,
sense.
the ampersand, things like that. And then I go from there to arrows. And I'll use my up and down carrots in the arrow section too. And then I do corners, like if it's the
What you
corners from
mean
like
carrots? What you talking about, Willis?
the little up and down symbol that's like a
Oh, okay.
upside down V and then a V. Aren't those called carrots?
I have no idea.
And then from there, I go by the random symbols. And usually I don't organize them in any sort of way. And after a few sections, my brain automatically knows where those
I
are
do
at.
kind of automatically know which one's which, but what I will tell you is that there's one number in this whole thing. I don't understand, because there's 28 colors. You certainly could have used a whole bunch of numbers. And then there's letters.
She does side boob too. Side boob,
Side
totally.
boob, yeah, I know the side boob. That's what I'm saying, Morgana. It's a lot.
It is a lot, but it's just much easier for me because then I know where everything is.
Yeah, but see, because I have photographic memory. Once I look at it a couple times, I kind of remember what's what.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just got this thing up here. Is that the baby? What are you doing out here? Did you sneak out? Mama opened the door and y'all ran, right? My child told that baby, not the baby, the big cat yesterday. He picked him up. He's like, if you just ask to come out, you could just come out. You ain't got to run like you're a felon.
A little felon feline.
Yep, little felon feline. Hey, Toffins. Toffin don't never come out. Hi, Toffee Bean. Let's push your Toffee Bean. Yeah, I'm just now getting used to like these types of kids. Let me say it that way. So I'll get a rhythm down. I'm okay. I got it. I got them numbered, and I got the symbols. Well, it automatically came with the DMC number on it, and then
Yeah.
I put the number and the symbol on there. I labeled it. But yeah, I'm still trying to get a rhythm. But anyways, it's not bad. I just, but like I said, I've looked at this legend so many times. I kind of know where everything is now.
Yeah.
So, it would have been easier if I would have put them in number or letter, or like I said, there's only one number. If I would have put them in alphabetical order, that would have helped because there's like probably 10 letters. But then the rest of the symbols are all random symbols. There's like the swirly thing.
Yeah.
And there's the weird Y. And
one thing that you can do that I have seen people do with the random symbols is sort of organize the random symbols into like color families. Like pinks,
these aren't
purples,
even like
greens, yellows,
They're like all yellow.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm just saying, like, this particular kit it's just one. You know how you have those kits where it's just like, this is just how it's going to be.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with it. What I'm not fine with is all this checkerboard and crap that I didn't do. Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, the weird Y goes with but I have a Y too, so do I just put it next? It's a different color. Is it a different color? It is a different color. The weird
now,
Y.
I will, if it looks like a Y, I'll go ahead and throw it with the Ys because.
You know which Y, that Y that's like on its side? You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, well, no, if it's on its side, I'm not putting it with the Ys.
It's not on its side completely. It's kind of like, it's backwards. It's flipped. Like if you did a lowercase y and then you flip it over.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It's a Y, it's just backwards.
Maybe I would. I don't know. I'm a weirdo. My OCD might not let me put it with the Ys.
Mine are currently are in number order. And I did that thinking that was going to be easier, and it is not. I mean, it's not bad. It's just.
Yeah, I thought she meant the one with the weird line in it too.
That Y. Oh, yeah, that little, like, I call that, it's like an Egyptian.
Yeah.
But I got there's a check mark, there's a question mark, there's a moon, like a quarter moon, triangle, the biohazard.
Morgana's like, now you see why 1 through 50 or whatever works. And anybody that's in the chat that are not diamond painters now officially never want to diamond paint ever.
Yeah. You'll be addicted. Order you some coasters. Order you some coasters or some bookmarks. Throw those together and you'll be like, where can I get more of these kits? You'll be addicted forever.
We just need to have Margaret, who is the new diamond painter of the channel, over here. Yeah, Michelle says, yep. She's like, I'm listening, but y'all's a bunch of fools.
Yeah.
But Margaret is a new diamond painter. We need to have her come in and be the one to say, you guys really got to try it.
Do y'all place diagonally?
What do you mean?
Like if you have a whole bunch that are going, they're like stair step, they're diagonal. Do you pick them up with your multi-place multi-place them diagonally? Words.
You would only be able to do that with round ones, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you
Okay,
can do
no,
it.
I don't do that. That's a no for me.
I love it. I love trying to make it work.
Yeah, it's a no.
She said, I get high pressure canned food while y'all diamond paint.
Mm-hmm.
That'll work.
Mm.
That'll work. Yeah, I do.
Veronica's like, no.
No. You don't sideways diamond paint? Come on now. I try to get them on the multi-placer, like just spaced right, and then when you lay them down, you kind of have to kind of drag them a little bit to get them all to fit in the. It's fun. Join me. It's a good time.
What does make me mad is if you're using a multi-placer and you have it just perfect, right? And that first one and the second and the third and the fourth is like perfect. But by the time you get to that seventh
Fifth and sixth,
one,
yeah, they're all
it's
off.
like not where it's supposed to be. And you have to like pull that sixth and seventh one down to cover the actual symbol. That makes me angry.
Okay, so here's what I'll tell you. I am not used to the training circles.
Yeah, I don't like
Okay.
those.
I'm not a fan. I don't like them. Again, this is an old kit. I'm not talking trash. I'm just saying it's got trading circles and I have OCD. And I thought hard about putting the grid down on this thing, the metal grid.
I've never used one of those.
They're kind of cool. You can't use it on, there's not one that works for like a DAC kit.
Mm-hmm.
There's not one, the spaces don't ever line up, but they're kind of cool. If you're talking about OCD, when I tell you it takes a little more time, but look, listen,
You
I
just
can
made
place
Veronica's
diagonal if
teeth
I,
hurt.
what?
Veronica said you made my teeth hurt, saying you'd place it sideways.
Oh, diagonal. Y'all try it. You're gonna see a whole. If you could see the whole line, this whole thing is diagonal. I'm not gonna sit here and place these one by one. Not happening. They work out. They get in there.
So what I don't understand though is why you don't just turn your multi-placer horizontal and do it like put a
Because
couple
there's
here and
only
a
if
couple
there's
down here and a couple
one
down here.
and then it's stair steps and then it's one and then it's stair steps and it's one. How do you want me to do that? Now I do that sometimes. Like I'll pick up one and then like in the multi-placer, I pick up one on the end, skip the second one and pick up one on the third, and I'll place them like that.
I just grab a fistful of them on my not a fistful, but a multi-placer full. And then I'll turn it around and I'll slap a couple down where it goes and then come down to the next one and drop one and then drop a
How's
couple.
that different than me going diagonal?
Because you're doing it all at once, right?
I don't like them training circle spins. I don't like them.
I don't know. I don't know. If you mean you're laying the whole multi-placer down at one time diagonally, that's a hard no.
It's not. No, I'm kind of like nudging them in gently and forcefully at the same time.
Okay, that sounded all kinds of wrong.
Like I just laid 6 drills diagonally and they're all in their little place just nice. And I don't have to single place them. I don't like the training circles, especially this light pad. And I'm not calling them what they used to call them. Straight to jail. Do not pass go. Veronica's like, we cannot be friends.
And Spence is like, stop calling them training circles.
I didn't call them what they used to call them.
Well, they used to call them dummy circles.
I know. That's why I said I didn't call. Now, see, I just said I didn't call them that. Then you went and called them that. I can't. It's hard. It's hard for me because I want everyone. And you know when you move, like if you move a drill, like you place a drill right, and then you come back in like a minute or so, and you try to move it, like to be inside the circle, but it's already learned its place over there a little bit further, and then it just so it slides back over it where it was when you originally placed it. I'm like.
So
Maybe go
Michelle,
inside the
what
circle.
the dummy circles and the training circles are literally. I need to go find a whole daggone. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna do something right now. I'm gonna give Michelle a crash course. La 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 la. All right. So let me use. Let me find the images. La 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 la. She's got to get me. I got to quit singing that. What's the other one that we was singing all the
You do
time?
Sanford and Son.
No, not that one. The one from what was it from? Shoot, now I forget.
Well, while she's trying to remember, when y'all first see this, you're gonna be like, you have lost your ever loving mind. Because the first time I saw one, I was like, I be danged if I will ever sit and do that. And then I was like, let me just get some coasters and see what I think. And I was like, bro, this is kind of cool. And then I was like, let me get what I get next. Did I get them little bookmark? Something them fancy with them fancy the ones like Margaret's doing. And then I was like, I got me a little one, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love this. And then I got the FOMO, so I want the big ones, and then I got a really big one. I was like, oh crap. I did it. And I love it. I love it. I go through phases. Like the year that I wasn't able to diamond paint, I was like, all right. I got burnt out because I did it so much for so long. But now that I'm able to do it, or kind of able to do, I'm not doing it well.
Michelle's like, I'll be danged if I ever.
Michelle ain't doing it.
I ain't doing it. I don't want it. I ain't doing it.
It's all, but Spins, when you do have the circles, if you don't get it in the circle, then it's all wonky anyways. And this one, not all of them have the circles. Only some of them have the circles.
Okay, now this, Michelle, is very much just a cheat, like a up close and personal something I just found on Google. Okay. So you see all those little plastic beads that she's put on there with this pencil, right? So inside that pencil tip is some wax or some glue or something that helps you pick up these little bitty beads and then put them onto this canvas. And the canvas is a picture of something. I don't know what this is a picture of. It looks like maybe like a
cloud and a butterfly, or water and a butterfly, or
something. I don't know. But all those letters that you see, the D and the H, those are different symbols.
They're different colors.
And they're different colors, yeah. They look like they're the same color, but they're going to be a different color based on what you're doing, right? But anyway, those are also, though, that canvas is sticky. It's got an adhesive on it, and so when you pull the plastic back, that's what you see is all these symbols and letters and numbers. And sometimes when you diamond paint, you're going to use the diamonds you're using are round like these.
She said, oh, hell no.
And then other times those diamonds are going to be square shaped. Okay. So now what we're calling dummy circles or training circles, what QB's talking about is it's not on this, but sometimes you got a canvas like that, and each of those little letter D's and each of those little letter H's are going to have a light color or a dark color circle around them. And it's kind of like training wheels. It's like, here, this is where you're supposed to place this diamond.
Put your drill here.
Right. But what happens when you have a diamond painting canvas that's got those training wheels is 9 times out of 10, you're going to see those little circles outside of the space of that where you put the diamond.
Especially if you got a light pad behind it.
Right.
Oh.
And it really gets on your nerves.
It really does. And then, like I said, the glue is kind of pliable, but kind of not. So you put these drills down, right, and it sticks to it. And then when you leave it there for a minute, it kind of makes its little home there. So then you try to scoot it over a little bit to be inside that circle, and it's like, no, I live over there, and it slides back to where you originally placed it. It's like,
The better
So-
companies, though, the better companies
They
that
don't
make
do
better
that.
quality, they'll kind of go where you tell it to go.
Yeah.
So if you scooch it over a little bit to cover a certain symbol, it'll usually stay right where you end up
So you
putting
should
it.
show, you're in your clawfish, you should show them one of the ones that you finished
Well,
with
I
the
mean,
14,000 daggone drills on it.
I could, I guess. Let me find a pretty
I mean,
one.
what are we doing? Yeah, find Michael Jackson.
Nah,
I like
I
that
got
one.
a bunch hanging up right here.
I like the Michael Jackson one.
Here, hold on. Let me do something real quick.
Oh my God, this single. Don't feel stupid, Spins.
Why is Spins feeling stupid?
Because she likes the training circles. Spins, you're not the only one. If you were, they wouldn't make them.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people love them. I am not a fan. But
The only reason I don't like them is because I use a light pad and I can't stand seeing them sticking out over my drills.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
That's the only reason I don't like them. And the
Spins,
only
you're not the
reason I
only
call
one.
them the only reason I call them training circles or dummy circles is because that's what I've heard everybody else call
That's
them.
what
They're
back
actually
in the
guide
day.
circles is the correct term.
Right. Back in the day, though, that's what they called them. That was the Mean Girls, the old school, the OG Mean Girls called them because they were like, why do you need that? But Spins, if you were the only one that liked them, they would not be putting them on canvas. There's tons of people that love them.
Hold on a minute. Let me shut my door because I don't want kiddo running in here. Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, Spins, don't feel bad. Hi. Lots and lots of people. And mine is the same thing because I have the light pad on and it bugs me. But it's the same thing with squares, okay, that don't have guide circles. And that glue tightens up, so you always have a little space in there. I don't like seeing that little space neither through my light pad. But if I turn my light pad off, then I don't see them anymore. So Michelle is like, what have I gotten? What people have I gotten in with? No, Spins, that's just like me. Don't feel bad. That's like me saying I placed diagonally. And they're all telling me I'm crazy.
Here's one of my favorite ones. This one is an Abraham Hunter from Diamond Art Club.
Oh, God, it's going to be confetti. Look how pretty it is, though.
Yeah. But see, if you look, you can't look close. I can't get too close, but I don't even know how many, like you can see.
There's like probably
here, there's a bunch of
35,000.
little bitty diamonds all over it.
See how it's all shiny?
Yeah.
Michelle's like, that's pretty. You can have it.
Yeah. And then I have a fall one. Let me grab it.
Oh, that one's really pretty, Gina. Jenny. I was talking to Gina earlier. That one's really pretty. I like it. I've done those that don't have them too. Yeah, but like I said, I do that with squares too, Spins, when I have my light pad on and they're not all, squished up pretty yet. I don't like it. But then I turn my light pad off and I'm like, oh, look at how pretty it is.
This one is all crystal.
Oh, that one's pretty. Oh, I like that one. That's a DAC, ain't it? No, it's not. Crystal canvas. Is it all crystals?
Yeah.
Girl, I have never done a crystal one, and this is really pretty.
Yeah. It don't shine as much. It don't sparkle as much as it has like a sheen to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's different.
They're pretty, though. See, Spins, Morgana likes them, too. Look. We all like different stuff. It don't matter. Whatever floats your boat.
Whatever floats your boat.
But I am like it. Now I don't know if I'll ever do another one. I mean, I haven't had any problems with the crystals. They've worked really well. It's just these daggone ABs. Oh my
Mhm.
gosh. And you know, if you've been diamond painting any kind of time, you know the that manufacturer that had them ABs that didn't have many facets on them.
Mhm.
You know, they were kind of more smooth than they were faceted in their ABs, and you can't pick them up for the life of you
Yeah.
because they're slickery. Yeah, that's what these are. Not all of them. The one color is just like, I'm like, do you even have a facet? Like just one? Anyways, but this top piece here, it looks like I checkerboarded. It's like one color, different color, one color, different color, one color, different color, and it's all the whole top is that way.
Oh Lord.
Now, see, I will try
Sherry.
to space these out on this multiplacer. It's like a game I play to see if I can space them out. Like to
Yeah,
put.
Sherry. I'm sorry, QB. I have
No, go
not,
ahead.
Sherry, tried. I've not tried a square crystal canvas.
Would that be a rhinestone square? Lord, I've
Yeah.
I've only seen those like once.
Really?
Yeah, but I don't do like. I mean,
I mean, I've never done a full crystal square kit, but I have done kits where they've had special drills that was square and they would have a few crystal or rhinestones in it.
now I'll tell you what I do
But
like.
I've
I
never done a
like them.
full crystal like that.
I like them quad squares that T-Mall has.
Mhm.
Lord, I love them.
Yeah, they're nice.
Um, especially like if you have like. Oh, and then what are them other things that she does? What are they called? The daggers? They're not daggers.
The slivers.
The slivers. Oh, they're so pretty.
Oh, Michelle. Honey, I don't blame you. I mean, and the only reason I like to do cross stitch and diamond paint is because that's the only craft that I'm good at. Hey, Margaret, how's mama?
How's your mom and them? Have you been with the mess hall people? I almost fell out when she said that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
She ain't wrong. It's Friday night.
Mhm.
I worked too many times in emergency medicine on a Friday night. Be like, my back hurt. How long has this been going on? 2 weeks, and you waited until 2 o'clock on Saturday morning to call us.
Right.
Why? Oh, bless her heart. You think she broke it, Margaret?
Oh, wait. 1 minute ago, Brandy Churchwell said jury question.
Can we go home? How long can we
Probably.
stay? Can we come tomorrow? Yeah, it sounds like it's broken. Oh, I'm sorry, Margaret.
Doggone it. I hate that.
Don't. Oh, well, we can talk in the back chat. I'll tell you some things. Do's and don'ts. Um, uh, yes, we're still waiting on this heifer's verdict. Oh yeah, Timo is always on Friday night.
Mhm.
She took Calf's spot.
Mhm.
Do they still do that? Like, they still fight over spots?
Sometimes. Not as I mean, I don't never hear about stuff anymore, but used to, yeah.
Lord have mercy.
I know. We're still waiting on this Heffa's verdict.
I can't go to T-Mall's Lives unless I'm actually looking for something because I will drop my whole paycheck every week. Because I love me some special drills.
Oh, here they come. Here they come. Here they
Every
come.
time.
I'm going to mute.
Okay.
Our present case number 20 CF 2361, State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver. All right, and I'll ask the parties to approach for a sidebar. The jurors have a question.
Jurors have a question. They're approaching for a sidebar. Of course they are.
What am I going to do?
Right, Rogue? Okay, let's see what they say.
Yes, if you would move the TV. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for thinking of it.
Y'all, that thing is still in his hair. I can't.
Come on, dude. Aren't you like what's her name and go and floof your hair during the break? Hi, Toffee Bean. That's my little grandkid, my little one, little tiny one. She don't come out very often. Hi, Tuffins. It's a Toffee Bean. Like, can I go back in my room now, please? I made a mistake. Mistakes were made.
Please be seated. I see that all 6 members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and patience today. And the jurors had a question. The question is, once a decision is made, do we still need to complete both forms? The answer is yes. All right.
Oh.
Please take the jurors out for deliberation. Thank you.
Oh my God, they've got it. They've got it, you guys.
Bro.
We're gonna have a
verdict
tonight. Oh, look at her. She's standing still as a.
Oh, you mean Nilly Vanilli? Nilly Vanilli's good. She came out earlier.
Is there anything further? All right, thank you.
They gonna remand you right away, ma'am. You ready? Are you ready, ma'am?
All right, if there's nothing further, then we'll adjourn. Thank you.
Somebody said,
Kathy Russin just said, sounds like they're closed.
Well, I mean.
Yeah. Duh.
What was the other form, though?
There's 2 forms. There's the second degree and there's the not aiding and abetting, accessory after the fact. So they're only gonna find her guilty of one or the other. Can't be guilty of both.
But so why
But
he said, yeah, you would have to fill out the other
you
form.
do have to fill out both forms. One you would say not guilty, and one you would say guilty and what level. And then did she do it with a gun? Because that's an aggravating factor.
So how do we think then that they're voting if they have to if they're wanting to know if they got to fill out the other? If they fill out the main one, let's just play this out here, okay?
Okay.
So if the main one is second degree,
Uh-huh.
they fill it out.
And the
They
second
think
one they
they're
would say
done.
not guilty. Right, but they would say not guilty on the
Oh no, she gone. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. QB, where are you, man? I'm getting the shakes.
I'm having a whole you need to eat something.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go grab something to eat.
I'm having a whole conversation over here. Okay, so if they find her guilty of murder 2, they would find her not guilty as an accessory, because she can't be an accessory of a murder she committed. Okay? And so they would say guilty on the second degree. They would mark with a gun, or maybe they say manslaughter. Okay? But they fill that out.
They're back. Yep. Y'all, we have a verdict.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 20 CF 2361.
Holy crap.
I did receive a note from the jury, and the note says the jury has reached a verdict.
Aha.
Wow.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you wish to view the note?
Oh, no.
I will file the note with Madam Clerk. Are the parties ready for the verdict?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please bring the jurors in. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sick of my stomach.
I got goosebumps. Oh, she's got the blanket in.
Good. She'll get her a good night's sleep.
Yeah. Bless her heart. So while we're waiting for them, what I was saying was if they give second degree, then they fill out the second degree form, and then they mark the accessory as not guilty, because they're not finding her guilty of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I know it's weird, but you can't be found guilty as you can't be guilty of being an accessory to a murder that you committed.
Right. Right, Margaret?
Margaret was like, give her the Vicodin.
Please be seated. I see that all 6 members
Hey,
of the
Henny.
jury have returned. And who is the 4th person?
Me, Your Honor.
Please stand and state your full legal name.
Mercy Hosanna Langley?
Oh, my
Okay.
God.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
Is it unanimous?
Yes.
Please hand the verdict forms to Madam Bailiff.
Is that Foreman 12?
Thank you. All right, after having reviewed both verdict forms, the court finds that there are no errors or omissions in the filling out of the verdict forms. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 5th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida in and for Lake County, the State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, case number 2020 C